ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
A very good evening to you and welcome to the Pro League. Yes, indeed, we're back for our second day of our 5th season here for the ESL Pro League. A 5th season already and $1 million on the line for the 14 best teams in Europe and North America, doing battle, of course, both online and offline, trying to get themselves a ticket to Dallas. I'm Alex Machine Richardson and I'm joined by a bunch of both merry men and women. Are we merry, Chad Birchill?
Definitely.
You feeling merry, yeah?
Yeah, lots of Counter-Strike.
I mean, I always feel like merry is attached to Christmas time. Are you feeling festive, Lauren? Did you enjoy Christmas?
Had a great time.
You
did.
did?
It was lovely.
That was a long time ago now.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't
real
that
throwback.
long ago.
Real
Was it that
throwback.
long ago?
It feels like it.
I can almost still taste the turkey sandwiches. Those are the
Day
best
after
bit.
sandwiches?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Much better than actual Christmas dinner, actually.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, well, discussion for another time.
Yeah.
Of course, we're here to talk about Counter-Strike, competitive video game provided by Valve, in case you were unfamiliar. Now, what we are going to be doing first of all is addressing the standings after our first day. That's right, yes, indeed. The league started yesterday, and already we got some surprise results, some tosses and turns that we weren't quite anticipating on the desk or even over in the caster area as well. We did our fantasy and got completely destroyed by these unpredictable results. We start with North America, where you see Cloud9, defending champions of the Pro League, lifting the trophy over in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for the 4th season, their first Pro League title. And underneath them, SK Gaming doing the same. So 3 teams rocking that 2-0 to start us off, Lauren.
Yeah, SK obviously playing out against Immortals, massive game for them to kick off with. First time we were seeing Phelps, did okay, at least with the SK roster. On the other side, FNX had a great game as well for the other side, but obviously not enough to convert to a win.
Good feeling for FNX, at least putting in a personal performance versus his old teammates.
I think for him, you know, he can be a star in this team, which is will be good for Immortals.
Absolutely, and Optic Gaming picking up their first 2 wins as well. I mean, that's just going to be a good vibe for Optic, given that they have already been really rising to the challenge of being the best North American team, trying to take that title.
And the addition of Hiko, you know, just losing stands.
Fresh off the press, yeah.
And NaV doing the in-game leading now, so that's an interesting point to make. And I think they have Peacemaker sitting in as the coach.
Yeah, and a couple of split series, just while we have it up on screen, 2 more to address. Complexity getting a win under their belt, and NRG as well doing the same. So a split series there. It's kind of the same story we saw in the European region as well, Chad, right? We got those split series. Words are hard, and games were hard for Mousesports and NaVi as they did split.
Yeah, like with the NaVi game, we were expecting a lot on Nuke and we didn't see it. In the previous match they played on Nuke versus Heroic, I saw a lot of stuff I liked. It didn't translate against Astralis. But Astralis, on the other hand, going 2-2, that's a very disappointing night for them, and I think they're feeling that themselves. Yeah,
they did voice their frustrations for sure, Lauren.
Yeah, I think we just learned Astralis are pretty strong on Nuke so far. Their T side is beastly. That's the 2 that they picked up. Obviously, the Mirage game was a little bit interesting. Mousesports, though, what a story for those guys, already kicking things off well, considering the changes. Early season, of course, could be the honeymoon. Oscar, though, played well.
He did indeed. Now, someone that didn't play well, or rather the teams that didn't play well, look at those 0-2s. Now, the names may be rather eyebrow-raising to you. Ninjas in Pajamas, the Swedish stars who actually missed out on a chance to perform at the Major, having plenty of time to practice, plenty of time to have that mouse and keyboard in their hands, sitting in their homes, and unable to translate it into victory to start off their season as 0-2, and for FaZe as well. Lauren.
I just have to quickly say credit to Kingwin. What a turn up for the Vicks for them.
Right.
No, you know, you come into a new season, they're not exactly the first name that you'd look at going, all right, there's the roster that's going to kick off things really well for themselves. And they turned the hell up, especially against someone like FaZe.
So much has happened in this last week roster-wise. Like Heroic were using Lome, their coach, as a stand-in.
Yeah, and won.
Yeah, FaZe, they just lost AZ to North, and they had to use Jacob last night. So much is happening, you know. There's a lot of, not instability, but it's interesting.
So much is happening. Actually, so much was happening yesterday as well in that NaVi game. Despite not necessarily being a fantastic performance from NaVi individually, Simple put up a showing. Henry saying he was playing lights out and he was not wrong. Look at this. This was just 1 AK saved in the round, some scavenging by his teammates, and Flamey
had to steal
stole that ace.
Yeah, you don't want that, you know. You don't want to ruin that for your teammate. Saving the AK, getting the round done on his own.
It was glorious. And there's not that many players, Chad, you can attest to this. There's not many players that you can give an AK and actually have a degree of faith that you could actually pick up a round. I feel like Simple is one of those in that category.
Yeah, and a good thing to note, like, obviously Simple, amazing player, but his team actually allowed him to use it before there was when it died. A lot of times when teams save rifles, your teammates just go off and die with their pistols. You're left still holding this rifle thinking, thanks, guys.
Save number 2.
Yeah, I have to save it again.
I've been in this situation before. Yeah. Absolutely. And if you joined us yesterday, you have been in this very situation before. It's time to bring up what is coming up today. We can go ahead and show you what you have to look forward to on our schedule. Or is it schedule? Lauren, you're the English master here. I always pronounce it schedule, but I hear people say schedule and I get really upset.
I say assume, so let's not do this. Yeah, I'm one of those people.
Well, irregardless of that. Memes. NaVi VP to start off our day here on the mainstream. That is going to be a meal. In fact, it's our hot match of the week, Chad. It's going to be spicy. I'll let you briefly explain why before I touch on the others. VP going up against NaVi. Hype.
Well, it's one of those exciting matches. There's always an exciting game between these two teams. The thing that I like to see, you know, is the extreme depth from VP. You know, they have so many different layers and levels to them. And NaVi is a team who I think can get to that level. They're not there just yet, but with this addition of Simple, they're adding, you know, layers all the time. And that's why, for me, this is the most exciting game.
It's going to be awesome. And you know what? It doesn't really detract too much to the next one. Just as we're catching our breath from Cobblestone with VP, NaVi, we get to jump into North versus Fnatic. And I mean, the fact that we get to show 2 fresh squads live on air today. So if you're in the stream, you are strapping in for the whole evening. You're not going anywhere. Don't think you can only stick around for 2 because we get to see new Fnatic. We get to see North. I presume we get to see North now with AZ. I mean, the announcement was made like an hour ago.
Yeah.
As if Twitter's right, which it usually is, AZ's been practicing with them since the start of the week anyway. My God. So, yeah.
It is sometimes hard to keep up to date with all the news, the rosters, and everything else that comes alongside the matches of Counter-Strike. Fortunately, we provide for you here at the ESL Pro League, and Mitch took some time to go ahead and explain exactly what's been going down between yesterday and today. Take a look.
Yes, thank you very much, Alex. Before we jump into the games today, however, I thought we'd do a little bit of a social media roundup and some of the chatter that was happening on Twitter and the like during last night's matches. First one actually came in after NIP's match up against Heroic. It was Get Right expressing a little bit of disappointment there. He actually figured they'd come back and bounce back with that second map performance, but it was not to be. And then NIP did extend the hand of congratulations to the victorious Danes and noted that Mouse Sports match today will be an opportunity for NIP to bounce back. Here's Zonic as well, showing us a little bit of what Astralis have been up to, what's going on in the think tank. They're working on their cash plays. I'm sure that A-Site going to get a little bit more attention going forward. And lastly, Flamey, noting that despite only getting 1 map against Astralis, NaVi failed to get any pistol rounds whatsoever, and I'm sure that's going to be a focus point for them going forward. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this year we are bringing back our community plays. So if you want to be featured in that segment on our show, send us your best CSGO plays at esl.gg/PL plays, and we'll do our best to feature them on the show with other community-submitted replays. And now, with that out the way, our first match of today will be Virtus Pro versus NaVi. It's been a matchup that's given us some incredible results in the past and one of the best plays of ESL 1 New York coming from Snacks. But before we start, let's take a look back at ESL 1 New York and have a look at a compilation of the best plays from that event.
Now they go, now they approach, crossfire set, now faith them out, rush goes in. He'll drop them from forklift, there's 2 players here in the reload. It's gonna catch them out. Stanislaw is well and truly in position. Somehow G2's pulled this back as they pick up the AK and shot.
You are gonna see a bit more of a push of her. He's just biding his time, waiting for the right angle. Finally spots out the head, takes 2 as well. KB and his Zipex gonna be dropping here on the T side, and Dupree gonna be the first to push in, gets spotted out, headshot comes out. Carrigan, he needs to be able to refrag this. He can't afford to back off because in a 4v2, it's gonna make it so much harder with the flank coming out, at least a double peek. And oh my God, it's gonna be the ace. 5 headshots there.
They may catch Bialy off, does with an eagle shot, lovely so. The bomb planted. No kit, does have armor if he can just grab an AK. Okay, all right, Simple's gonna go. That's enough. He's got 2 one-taps, he's feeling it. Deagle shot's in. He's picked up an AK as well, and he's electing to stay with the pistol. Simple, he's up to the 3rd, and the AK pulled out. Oh my God, Simple.
They coming out, but oh, there we go. This tag's come down. FNX gonna be able to hit a few shots with no kill coming out. Carrigan drops him and Fallen, returns back on, takes a 2nd as well, and the 3rd. That's gonna be the quick scope there. Oh, the 4th, Fallen, what are you doing?
It's gonna be Bialy down in the end. Just Snacks. Does find 1.
Oh, no.
Let's not leave him out of this. The Big Apple, and Snacks is hungry. He's got 1 kill already on the USP. Low HP as well on Guardian and Flamey. He's trying to bait them out, trying to get them into one-on-ones as he dances back and forth between the boss. What a shot on Simple! Oh, Guardian, bye-bye! And it's on to Flamey. He's tapped it. Flamey's got a
juggernauts of CS, but recently featuring some very up and down online results. Virtus Pro have been a staple of Counter-Strike for many years now. They are up against NaVi, coming right up.
That from Snacks!
You love that one, don't you?
I do.
Every time.
I love
Every time.
Seriously, that round always gives me goosebumps. Fantastic stuff from both Matt and Snacks. Great plays from him, and he's actually going to be seeing him today playing up against NaVi. This is going to be the big one to start us off. And Snacks necessarily is almost always seen as someone to keep your eyes on when VP are in that server. I mean, has he always been the person to watch? What do you think?
I think he's a headliner now. You know, that's the thing to me. You saw him at the major and he just went off. He was such a bolstering factor for Virtus Pro. It was just beautiful to watch this guy play. And I don't think he's ever dipped out performance, but he was never one of those people in the forefront of the spotlight either. I don't think he's ever been one of those guys who gets known necessarily to the likes of, I guess, other flashy players. You know, you see a lot of people looking at the likes of Simple, Olaf, but a lot of the players out there are now recognizing that Snacks, you've got to put him up there.
I think for Snacks and a Flusher is another example. They're very cerebral players. They play the clutch situation so amazingly well. The way that they do things, it's not always the super flashy like one digs and stuff. They are able to pull that off, and like Snacks is a good example of that. But the way that they go about rounds, it's unusual because the way that they do it is outside the box, and always good to see the way they play clutch situations.
I mean, it's so silly because sometimes people don't just think that we're spitting, like we're just talking kind of. I was about to say we're chatting breeze. I don't know why I'm suddenly becoming a gangster, but we kind of, you know, we're kind of just saying words with no backing. When people talk about players that can have influence on the round, you know, when like we talk about Zipnix or Zipex, whichever one you fancy, and his influence in those clutch situations, sometimes people read that as just. Well, I mean, they're just saying that's not quantifiable. Where's your evidence? Whereas, you know, Snacks is in that category as well as someone that isn't necessarily always dropping the highest frags, but he has an impact on the round that's hard to measure. Wouldn't you say, Chad?
He's the star player in VP for sure.
So,
and I think, you know, the way that he impacts the game, it's usually always at a crucial time that he's able to pull off an amazing clutch, an amazing round like that. Everybody else in VP just seems to chip along and adds in when they need to. And, you know, they all can have star performances. All of those players have been a star. All of them have been in-game leaders. Most of them can all. They're a very diverse team.
Versatile Virtus Pro. Yes, indeed. Then wow. That's right. That's actually the phonetical way to pronounce NaVi. NaVi. Going up against Virtus Pro. Now, I mean, look at that roster on either side is just basically 10 Counter-Strike celebs. They're about to duke it out in what's going to be an incredibly important match as well here in the Pro League. Now, we sometimes feel like we have to highlight exactly why this is oh so important. Let's not forget that we haven't necessarily seen these guys flourish as of late. VP found some success in Atlanta. NaVi, relatively disappointed by their performance. And now coming into the online league, we know how unbelievably tight-knit this is. The 14 teams, you can see almost like 12, 13 that you could see making to the finals, right, Chad?
Yeah, there's no messing around because the teams that they consider weaker opponents are the ones who aren't at these events that these guys are constantly flying to. They're staying at home, they're watching all the demos and they're prepping for them, and they're able to take the cheeky, you know, draw series, get a win off them. And this is what really hurts NaVi and VP. Astralis last season as well suffered that. They're teams who we consider to be like within the top 5 in the world. And in this situation, when they're not on their A game, when they're not focusing on things, they can get these wins taken away from them.
Sure.
So when they're going up against other big boys like NaVi versus VP, for example, you have to at least get a 1-1 in this series. You need to be awake for it. It's very important.
And conceding a loss is, even here in this environment, can be very demoralizing. We actually saw over on social media Taz's reaction after that grand final loss. Now, I want to know what you make of this, Lauren. Was Kievi being cheeky with this statement? It just feels like he was happy with the win.
I think it was fine, but I just like Taz's attitude towards it. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to be confident in yourself and your team, and you want to get a good game out of it, and you don't want to be thinking to yourself, well, if they didn't even play well and they still beat us, how does that make us feel? You know, you got to have something back.
It doesn't feel like a jab at VP though, to me. We can see what Lurpus has been saying as well. He says, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say Neo must be one of the most respected players of all time in Counter-Strike. Any argument there, Chad? I don't think so.
Definitely not. You know, he's up there. He's a legend. If there was a Hall of Fame, he'd be in it. I think there is a Hall of Fame.
There is a Hall of Fame. It's just been established, and we've got one player in it. Heaton, I believe.
Wow, well, Neo will definitely be in
Neo
there.
is
He's on his
surely.
way.
going to be in towards that one.
And people that are unaware, people perhaps that have joined CS recently, I mean, you can quickly touch on it. I mean, he's been around however long now with Taz. These two have been, I think it's 10 years they've been playing together in a team.
Just run with forever, yeah. It's been a very long time. Neo was the greatest player in 1.6.
Yeah.
It's arguable between like him and Forrest, but he's one
up
of the best.
there.
Yeah.
Now we talk about Snax again. This time it's JW, now of course rejoining the Fnatic boys. He says, quoting Sean Gares, of course ex-in-game leader for Cloud9, has been bouncing around North America for a while. Sort of, you don't win Snax. You don't win, Snax lets you win.
Yeah.
Punctuation is hard, but yes, that's the gist of it. We were just praising Snax for that very reason, right? You said he's the star of VP, and it looks like JW seems to agree with you, as does Sean Gares. Scary player to go up against, there's no doubt about it.
High praise.
And from JW, I mean, you know, it's great to hear our opinions, but when you have a player who's played against him in that server, who's felt the impact of Snax much more than we ever can from these seats, it's a high praise for Snax, and I look forward to hopefully seeing some Snax magic in
Very
this
nice
game.
They should be able to do something.
This
Oh
is a
my
little
god,
taste
hello
of,
me.
ooh, we got some double Lauren.
That was not what I wanted to hear.
But you get to see just a little bit of what he is capable of as we do continue to prepare ourselves for this match.
We did beat them in was it Melbourne? Yeah, Melbourne on Inferno. I think we beat them 16-4, the old Renegades boys. We did lose the series after all, but we won a map 16-4 versus VP.
Nice.
Not detracting from obviously how amazing this guy is, but just the way that he approaches situations, and he always finds himself, you know, in a place that most players would struggle. He's not just going to get that one frag; he gets the second one. He stays alive. He delays for his team. Always doing the right play, you know.
And he does seem to get in other people's heads as well. I mean, when you've got players like JW saying, you know, Snax lets you win, immediately when you're in a 1v1 versus Snax, you're sitting there going, oh, here we go. Okay. Well, we'll find out how NaVi do fare, and of course that is who is about to jump into the server versus the hyped Virtus Pro. Grand finalists not quite managing to lift the trophy, but either way, NaVi are going to be going up against them. Now, we saw them play yesterday, and I don't know, a bit mixed results for them. Opinion seeing NaVi yesterday, Lauren, and coming up against VP?
Hit and miss.
Okay.
It looked dominant at times, and it looked like a switch was hit, and it just kind of fell apart. Nuke was obviously a bit of a tragic outcome for them, but you know, you saw Simple playing well. I just want to see what sort of consistency they bring. To me, I enjoy watching Simple playing well purely just because it looks great, right? But I want to see how much consistency they have as a collective. If it's just going to be Simple kicking off, Guardian started to look a little bit better. We saw once he got that AWP going on Overpass, he had a big influence in it. I want to see a good season from him. It feels like a while since I've seen him being another big discussion topic. It's always been other AWPers now outshining him.
Yeah, I mean it's worth talking about that, Nuke. You said you touched on it already, but a lot of criticism held towards that opening half from NaVi. Guardian unable to make impact on the team.
It's new to their wheelhouse, you know. It's not a map that they've played a lot. Last season in Pro League, they banned it all the time. So only now that they're adopting it, and I think it was a pocket pick for them going to the major, they never really got to use it. It's good that they're expanding their map pool because it was quite weak towards the end of last year.
Sure.
Going into today's matchup between VP, Cobble and Train are both, you know, historically decent maps for them. They're ones that you'd consider strong. So it's good to be able to get VP. They're also very strong on Train and Cobble, so it's good that those two teams can be playing each other on strong maps.
We get the best show.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the best stage for this battle to go down.
And I just want to see if Cobble is going to be another consistent factor. We saw it at the major through the group stage. That was the bolstering thing for NaVi that made them look outstanding. Flamey and Simple went the hell off. You know, Simple was literally just this turret, like mobile turret throughout the map. So if this becomes a huge factor for them, I'm so excited to see them on Cobble against someone like Virtus Pro. So a really nice combination on that map.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm glad we're talking about Train and Cobble. One map in particular that, Chad, you wanted to kind of highlight was something that went down on Train. Now, what exactly did you want to bring to light before we jump into battle?
This has just got to do with the way that VP like to approach their T-half. I've been saying the whole time they have a huge amount of depth, the most like depth in any team, I would say. These are two smokes that VP throw at the start of most of their T-side rounds. It's to set the tone, you know. They're throwing these two deep smokes. It's taking the vision away from the CTs and forcing them to use a lot of utility or play relatively risky. So here we're seeing SK having to use, they use 3 Molotovs right now just because of 2 smokes being placed down. This is in overtime. So previously you've seen them run defaults off this. They've done fast outside strats behind these smokes. You can basically just bait the CT utility and give yourself a fair firefight going into the yard by a simple move like this. Right here we're seeing them go into a default, but it's just I want to point out those 2 smokes because it's very important to how they pace their T side and how they approach it.
So for a $600 investment, they pull out what? 3 Molotovs?
Yeah, and in that environment they just did, you know, and when the team gets complacent, you've done it 3 or 4 times in a row, they've used their Molotovs, but you haven't shown a peep. Next time you come out, they haven't used any Molotovs, you get through with no fire, you get to take some firefights, and away you go. This is a good tweet.
I love this one.
This is it. Things are getting very, very hot under the collar to start this one off. A bit of pre-match banter, it seems, as you see Simple steps in to say today, I'm going to destroy VP. Pasha had some choice words as well, describing, you will faster destroy your team than us. Now, this is fiery.
Now,
it is.
I also remember during the FPL drama with Simple, Taz came out and said afterwards a lot of the, the Twitter stuff went down between MBK, Olaf, and such and so on. The end statement from Taz towards Simple being, you are not a god. You know, these guys are very, in the face. They're not afraid to seem to give a little back here.
And I'm so up for that. I love that. More and more personalities in CS, please. We've lost one. Unfortunately, he's been resided and chained to the desk. But we've
safer
lost
back here.
It's still safe. You're less in the line of fire.
Yeah.
It seems like Simple and Pasha have been spitting some fire of their own, though. So it is time for the train call. What are we saying? Who's going to be getting to the station first?
It's Virtus Pro Online. I don't know if I want to do it yet, but...
You're still feeling it, though.
Yeah, I'm going to go for VP. I feel it should be NaVi, but no,
So
I'm going to Virtus Pro.
You've got a hit and miss NaVi from yesterday, and you've got VP.
Yeah, I'm going VP, hoping that they turn up.
Just
online.
a team name from you, chat.
NaVi.
Okay, we've got a nice VP NaVi split on the desk, and so it's time to research for some answers with your casting duo. It's the deadly, it's the vivacious, it's the outstanding. Say to Kiss and Henry G.
Thank you, Alex. With that many compliments, I am starting to believe, too, as we will get into Virtus Pro and NaVi. What a matchup.
Oh, we had a good one yesterday. It's
We did.
kicking off nicely every single evening, it seems. Matthew, my sexy little samurai, how are you doing this evening?
You know, believe it or not, the Sadokist Sexy Samurais are currently sitting #2 in our fantasy league.
Excellent. That's not too bad.
That's not bad. Where are you on the list?
Third place. London men's,
right.
Climbing up the ladder, as they
I think
always
you're
were.
14 points behind me.
Yeah.
Moses is winning.
It's true,
Yeah.
but early days. It's got a whole week to go. But Matthew, Natus Vincere versus Virtus Pro on train as well. Quite a tantalizing prospect, I would say. And it will be NaVi starting on the CT side here. VP, of course, on the T side. We'll have a look at the buys as we jump into this first game of the season, the second night of Season 5. It's going to be an absolute banger as we get into it. As Chad mentioned, Virtus Pro known for their use of smokes on this map. You can see they've purchased 2 of them to kick things off here. We have Bialy. He's got a smoke. Same story of Neo. They've got a little P250 chucked in there as well. A bit more range of those headshots. A lot more one-tap potential than the Glock. And Neo's lining up a smoke already. Decoy, in fact. Okay, so that's going to be just taking a little bit of attention. That goes towards Connector. Quite an interesting little one there. So they can see it's a decoy. The CDs have spotted that. Simple, getting aggressive, and it looks like it will be an inside execution, judging by the setup right now.
Just to speak about that decoy as well, I'm surprised more teams don't throw that as a default smoke, because you could smoke off Z Connector on a B hit from that position, but down the ladder they go. That's into a blunder. Simple's waiting for it, but Taz is there. Talk about that little rivalry they had. Guardian, meanwhile, starting up on top of the train, is going to try and spot exactly which side they want to try and approach, but as he goes out and overextends, it's Bialy holding the line. He took down Edward beforehand from just outside of Pop Dog, leaving C's to respond to him, but finds himself as such in a 1 versus 3. Pop him down as well for Virtus Pro, and C's does not have a kit. There's one down on top of the site, but he's got to get that far first and foremost as he spots up that Snacks is above. Can hear the glass go out. That baits in Taz, and VP with a very convincing round.
Lovely stuff from them. Like we said, they're a very deep team in terms of Virtus Pro, especially on train. Lots of strategies up their sleeve. Those decoys, especially on a map like train, throwing those over the top of the map at the start. Chad mentioned baiting out utility. Those decoys flying across the top, they can actually look like smokes. They can look like some sort of inside execution and coming very quickly at that point. Obviously, the CD saw as a decoy, but they showed a lot of presence towards Brown Halls, the upper area, push the CDs back, took that vision away, back towards outside they go. They win their duels, equal exchanges, and they manage to take the round. So it's a good start for VP here. Going to be coming in with 3 AK-47, 3 UMPs. There is a force buy from NaVi in return. Desert Eagles, 5 Stevens, and some head armor as well. Of course, Guardian, the AWPer, he'll be taking things a little bit more carefully. Won't be getting that armor himself. So another inside take, and you can see the bait coming towards that Ivy area. That's going to be Pasha, presumably. He's always in that position, and the fragging begins. VP sweeping that inside bomb side. Pasha does go down on the other side of the map, but that's fine. He knows he's got one player anchored towards that area, and the bomb should go down quite convincingly here.
Deagle shot missed from Simple. Looks for the miraculous 1 Deag. He's known for it as much as any other. I'd say still, if I saw Deagle in anyone's hands, although he doesn't seem like the flashiest player you could probably name in the list, I would say Dupree still scares me the most just based on his odd consistency with the weapon, but Simple's definitely flashy enough to hit the shots. That said, this round he goes down. Edward's got the UMP and armor. Molotov, save it. CT side, gonna have to save pretty much incompletion in the next round, so keep what he can.
Yeah, Chad and I, when we were kind of looking at the clips of Virtus.pro earlier, we were trying to work out what would be kind of demonstrate the kind of tactics they normally approach. We tried to discuss the fakes and the smokes. We went with the smokes, obviously, Chad discussed. But Pasha, known to be working that Ivy area quite a lot of the time. What's good about that, he's consistently there as well. It means if he does want to fake it and be there by himself, that's great. A lot of teams know he does that, but at the same time, he can show that same position by himself. His teammates are ready to go towards outside. So that's why it's quite versatile. Even though a lot of people know he does that, they're not entirely sure where the rest of the teammates will be going. Inside, normally a safe bet, especially towards that upper platform as well. Bird's eye view of the bomb site. And Edward, he manages to pick up, I believe there was a fallen UMP from Pasha towards that Ivy area. So he'll be taking that to the next round. Shouldn't do too much damage. It goes down straight away. So that's a nice shot from Snax to open things up, keeping things fast. But little Zeus here from Simple, will he be able to do anything with this? Close range. He has been detected.
They sensed it. I think they just brushed him on the way by and realized it in the radar. They weren't bumping up against an object, so they'll take him down. Interesting that first shot as well. You mentioned it. Very fast shot from Snax to catch off Edward. Issue with that being that Edward was the one with the gun, was trying to get in position up close with the UMP to catch them off. That pretty much took out any chance of surprise for them in that round.
What's good about that from Virtus.pro as well, we normally discuss about rushes being a real big, dangerous factor on against these anti-ecos. Train, not so much. The choke points are very wide open. Once you get out of main entrance, very unlikely to see this can even be that close range to you. You can get out there, you have the rage advantage, as you saw in that round. But Matthew, this is where things get interesting. Guardian, Glass Cannon AWP, one of the world's best AWPers. He had a great game yesterday. We'll see whether he can replicate that form going up against Virtus.pro. A big gun round here. Simple, like we said, pointed it out. He said he's going to destroy Virtus.pro tonight. He's towards that upper round position and not falling back just yet.
Guardian waiting for the sliver of a pick. Select long. Good play from Simple. Gets in the right position at the right time, but can't land a shot on Neo. Gets him in the red. But the problem is he can't commit to this either because Snax can easily walk out from upper, hit the shot. They've got two players that have already gone down the ramp that can back up. I take that back. There's one. It's Taz, but we're still for Simple. He gets in for free. Is that leg from Taz or on our end? Because he gets tagged to 34, but then ends up in behind the train. Either way, leaves him alive, leaves it to a 5 versus 2. That's going to switch, though, because Seized finds Taz on a rotation back toward the outer side as he tries to push through B and catch rotations. And Flamey, snuck up toward the alley, is going to catch them off, coming back through Pop Dog. Snax tries to bait out a bomb tap, doesn't go all the way through with it, and Flamey, therefore, finds him immediately after. What a turn of events. A 5 versus 2 to a 2 versus 1. And Pasha with an AWP has to clutch it back for Virtus.pro. Bomb drop beside the train. 44 seconds to work with, but inside of the smoke, he found the silhouette, but not the shot.
A massive round there for NaVi. Like he said, a 5 versus 2, but it's Flamey coming in the flank there, finding 3 huge frags. It's being an absolute nuisance there. Nice movement, very calm, and he found players in front of him as well. It looked like a clean sweep of Virtus.pro at that point. That would have been a huge round for them to pick up as well. They win that, it's almost guaranteed to be a 5-0. We knew it was a difficult round for Natus Vincere going into that one. Glass Cannon for Guardian as well. Flamey saves the day as usual. He's been great in 2017. But round number 5 comes in. It's still money available for Virtus.pro. The first real gun round here. Both teams fully equipped. And we got a bit of aggression from Simple here. He's got himself towards the server. Going to be baiting himself in with that smoke. But yet to be seen he's going to be boosted up at all. He's only got that UMP. Very good in close range situations. Just trying to buy himself some time here. But Snax, aggressive as ever. Let's get taken down by Edward from heaven.
Nice shot from Simple, catching Pasha, trying to push through the smoke at Ivy. So NaVi looking to bounce back after their first win in the gun round by silencing VP right after. However, it's them in the 5 versus 2 this time, and their turn to turn it around as Neo will find C. Smokes off on Z Connector as well. It's going to allow the bomb to get in position, but watch as it goes down at default, because coming in from the flank, Edward has already climbed up from Pop Dog, and he's going to get on the backside of Taz immediately. Doesn't even matter. Guardian's got the kill. It's all to Neo in the middle of the site, and that means multiple angles by which he can be taken down. Guardian finds it first, and it'll go 3-2.
There it is. We said Guardian was good yesterday. He is replicating the same form. 3 big frags for him. This is certainly a stomping ground train. He is very, very good on this map indeed, and it will be a real nuisance. The bomb does go down for Virtus.pro, but it doesn't look like they've got enough to buy, but they will be forced in a situation. So 3 players will be limited. They get an AK-47 on Snax. I think Neo has dropped an AWP over, presumably to Pasha. That's what's interesting about this team. Very diverse. All being AWPers at one point, it seems. And it looks like, yes, Pasha will be taking an AWP. At the major, he looked great. It's one of the best AWP performances I think we've ever seen from him in CSGO. A real return to form in that respect. And it will be a double AWP set up on the other side of the server as well. Guardian and C's, interesting enough. It's normally Simple that does that double AWP on most maps. And C's now, who was the secondary AWPer before Simple came in, he'll be taking that role over this time.
Guardian from Ivy, looking toward A main, nearly spots a shoulder pick. A nice little strafe jump mechanism to try and bait out a shot. It does do so successfully, but they don't capitalize on top of it. The nade's gonna go beyond Simple. That's what it does do, is call for a rotation. And Simple, having not been spotted here before, is gonna try and make his way up behind the server, thinks better of it. And you have to wonder what was the better call in this, because smoke's gonna dissipate. They've got a boost. Simple's locked into this cubby now. If he even moves, if that boost is still in effect, seemingly not, he would have been found. Instead, they're going to advance. Snax is going to check it. Gun barrel shows. Shots come through with the M4. Jumping mechanic, I question in that.
I think he's hoping for the AWP to be on the other side. It's like definitely a Hail Mary play, but still a 4-on-4. And considering the gun power that VP have available, this does favor Nada Sincere. We'll see whether Guardian Seeds can step up. And just as I said, there it is. Another shot from Guardian. Takes down Taz.
And he's going to turn his attention back that direction as well, knowing bomb's down, but has to be aware of the fact that no one's watching A main. Was that behind the wall or was that clear sight? I couldn't even tell. It may have been just in behind the door. Good shot as he snaps back to find Bialy, but immediately after goes down. He couldn't possibly take two from that angle. Neo with the deagle. He's opened the round back up to a wild possibility. Seized as well on the AWP, is elected to go for the pistol instead. Now Neo's tagged in low, but Pasha's the X factor in this because he's already pushed in past Hal, left the ball in the open, but he's gonna go hunting for Seized, who can't find the headshot, and they'll pick up the round. Close call.
Absolutely. Well, it was a force buy from Virtus Pro. It's Pasha to finish things off there with the AK-47. Started with that AWP as well, but Guardian, a couple of impressive shots there, but lots of exchanges going on in VP. Steal around away. That was a force buy. Limited. Deagles, UMPs, AWP and an AK, and I think the deciding factor there was that Neo Deagle from across the bomb site there. Long range and manages to nail it. It's going to be a force buy in return for NaVi. Guardian with that AWP. He's definitely capable of winning these rounds for his team, and it's an equal exchange. Grenades come towards main entrance. The airstrike comes in, takes down Pasha, but he did get a kill before he went down.
Shotguns billowing out towards the VP entranceway. Remember, Snax is in this game. He's not the one on the shotgun, he's on the AWP, but I love seeing that shotgun brought up in his hands. Guardian, meanwhile, rotating over, will catch Taz, brings the deficit to just 1, 3 versus 2. He spots the foot.
My God.
Neo going on his own, just shows himself off in a slow fashion. A Guardian nails it. Good shot from Simple. That's the deagle we talked about, but he's left to his lonesome. As Snax did catch off his teammate with the AWP battle. Simple's trying to evade Flames and all the like because Flash is going out from him. Flames hitting the top of the train. It seems a graphical glitch because he hasn't lost any HP. He's a little bit confused by it too, as Snax is going to rotate bomb over to inner.
Well, we have got an AK picked up as Simple now, and he's going to be going from Pop Dog as well. So a nice position to be in. He knows the bomb's going down this area. He might have just played this perfectly.
He's made a lot of noise, though, and I think Snax is aware of it, so he started to back away accordingly. Remember, Snax is still on the AWP as well, which means he's got the range game, he's got the angle, and it's 5-2 now for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it seems Snax got some sort of sound cue at that point. I thought Simple would be there just in time to deny the plant. It was an open one from Snax going down, but it was denied. The force buy does not work out there. Like we said, Guardian with an AWP in his hand, always going to be dangerous in those situations. Definitely viable. It was a big round. They wanted to shut down the economy for Virtus Pro before it had a chance to swell. Not going to be the case this time. Came very close at 1v1, but now it's going to be a full eco here for NaVi. They get some P250s, default pistols, not really much else to work with, and it will be Taz with that MAC-10 to try and do some work here.
Taz getting aggressive with the MAC-10 as well. He's going to push into the side. Edward goes down, but that's at the hands of Bialy, who followed up on Taz's damage. The MAC-10 lost. However, as you say, it's the reconnaissance gun, and they've got it down to a 4 versus 1. And while I have the moment, while we're on this anti-eco situation where they're just planting the bomb and holding off Seized, the tweets that we talked about at the start of the show.
Yeah.
KRB saying, we didn't play our best, but we still won. I didn't take that as salt. I just think that means they know there's room for improvement. They're pleased with the win. I didn't take that as anything as a jab to VP.
Tweet. I thought he was saying, like, okay, we didn't perform, but we stayed together as a team. I think that's the point he was making,
But the one thing is, if Taz took that offensively, they need to give themselves a good look. They had an 8-2 lead and 3 force buy wins on the second half of this map 3 of the major, and still lost. So it's not like they were perfect either.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting tweet. Obviously, emotions were riding high at that point, Matt. It's always a disappointing situation to be in, and you can forgive him for it. Like, I think
I don't read into it too much either way.
Lost in translation a little bit there, I guess, but still, it was an interesting tweet to see. But there we go. Virtus Pro, they did have a similar tweet tonight towards Simple after he said he's going to destroy them.
That one was kind of funny,
Basher came back and said, you will destroy your own team before you destroy ours. Didn't bit of my friend at the end as well, which is uncharacteristic, I have to say.
That's true.
So he was
But he is not my brother. Or he's not my friend. He is my brother, my friend.
You're not not my friend. You're my brother, my friend.
I mean, look, that's just the old meme about Simple's toxicity.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Well then, it was quite a clean sweep there, 6-2. A really nice lead here for Virtus.pro. Another difficult buy though for NaVi. They don't have the firepower from the Guardian AWP. 5 rifles, 1 kit. Look at the utility map. 1 smoke remaining as we hit the 1 minute 40 mark and a couple of flashes. This is a really rough round. A full execution will shut them down at this point. And you can see Edward, he has to make something happen. He's pushing into A main. He knows he needs a pick. Something has to happen. They're up against the ropes there. They can't just sit back and allow VP to execute. We know how good they are at those situations.
Let's see if that can continue forward. Bialy looking top of the ladder. See if anyone's down below as they get ready with the execution. Smokes are actually going to go onto the A site from Bialy, but I have a strong suspicion that this is going to be a B hit. Okay, I take that back. Taz and Pasha in on that position at the upper entrance onto B suggested that to me that they would look to go with 4 players. Instead, they try and sell that further by rotating back down the halls. They take their time getting into B, and Flamey's in position to cut them off. I'm not sure I agree with that hesitation in the strategic call. They were ready to go on B.
Can't argue with Flamey's performance there as well, though, to be fair. The turret sitting in that inner bomb site. We said Edward had to go big there. He gets the information towards A main. That almost funnels him back towards inside. They've lost map control towards outer. At that point, they have to go to the inner, and it works perfectly. We said NaVi had to perform here, and Bialy might have something to say about that. He's down to 10 HP with 25 seconds. The round should be decided, considering the bomb's down towards inner as well. But yeah, I agree. The hesitation, they know the money's going to be low for NaVi at that point. And it's just Edward's move there. We said they had no utility to work with. Someone had to step into an advantageous position. Edward does that. He locks down A main, finds that first kill, takes him towards inner, and that's where the trap has been set. Flamey's been playing great so far. Yes, they have only 2 rounds, but both of those rounds, he stepped up massively. And the third they're going to pick up presumably as well. He finds 3 kills. A really good player in fantastic form right now. Simple to finish things off, and NaVi claw one back against all odds there. Very nice stuff indeed. It's going to be 6-3. So, the war of attrition begins, Matthew. It's been forced by City here at the moment. So we can see Neo just under $2,000. Taz, similar situation, 3K. So they can certainly buy into this round, but it's going to be another weak buy. And considering the lead they have right now, I was going to say maybe not worth it. Maybe just keep the lead as it is, but they are going to be forcing here. Neo doesn't look like he'll be investing anything. He just gets a utility, so he'll be
chilling in spawn.
The cannon fodder, it seems. He gets a P250. They throw him something in the end, but you know what? A scout, a PT-53 AKs, it's going to take a set piece at this point, Matt. You can't really depend on this sort of buy to win your rounds. I'd say a full execution is very likely. That's why Neo opted to go for no weapon here. He wants the utility to provide his teammates a superstar to get in there and find some frags. Some big damage. I think that's the wallbang towards Bialy from outside.
He's at to 14.
That's a really, really
Guardian knows both lineups on that, but it's on NM4. Simple. He's trying to spray toward Pop Dog, and they are slowly getting down lower in that position, but as such, they're going to go over toward B Flamey. He's ready for it this time. You said turret on top of the train. It's the back train. He's a little bit further with a wider angle to cover upper. He's also got seized a little bit closer, which means he doesn't necessarily have to watch both sides or keep his eye on lower. They like to switch it around, though. Seized goes on top of the mid of the bomb train. Flamey can call for information. As soon as he does, he can watch lower. Now they've got a problem because flashed off. Doesn't relay the information in time. Seized has to react on his feet. Does for 1 kill, but Flamey's gone because he's left in the open as a result. Seized does well, all things considered, to bring it in their favor in terms of trades.
Well, they're going to struggle at this point. It's going to be a 4-on-3. Some more damage being inflicted there. Bialy still on 14. He gives this gun over towards Neo, who has to make something happen. He's going to be trying to work this upper area. He hasn't seen an orb yet and does significant damage. Finally takes down Edward there and equalizes things. And Snack still trying to do work with this scout. He will be punished by Guardian, but some damage being inflicted on the CT side as well. Still anyone's round at this stage, but considering there's 15 seconds, I would heavily favor towards the CTs.
Shots rain through. Neo takes down Guardian, tries to bring it back, but there's Simple on the doorstep. Takes down 2, including a spray through to get Neo, and I mean through because it had a little animation. I'm not sure if it went through the wall, the top window. Either way, look back. This is the previous round, not the one we just played, but you said it, Flamey turret peeks it perfectly. And the closer train does allow you to isolate the peaks for each entrance. The back train that time, he had to rely on seized position, but the flashbang actually caught him off perfectly.
So I called that the war of attrition for one reason, right? Obviously, Virtus.pro force buying into that round. The reason they've done that, no loss bonus being accumulated for NaVi. They've only won a single round there. It's very unlikely their money's in a decent situation. And they go for it. They make it a close round, but ultimately, it was quite a clean sweep for NaVi. You can see Guardian now, he knows they're going to be eco, pushing, trying to farm some cash with this SMG, pushing towards Ivy by himself. It's not a big deal if he goes down, really. He's found a kill so far. Gone down to 8 HP. He'll just be trying to stay alive, using everything he's got. Throws in another kill. It's actually Flaming that takes down Neo in the end. So it's going to be poor old Bialy now. Once again, low HP towards the dumpster. And I'm sure... Oh, I saw a knife coming in now. I bet that's simple. I'm just going to assume. It's always... Yep, it was. He always just runs in with a knife. He never turns out an opportunity to get a little bit stabby there. So
I like running in with a knife.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't? Well, at this point, we do have the SMGs picked up for NaVi. We talk about this all the time. The UMP, especially in this current state of CSGO, I would say, it's a very viable weapon, especially for a player like Edward, who's playing main entrance, very close range position. He can make things happen to that, but more importantly, Guardian has the AWP. Virtus.pro, outside rush. This is their bread and butter. They throw this in when times get tough, and they normally pull it off.
Ooh, shot Bialy onto Edward. Before he can get in position, Simple responding, gets the second on Snacks as he falls down, and there's the headshot on Bialy as well. What a recovery from Simple, sidestepping. However, he blocks up his teammate, which costs Flamey, who tries to strafe away, and Neo hits him back in return. It has to be pulled by Seized, and it is. So he does something very good, and then something very clumsy, not intentionally, but nearly cost them, actually.
Yeah, well, like I said, Virtus.pro normally fall back to that outside rush, to say, when things start to get a bit rough for them. Simple said he's destroyed his team tonight, and what a great display of skill that was. With the AK-47, very confident. You can see one of the fourth as well. Even though that was the wrong play to make at that time, he's low HP, his teammates are dropping beside him. They've got a huge advantage. He wants to put on a show for them and send out a message. He gets 3 kills, can't find the fourth, but knocking Virtus.pro down to another eco here. It will be Tech-9 to P250s, 4 smokes. This will be an execution round. Smokes towards outside. Objective, get the bomb down. Certainly possible to win the round, but pretty unlikely. The main objective, let's get that bomb down. We'll push for our own smokes and see if we get some run and gun potential going with these Tech-9s. But 4 rounds in a row now for NaVi. Going back on the AWP as well. There he is towards Ivy. Spotted a couple of players out. As usual, the terrorist trying to bait up the shot, try and work out where he is. Smokes come in, and he'll be just running off shots there as Simple finds the first frag of the round.
Does indeed.
Aggressive.
Always aggressive. 15 kills now on round 13. It's not anything massive, but it's good enough. It's plenty. As Simple. He's going to sit back and wait this out. Guardian flashed off, tries to play the angle, but can't do anything to compensate for how quickly Pasha arrives on the scene until Edwards shows up to take it back against Bialy. This was all for naught. Neo gets a bomb plant down, and 4 rounds against them, and not the worst money in terms of buying the next round in the bank. This bomb plant's going to mean potentially even whatever they want. Double op. T-side, doubt it.
Absolutely.
But it's possible.
They've run that in the past. They do run a double orb setup on the T side. So that's certainly a possibility. The defaults aren't really working out for them. The rushes haven't really been fantastic. Double orb setup, we've seen it before with VP. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes in. It'd normally be Neo and Pasha, maybe Snacks and Pasha as well. We'll see what happens here. We'll just be the single orb setup for now. But like we said, the maximum loss bonus, the bomb going down as well, they're in a much healthier position. But NaVi have taken the lead at this point, and they're back to a double AWP setup themselves. It seems they've readjusted. They've obviously had a bit more time to work this lineup. It was Simple, certainly on the double AWP setup, but Seized, he seems to be more prominent on this map, it seems, at least on the CT side. As Guardian, he's known for this, pushing towards Ivy, but Pasha, he's ready for it, takes him down, and they've got an early advantage here. No need to commit, but Seized, he gets a frag back and return towards Inner.
Pasha waiting as well out toward Ivy. Favorite position, I think, for Pasha of anywhere in the entire world. Real world as well. I'm sure if you asked him what he dreams about at night, it's Ivy. And I don't mean the plant. As Simple gets through, and there's why. Fires back in the smoke, spots the tracers, nails him down, but it's going to be Taz ousted by Seized, who then plays Old Train Alley, limiting very much the possibilities to catch him off from open angles, more so because Snacks goes down, Edward finding him. It's Pasha that has to get aggressive, finds Seized, knows that Edward's back toward the bomb in some capacity, but where's he gone with that smoke down? So we'll check off the alleys. While he does that, Old Bomb Alley, which he just cleared and just got the kill inside of, is now occupied by a rotating Flamey, and it won't even go that far. Edwards got it to go 8-6.
Well then, it was 6-2 at one point, but that's going to be 6 rounds in a row now for NaVi. And we go into round number 15, of course, it's a buy situation. Still having maximum loss bonus for Virtus.pro. They're going to have enough for AK-47s and head armor. Not a full array of utility, but enough to work. If it's just Pasha who bought the AWP in the previous round, he'll just have the AK and no nades whatsoever. So NaVi really turning up the heat here. This double AWP setup has been very powerful indeed. We'll see whether Virtus.pro can string something together to get another round here. This is not normally as many rounds as we're used to seeing from them on their T side. Normally very powerful indeed and looking very confident in their play. Still a great CT side as well, as is by no means over. Let's be clear here as we go into the final round of the first half. Again towards Ivy. 3 players there this time, and a decent Molotov to actually take Guardian out of position. So now they've got a bit more control of this area. They can smoke off towards the right-hand side if they want to, block him out. That's what they know he is. There it is. And they may wrap around towards inner here. You can see there's a player waiting towards the lower ramp inside. So they could go all the way through CT spawn at this point.
Sees there, hits one. I think he actually tagged a player through the wall, through the body, through the wall, and into Pasha. He's got another one as he takes down BL. He looks for the third, but will not find it. Taz going down, though, leaves only one player left. That's Pasha. And he's found by Edward, making it 9-6 for VP. Great start. Virtus Pro as well. Train, CT side, usually their best.
I would say so, but what a recovery that was from NaVi. Like I said, 6-2 down. Once they got the double orbs out, Guardian starts turning up the heat. Some massive rounds from Flamey as well. Certainly sent a message back towards VP. Some great plays from either side. Simple, the MVP for me so far.
Well, we'll take a short break. Jump back in. Still going to be a hot match, no doubt. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back to it. 9-6 in this game for NaVi over top of Virtus Pro. The score at halftime that I'm currently looking at for the Mouse Sports and NIP game is the same. And it does appear that NIP's the one in the lead there. I take that back. They just swapped over, so the scoreboard was updating. It's actually 9-6 for Mouse Sports. Lowell, by the way, 19 kills first half, Forrest 16. Sadok's sexy samurais are killing it again.
NIP, rough start to this Pro League so far. It's not looking too good after that heavy defeat to Heroic yesterday and a poor start against Mouse. The question's got to be asked, what were they doing when everyone else at the major? I thought they'd be kind of recalibrating, getting some new strategies there, working with Threat, kind of revitalizing themselves. It's interesting to see them looking much weaker than before the major.
I could totally see two minds on that. One is you definitely want to stay motivated and absolutely play through it as if you're kind of bitter that you're not there, as you should be. And the other is maybe it's time to take a short little relaxation period during that time. Who are you going to play? Who are you going to scrim? I would have gone with the former. I would definitely be putting in the work.
Yeah, I would be saying we need to come back to 2017 with a new idea of how to play the game, watch what's going on there.
That was what they did in 2016. The first quarter and end of Q1, start of Q2, that's when NIP looked the most innovative of all teams.
Yeah, they kind of evolved as a team. They brought threats in and kind of looked like a team that has been reborn. That was the headline message of that. And for me so far, I didn't get to watch that game against Heroic yesterday, so I can't comment too much, but that's a game they should be picking up, especially with Heroic and a coach. That doesn't make any sense on paper. But regardless, this one certainly does make sense. It's going to be NaVi 9-6, and we swap halves it on the T side here. And VP pick up the pistol back to 9-9 if all things go to plan for them. And we really have got a game on our hands at that point. So have a look at the buy for the Ts. That's normally the more interesting talking point. It will be C's with the smoke, and same story for Guardian as well, who has a CZ on the pistol round. That's quite rare to see, actually. And we'll see whether he can do anything with it as we get into this one. Looks like most of the players heading towards inside. Pasha, though, waiting at upper ramp, ready and waiting to greet them.
Pasha backing away from that position as well, trying to get information, but this brings Snacks up. He knows they're there, and they know he's gone up the ladder because he made an absolute boatload of noise.
Yeah, he certainly did. A lot of not footsteps, I guess. What do you call that?
No, footprints, footsteps on the ladder. The rungs of the ladder being rung. He rung the rungs?
I think he assumed it was going to be a fast execution from them, so he tried to have a sneaky approach there. But Simple headshotting towards Neo now. So it's going to be the man advantage and heavy damage inflicted to another player on the CT side.
It would have been amazing if he knew they slowed down and went up and down the ladders, and they were like, what is he doing? And then Taz repeaks and is like, what's up? Or Pasha, I suppose it was, sorry. That would have been cool.
Well, we're waiting for a reaction for the CTs right now. Pasha in a decent position to hold it inside by himself, I guess. He has got some rotation coming from Neo, but he's the low HP player. He's just trying to pop heads at long range. That's what he's trying to do. Just hold that lower ramp area, hopefully get some one-shot kills, get some intel, and stay alive. That's pretty much all he can hope for at this point.
Oh, that's exactly what he hoped for and what Pasha will get. Edward, his head does get popped from long range. Pasha's going to relocate as well, playing over by where Taz normally plays on gun rounds. So interesting to see Pasha here, not toward Ivy. Flash comes across, Pasha hits another lovely headshot. Knows that one's bypassed him as well. He goes hunting for Simple, but Simple gets the last laugh out of that Twitter exchange because now he turns to find Taz as well. The two players that created a response to his initial tweet. It leaves B Alley 1 versus 3. Flash goes down toward the bottom of the ramp, but they've already got the bomb planted, and Simple, of course, is the one to find the third and final kill.
Yep, it was very well played there. From NaVi overall, they get that nice early pick there. They do some HP damage towards Ivy as well. They slowed things right down. Very disciplined round for them. Trying to get some intel. They saw there's a player towards upper ramp. That's Pasha, of course. They leave that area, go towards lower, and use power and numbers towards that lower ramp. Equal exchange at that point, and Simple. He's been great so far. Finds a few more kills as he picks up a silent USP. Round number 2 is 10-6 in favor of NaVi. They hit double figures. Not so much a full investment here from VP. They get a scout out. Ooh. And Neo, he's been good with that deagle so far, finds another headshot. He takes down Simple.
Son, how's it going? Neo looking to do damage as he tries to hold him off still with that deagle. He's backed away and stayed alive long enough as he's just trying to hunt him down. Eventually we'll get him as he tried to rotate all the way around past Hitch and draw them in toward the bomb site and get Pasha a chance to come in from behind with the scout. That's not going to happen as Edward finds Taz. It is just Pasha, and I think he might just bail on this.
I think he might have to at this point. The scout, certainly a viable weapon to save into the next rounds. Give it to someone like Snacks. He's very, very good with that weapon indeed. To try and to inflict some damage into the next round. If he can find a kill as the players are rotating back and trying to save their weapons, he sees an Edward, they'll have to run away from the bomb. So if he gets himself in a decent position, maybe he can get a couple more kills here. As it will be NaVi, after losing the first couple of frags, recovering and using those SMGs as Edward finds 2 kills. Same story for Seized as well. But Pasha, like we said, just lurking around now, trying to hear some sort of sound cue, get something working in his favor. He gets an exit frag and upgrades to an AK. We saw what that can do. Simple did it yesterday on Overpass. You save one player with an AK-47 surrounded by pistols, fireworks can go off. So that's what he's hoping for right now.
Oh, come on. All right, fair enough.
Let him off.
He's got to hit this one. Edward's low enough. Go back to the pistol, and Guardian finds him from the top of the stairs.
He takes 2 down with him, right? He doesn't save the scout, but he's dented the economy somewhat. It has not got a swell for NaVi at this point, but it's 11-6, and a tactical pause comes in. So I'd assume this might be technical, you know. There's no real reason for Virtus.pro to take a pause at this point. They're going to be eco regardless. So I'm going to speculate it will be technical right now. It's a little bit of unknown quantity pauses at online matches. I think the rule that we heard about yesterday, it's tactical pause. So who's that for?
Yes.
Would that be? There's no real reason for either side to take a tactical pause.
Well, I'm sure that you've called their bluff, Henry. You found it.
Henry
Don't
knows.
play poker with Henry G because you will never win.
Yeah. So yeah, just to explain to any new viewers, that for the reason there's no real reason to take a tactical pause right now. VP don't want to waste it because they can't buy it this round whatsoever, and NaVi they know they're up against a full eco. There's no real reason to waste a tactical pause, and actually you want to be saving those for the high pressure situations, not these ones. So it will be technical. Online CS sadly is plagued with those who are not in the same building. Everyone's in a different building around the world, and the internet providers sometimes not too kind to us, you know. It certainly happens, even in 2017, believe it or not. As we get into this one, it should be quite a relatively quick fix.
Well, 11-6 for NaVi with no pistol for Virtus.pro. That's one thing to mention. Remember yesterday, here we go. See, there's the tweet. I'm going to come back to this tweet, or the tweet I was mentioning, but this is Simple saying he was going to destroy them. Well, that seems to be true thus far. What's the score that he had before?
He's at 20 now. Close to 20 frags.
Yeah.
And so he is.
And how's Pasha?
So Pasha is on
14. So he's the next highest. He's doing what he can to get it back, but no, he's definitely Simple's helping more than hurting, I would say.
He's not destroying them right now, but he's doing a very good job of putting up a decent performance, you know? So he's still got some time. He can have some big more... If you have a couple more big rounds of 3Ks, that's when he gets to destroy levels. But
I would say as well, one of the tweets that we had to mention at the start of the show was the 0-2, or excuse me, the NaVi saying that they lost every pistol. I think there was 0-2 for pistols.
They got one map still.
Yeah, exactly. So the fact that they won a pistol in this round, in this game, that's already an improvement on that. It's a big statistic. The way Counter-Strike works, the way the economy works, I don't need to explain that to anyone who's played more than 5 hours of the game. Pistol rounds are crucial.
Yeah, it's been a huge talking point of Counter-Strike throughout the ages of the game, whether pistol rounds have too much impact on the game. And
yeah, should we start 10K and have save rounds rather than pistol starts?
That's why the powerful pistols in CSGO, that's why there's an argument against that, saying that the pistols now, even on the eco rounds, you have a chance with them to actually get something going. As long as you're smart about your decisions, you're good at the executions. So it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Are you a fan of the pistols having too much weight, or do you want these overpowered pistols to be able to have potential to win big rounds as well? So that's why it's always an interesting discussion. I'll be on the desk later, so maybe I can have a little discussion with Chad, and we can maybe debunk it and work out what's going to be.
Chad's a lovely man to talk to.
Yeah, I haven't been on the desk yet. You had the pleasure yesterday.
I did.
Talking about your favorite team, Mouse Sports.
Yeah, Lowell. He's currently sitting on, okay, well, it's gone to 11-7. Mouse Sports still in the lead. He's gone a little bit quieter. In fact, it's guys like Oscar stepping up now. He's on 16 kills. Forrest still on 18, 1.4 and 1.223 rating, respectively. So Samurai's killing it.
Yeah, that's just anyone's aware. That's of a Pro League game we have going right now. We have 2 streams at once. If you want to watch all the Counter-Strike, you can split screen it and watch both games. But Dave, make sure you listen to our voices, though. We've got the best ones, I think.
Well, you know, mine's good. Yours is okay. You just sound like a generic Brit. My
dulcet tones have been enriching people's lives for the last year, Matt. So, you know, I would say stay here.
It's a shame those people had such bad lives that could do that. I pity the dark places they came from, that you were a positive light.
You know what? I'm not even going to fight back. I'm just going to move on to this round.
It's fine. It's good that you accept defeat.
It's going to be Guardian who disconnected. Like I said, online CS, bit of a tricky one.
Did you want to explain that rule? You were going to touch on that based on the technical pauses.
I think what we decided was you have 5 minutes in total.
Well, we didn't decide.
Well, what we
let's just clarify that. We did not decide.
We definitely didn't decide.
We just made it up, threw it on paper.
What we heard
agreed.
on the meeting here the first day, you have 5 minutes in total of pausing, regardless of technical or tactical. That timer ticks down, and then you have 5 minutes to sort your issues out. I think it's probably down to the opposition team. Like, they could probably enforce it and say, you've had your 5 minutes, but they obviously have the option to wait as well. So, like, you obviously want to have a fair game. You don't want to have a hollow victory. You can probably just say, yeah, we'll wait longer. It's fine. You know?
Reason as well that it seems like a weird way of doing it. 5 minutes, you can have a stand-in right away. Like, come on, that seems cutthroat. But it's the only way you can enforce it online, because remember, for online, you're not... At LAN, for example, when they call a timeout, you have an admin standing behind them, watching what they're doing, making sure there's no communication being made. You have someone that's unmuting and muting the coach so that they can't talk in the new rule.
Yeah.
And if a technical issue happens, you have admins there to sort it immediately. Whereas if something happens online, there's lots of different variables. Who's to say they aren't calling technical when it is tactical and taking advantage of that, because you can't actually see what's happening. The only way to do it would be mute it's a nightmare.
There's a million different ways you could abuse that situation. But this is, like I said, there's no reason to take a technical, or tactical, I should say, pause at this point. So it's obvious this is technical. Guardian having a headset issue, I believe, we just heard.
Well, with that said, while he does that, we're going to take this moment to take a short little break, catch our breaths. We'll come back in a minute and continue things on. 11-6 for NaVi is where we leave off. Welcome back. We're going to get back into things pretty much right away. 11, did I say 6 or 5, Henry?
I think it was 6.
Let me double check that. I have this information at my fingertips, much like the information that Mouse Sports is on. That is true. It's 11-6 is where we were. So we joined immediately back in NaVi. CT side. They did beat Virtus Pro on a CT side on this map, which is impressive in itself because we know that's usually their best stronghold, I guess we could say.
Yeah, they're very strong on both sides of this map. It's a classic VP map overall, but NaVi have looked great so far. Great performances so far from Simple, Guardian as well, Flamey. Not so much impact to the gun rounds, but he saved them in a lot of crucial situations they're up against it.
Here's where my scoreboards left me wrong because I may have the sides backwards in that because we saw Pasha playing in the pistol. Yeah, so I think Virtus Pro's on CT now. So that's something to watch because they could pull a comeback on that.
Well,
my mistake.
That's why I kind of saved you a little bit and kind of
sure, you're always saving me.
Just went with like they're good on both sides.
But I have to say, you can save me only so many times. But if it ever comes to it that you have to give me the kiss of death, I'd rather die. Just remember that.
Okay, I will.
CPR, I've gone mouth to mouth. Boys. I've gone mouth to mouth with you once before, Henry, and I have to say, it was I have to say, it was kind of rough. As we've got a blue screen, my favorite of all, and we're gonna get back into it, like I say. So, let me die, Henry. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll let you die, Matt. Don't worry about that. So, guys, you are just joining us. This is the first game of this evening. This is the piping hot game of the night. And the week, I guess, I think it was billed as. So, NaVi versus Virtus Pro. You missed a hell of a first half there. It was VP going up 6-2, and then a valiant comeback from NaVi to finish things off 9-6. We had a few technical issues there, and they seem to be continuing a little bit slightly. We're not going to get back into it.
Can I just say that I thought Twitch chat was bad, YouTube chat, you guys are impressive.
What is this?
I didn't know that
I shouldn't have addressed it, but it is interesting to see. Is this a new meme?
I don't know. Maybe it is. The interesting thing about this is I didn't know that I had a 700 hertz refresh rate on my monitor because that's how fast chat's moving, and I can read all of that.
Oh, we're back.
That's us.
Hello. How's it going?
It's good. I should probably get
I'm wearing
plastic surgery so I look better on camera.
My granddad's jacket tonight.
I have one very similar that belonged to my dad. I wore it at Katowice last year. I should have worn it. I should have brought it.
This is actually from the machine wardrobe.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Not even in the least.
I thought I'd mix things up,
You could have told me many other things I wouldn't have believed, but that is absolutely true, 100%. I'm good at that detective game. In fact, tell me a lie and a truth right now, and I guarantee you I'll get it right.
Right now?
Yeah, tell me one lie and one truth, and I'll pick them apart.
It's quite a ambiguous question to put me on the spot with.
Right, you ever think about that? I'm going to talk about how Simple on NaVi right now has been given. Now, you ever think, stop thinking about what I'm saying and think about the lie and the truth. Okay. I'm going to talk about how Simple has been absolutely incredible tonight in playing a very loose, dynamic style. This is something we wanted to talk about when he came into NaVi. Keep thinking about that. Because when he came in, we knew that they were a structured team. They played very strategic game. A well-oiled machine in the fact that Guardian was given the freedom, but he was still the Opera, which had his place in the team. Now they're giving Simple so much free reign, the others have to adapt, which puts them into a position that we don't necessarily know. Seized, for example, to play that well. Flamey is okay at adapting, but likes to play his own game. So it's great when it works, but it's why I think NaVi is more of a team that's going to come and go in waves as of late.
Okay, so I've got two statements.
We were talking about Simple now. I was hoping you would chime in with your strategic analysis.
Okay, so one statement I've got.
Okay.
Okay, ready for this? NIP, I got to beat Mouse Sports. The second one is Drop the Bomb Season 2 is returning in March. Which one do you think is the
You've turned this around so well. The truth! Drop the Bomb is returning in March.
It is, so stay tuned. That's going to be amazing. But yes, Matt.
You're terrible at that game. You told me something I already know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we can plug ourselves, Take every opportunity you can get for self-promotion.
We can definitely plug ourselves, Henry. We've been known for that before.
And as
we are going to get into live. My point about Simple still stands, okay? It's 11-6. NaVi are about to get back underway, and we'll jump in as soon as possible. Now, keep in mind what I said about Simple, because I think we're going to see that as well when they go onto the terrorist side, even more so than when he was playing a swing position inside of the A site.
We're into. Oh no, we're not into it. I got a bit excited. I saw pistols and people running around. No, because Cuban was still coming in.
Yeah, Cuban was still on one of the teams when that started. Henry, you need to calm down. But now we're ready to roll. As Taz is going to get pushed back by way of a smoke. That's going to leave them in a situation with pistols. Remember, they were going on to a save. That's nothing new, but where they have to fight off NaVi's fast charge onto the B site. Good shot from Simple, but doesn't spot Taz below. Take down Simple. Edward spawns, gets him back, and it's now Neo that has to do work from afar with a Deagle, tagged on 33, no armor. Quick and easy shot from Edward, and oh, take your pick. Which Glock would you like? Which Glock would you like, Snacks? I would like all of the Glocks. Because the Glock rocks. Unsilenced USP. It's like 007 going rogue. It's probably not what it's like.
A little bit like that, I guess. But Snacks can't really do much here. It will be the 4 versus 1. The score at the top, it was 11-6, should be 12-6 now. So a clean sweep there for NaVi. Virtus Pro can't do much about it. Snacks trying to do what he can with the USP as he rotates in. Doesn't really work out for him. And now we are back into it. You can see the scoreboards rectified. And Virtus Pro still going to be struggling here. It's the CD side. It's a stronger economy to maintain. As they go into this one, it's going to be M4s across the board. No AWP available. Snacks quite close. 1 kill there. Would have actually got him the glass cannon, but not meant to be. Will be more for Guardian on the other side. So 5 M4s, 1 kit. The lack of grenade, that's such a problem. We saw this before from NaVi. Someone needs to go a little bit aggressive here, try and find that first pick, make something going in their favor. They can't really allow a full execution to come in. NaVi, known for, I guess they used to be known for that slow, methodical play, trying to find the first pick. They've got such a huge advantage this round. I'm sure they're going to be using it as we get into this one. 1 minute 30 remaining, and they've got full control of the upper area as well.
Pasha. Waiting in the same position as we often, I can't remember who it is we often see. Is it Lowell that plays there quite often? I can't remember. There's someone that often plays that position and waits for the drop down, allows the minute.
Oh,
I think it might have been
Hellraisers.
Was it Hellraisers? Okay, maybe it's Sticko.
Yes.
Either way, Pasha's going to back up from that position. The problem with it, and it's got some strengths. They commit before you can spot them, and therefore they're left vulnerable, but it does mean you bait your second player on the site by not spotting them coming in. Lovely shot from Guardian onto Snacks. As they get down to 2 versus 2, no bomb plant. A 12-6 scoreline and a very important round for Virtus Pro. I can't tell you what the lost round bonus is at because I don't have the information as to the previous rounds beforehand, but it will be accumulated and tallied accordingly, no doubt, as Guardian will take down Bialy, and it may need to be accumulated accordingly because Virtus Pro are not looking like they're going to reset it until now because Guardian goes low. Pasha's timing's off. He backs away. Guardian has the AWP. You give him a chance to line up a shot. The AWP means nothing. As Pasha had it locked out, he may get found in the end, and that's exactly what happens. Missed by a second.
Guardian, 4 kills in that round. It seemed like Virtus Pro had done just enough there. Guardian low HP, but he's so smart in those situations. We said that was a massive round going forward. Look at the scoreline right now. 13-6 as well. VP needed that round. It has to be another eco here. They can't even afford to force buy into this one. It's going to be 14-6. They're coming with Desert Eagles, P250s. But Guardian, we said he'd been good so far, and he's certainly been delivering in the last couple of nights at least, as we go into a very big one indeed. It's going to be 13-6, and not really much VP can do to hold them off here. It's going to take some fantastic Deagle work. Neo's been good so far. Hopefully he can find a little bit more magic here. Oh, simple.
That's a
headshot.
tag. Did Snacks just hit him through the wall?
Yeah.
With the Deagle from outer.
Yep.
Dear Lord.
It's because Simple was wallbanging himself. So he gave his position away and actually said, yep, you know what, come headshot me here.
That was quite good. That was quite nifty.
And I'm presuming they would have heard the headshot noise. Snacks would have heard he dinks him.
So he's just trying to spam for the last shot.
So he knows he's done some damage though.
He's probably chuckling to himself. The op of Simple tagged to 4 against Pistols through a wall on a chance shot. Like you said, though, calculated chance shot. As Bialy backs away from the bottom of Pop Dog, Snacks will try and do work inside of the smoke at Ivy. That's where Seized is approaching. It's VP-esque. Smoke off the right, approach to the left, back away. There's going to be a gap above it, so you have to keep an eye on Green Train. As that smoke dissolves, though, Seized will round the corner. It's Neo he spots rotating over from the inner sight. Neo's just trying to bait him into a reload situation as best he can, but he still had numerous amount of bullets left, so it would have taken a long time. A better tag still as they catch off Edward, but Bialy goes down to 21. Tries again to go for the peak. They're all low. Everyone's low. Seized as well. There's still a chance in this. The Seized Ed. Pasha's got 2. And Flamey's got 3 HP. Simple has 1. Edward has 5. There's more HP on Pasha than there is on all 3 of the guns of NaVi. And Pasha just has to isolate them and find the right chance shots. If they don't play this as a perfect unit on NaVi's side, he alone could pull this back. And there's the first opportunity, but Flamey makes no mistake to take his head off.
Well, that was a very exciting round indeed. I kind of built it as being another redundant round there, but they did significant damage. And this will be a tactical pause coming in at that point. That got very scary indeed. You're absolutely right. Pasha in that position, considering the low HP, certainly had a shot at doing that, but unfortunately for him, just outnumbered there and outgunned towards the end. But a chance for Virtus Pro to fight back here. It's not the best of fights, but they have got the AWP in the hands of Pasha, as we mentioned before. Fantastic performance. Him from him at the major. It seems that he's going to be the main AWPer, along with Snax as well, depending on the map on the side. But Pasha was fantastic with this particular weapon, and Train, he's known to be a bit of a beast as well as we go into this one. 14-6, a must-win round, one away from map point, and indeed match point for NaVi. And it will be the tactical pause. Tactical pause. I would say that should have been tactical. Who knows? We never know these days.
Listen, Henry, you're the poker player. You're supposed to be able to call their bluff, so I'll believe you if you say it's tactical.
Well, let's get back into it, shall we?
Oh, this rush from Pasha. He's got the op. He wants the corner. They're just getting to the bottom of the stairs now, but a Molotov well-timed. He would have had a dead-to-rights shot down the lane. Instead, he gets Molotoved off, and he can't approach it. So nade over as well to continue to complement the act of pushing him back. It's worked. He's gone. He's down toward the CT side, the spool, covering off the long lane at upper. But in the meantime, it's his teammate down below that we have to watch and factor into this, because if they do go ramp, it's something we have to consider. Nice shot from Simple. Flash over. Pasha gets his head absolutely taken off by a single bullet, a single click. I like it. I love it. Bialy, meanwhile, finds that Edward's waiting down at the bottom of ladder already and was hoping to catch them off, potentially by pushing through A as they go B.
That was the reaction. They lose that first player. Someone has to step up there. Bialy makes something happen, and Snax looking to do the same thing as well. He's seen the smoke go over. Free kill eventually as C's goes down. Nice recovery so far. Man advantage of Virtus Pro, and the bomb's down as well. It's going to be Snax actually locking down that main area. He's locked them in towards inside. He's got so much information at this point. NaVi have to strike towards inner, and it's going to be Flamey going in first to see if he can find the next frag.
Taz just going to try and open up the opportunities, not playing over to his side. And in fact, flashing. Was that his own flash? Or did that come down the ramp at the same time he threw the smoke? I think it must have, because he gets caught off entirely by that. And Bialy, as a result, has to hold this off 2 versus 2. And when I say hold this off, he's got to hold position because he's got to wait for this. Snax rotating in. Flash goes into the site immediately. Spots where Guardian's playing with the EWP. Has ground. And the reaction time of Guardian is normally sufficient in those situations, but it's not quite this time, as Simple gets it down to a one-on-one. Both players, Snax and Simple, with 2 kills, and it's going to be 3 for Snax at the end of the round, and Simple perishes.
Battle of the star players there. Like I was just about to say as well before this one kicked off, Snax and his teammate Bialy there had no nades, no kits to work with, but Snax makes it work there, picks up the AWP. The problem is only 1 player survives. They're not going to have much money to work with. He can drop 1 weapon over. You can see on the screen right now. It's going to be a real mishmash of weaponry going forward. NaVi have got enough to work with here. They get the AWP out, the AKs have done repurchase as well, and this is where VP really get tested now. A UMP, Taz on the Mag 7. He plays towards inside, so that makes sense. There's a lot more close range encounters towards that area, but this is going to be a real difficult one for them. Lose this round, that's pretty much GG. Obviously, there'll be a match point, but they have literally 0 money going forward. So, Pasha to step on the AWP now, gets the first shot, but Flamey gets one in return as well.
Nade, goes toward the E-box, but it won't matter because the shot came through from Simple to take down Pasha, but immediately after, his teammates perish, and Guardian finds himself very lonely. Alive. Something to think about. He's got 2 feet and a heartbeat, but he's very lonely. And Taz has decided to put him out of his misery with Snax's favorite weapon. Grabs the AWP as well, so Virtus Pro to have that in the next round. 14-8 for NaVi. It's 2 to go still for the Ukrainian side, if you know, mostly Ukrainian.
/ Russian, yeah.
/ Slovakian.
/ Slovakian, yeah, that's true.
/ world.
So the reason for NaVi doing that very simple kind of approach at that point is going for the rush outside. Like I said, they know they kept 1 player alive. There's no money really available for Virtus Pro. They're assuming the AWP's not there. There's no incendiaries. That makes sense, ultimately. But Bialy stepping up tremendously there with the M4A1S. Brings things back into Virtus Pro's favor. And we said if they lose that round, game over. They managed to survive. And it's going to be a partial buy here for NaVi. Not fully investing. They have a smoke execution. I explained this to you in the first half as well. Try and get the bomb down. They're setting up for smokes right now. They've lost that first player in the form of Simple, but they will just be continuing with the execution here. Smokes towards the bomb train, create that wall, but unfortunately for them, Snax is playing in front of those smokes. He won't even be allowing them to get in position. They'll be coming in. It might be a little bit in vain at this point. Don't think any bomb will be going down. Huge Orknade coming in as Neo finds another frag.
Neo getting Flamey out of the equation with pistols only in the hands of NaVi will buy a bit more time in this game for Virtus Pro to make their comeback a possibility. Nice shot by C's. A bit of an off angle from Snax in terms of crosshair placement. He was just to the right. Leaves us now with Guardian, though, as Taz is rotated around to compensate for the kill, and it's Neo to close it out.
Yeah, well, there it is. Like I said, partial buy from NaVi. trying to get the bomb down there, but shut down before they even had a chance. And now Virtus.pro really have got a real chance of getting back into this one. It's certainly still a CD-sided map, but CSGO seems to be balancing on these heavily favored maps. We talked about it yesterday. Nuke used to be so heavily CD-sided, it was unbelievable, but it's actually at the major turned out to be a very 50-50 sort of affair. In some cases, some T-sides are actually winning that map. So certainly every chance that Virtus.pro can pull this one back. We'll see what happens as we go into round number 7. I'm not sure that's actually accurate. Work it out. Yes, it is. Looks fine. And AWP towards Ivy at this stage. It will be Guardian boosted up. Trying to use that smoke to just peek over here. Neo could walk this cross, and he certainly does. This is NaVi when they're at absolute best. They normally don't strike in these sort of situations. At least the old school NaVi didn't. They would actually wait to see the reactions to come in.
Yeah, when the 155 round timer was brought into gameplay, it was SK at the time, Luminosity, just in their start of the SK phase as well. It still applies snacks. No. Snacks! You're normally known for the snacks flash into smoke. You're the master, the genius of it. And he blinds himself and Guardian. Very awkward exchange, and yet the rifle still prevails. However, it's Edward to pull this back down to a 1 versus 2, favoring NaVi, and that'll be map point as he takes out Taz. Point I was going to make when the 155 timer came in, and we thought teams like NaVi and SK at the time would benefit the most from it because they're so tactical, and oftentimes NaVi used to run out of time before planting the bomb after executing.
We have to remember that was when Zeus was at the helm of the team as well. He has a much different calling approach. Obviously, we have a kind of hybrid between Seas and Starrex right now, and you can see them being a little bit more assertive. They get that first kill, they're smoking off to the right, they're getting towards those backtracks. They're not going to hold up for this amount of time anymore. So they get them out the round they need, match point, and once again, the money is a massive problem for Virtus.pro. It will be UMPs and aggressive play towards inside. Taz is known for this. Gets that first frag. Takes down Edward, but he wants a little bit more here. Knows it's not going to be enough to win the round just yet, especially when Seas takes down Neo in return.
Taz as well. And behind the smoke gets found by Guardian. Snacks finds a kill on the opposite side of the map out toward Ivy, which was potentially just to hold off rotations because it's now 3 versus 3 and they needed information, but it's a good kill to get for Snacks. He desperately tries to find a player on the other side of the smoke. Is there a weapon there? Okay, he did. Yeah, okay. He did get the M4. I didn't see it, but he knew better. He knew where he got the kill. Better still for Bialy. He'll find Flamey and Simple to follow. Oh, timing up in the same position, but Simple. Not the spray I might have expected from the young lad. As Snacks will put down Guardian.
Well, not meant to be. It's the UMPs, the Scouts, and a couple of M4s there that stayed today. Virtus.pro still alive and kicking for now, and they have broken the economy for NaVi. When you have this situation, I would say maybe avoid the force buy at this point. We'll see what they decide to do. They have got 3K in the bank. In terms of the loss bonus, they get 1,900 next round, so looks like they will be not going quite all in here, but they've given about $1,000 on Guardian, Seized, and a couple of other players as well. So they're going to be going for some Tech 9s, UMPs, smoke grenades, and we'll see whether they can get the bomb down here. It was going to be a double eco situation. The buy would have been poor regardless next round, so they're going to go for quite a heavy investment. Simple on the UMP, just trying to close this out. And it could work out for them. You know, you can see Vasha's only got the scout here, so a good chance than any as they throw the smokes towards outer. Whether they end up in that position is yet to be seen. You can see those blooming on your screen right now, taking that vision away from the CT.
Edward.
It's fake.
Yeah, trying to get anybody to get caught up by a tick of the Molotov. No one's heard him or reacted to it. They're forced off towards Z, and they've rotated all the way over to B. Above in control, there's 2 players right now for Virtus.pro. That's uncommon, and Taz, that's a decent rotation because he's opened it up ground. He's taken the only player down on B. With all the utility, they thought they had the high ground, then have to rotate back through Z connector, which means by default, bomb is planted, and they've got all the rotations covered off aggressively. That's what we talk about you needing to do when you come in from the B main entrance. That could be disaster, and it certainly will be. Good flank play as C's waited out at A, and 16 rounds for NaVi.
Well, what can you say about that last round? I didn't think they had a chance. I thought the bomb was going down, but it doesn't get much more idyllic than that for Edward. He's supposed to be the ruse outside. He's supposed to be just showing his presence there. His teammates ready to go inside. He actually gets in towards connector mat. There's no call there being made. There's no actual awareness from the CTs. That inside player gets taken down, unaware that's a possibility, and the round falls apart. Simple doing a great job holding the flanks to connect at the UMP. The only player with an SMG as well. Couldn't have been better. And we finished things off there with a nice victory for NaVi.
Well, nice victory indeed. That's map 1 of 2. We'll talk about that, take a break, talk about the other, but to do all of that, we have to send it to our lovely Alex Machine Richardson.
Cheers, boys. Yes, off to a flying start for our second day here at the Pro League. NaVi managing to eventually close things out versus Virtus.pro. And it did, I don't know about you guys, but just seeing the little bit of fire exchange between the two to start off that game made it just a little bit more interesting, knowing that Simple, when he got those 3 or 4, I think it was 4 in the outside bomb site, just so added an extra level of excitement to it for me, Lauren.
Yeah, he had a fantastic game.
He did.
From start to finish. It looked like Velas Pro took the reins early on, but NaVi turned it right back around. Guardian had a good start once he got the AWP in his hands. Didn't need to be operating at a huge level. Everyone else stepped up too. So NaVi looked pretty decent, to be fair. That T side was incredibly strong as well. It looked like they were going to have the clean run to the end, I thought then, but a couple of rounds went back and forth eventually.
Eventually, yes. Now, you outlined a couple of executes you saw from VP, just 2 smokes that tend to dictate the pace of the gameplay on train.
They didn't do it.
You didn't get what you wanted, did you?
They didn't do it. So this is the thing, they're a team with a lot of depth, right? That's just one of the many moves they have. We saw at the major, one of their moves was deciding to go double AWPs on the T side, which is pretty unusual, right? So they like to try a lot of different things. It didn't actually pan out for them here. One thing I want to note with the way that NaVi approached the game, on the CT side early, it looked like they were giving Simple freedom to just play spawn-based. You know, it didn't work for them. That's when they were struggling, and then they kind of went back to their normal hold, won a lot of rounds in a row. Something that I thought was interesting as well, on that T side, Simple seemed to be not the lurker, but he's the person who's active on the map on his own. They're just like, hey, Simple, you go over here and do whatever you want. The 4 of us will go as a pack. And he's getting frags and opening up the round for his teammates. So I thought that was interesting. And especially that last round we just saw, there was a nice little adjustment on the fly, right? They did the set smokes, Henry was touching on it. Edward got out Pop Dog, made it to the bomb train, didn't see anybody. Somebody from Virtus Pro had pushed up close T-mid. They saw nothing. They went, okay, well, this is clearly a fake. So the VP guys were just sitting back behind the smoke, waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, Edward just sneaks in, goes behind, grabs a frag, Simple joins him, holds off connector, and that's the round. It was good to see.
Yeah, and I've got to say, you know, the things that Simple does come out with sometimes sound quite arrogant, cocky on Twitter. You saw the reply, obviously, earlier to that from Pasha. But for me, a player in his position, you have to play these kind of confidence-based roles where he's the one making the plays happen. He kind of has to believe in his own hype as such, you know what I mean? He has to be willing to take these kind of risky routes as such, take kind of risks that don't always pan out if you're not going to hit a ridiculous shot, which you can almost depend on him to do sometimes. He was so on point. So many times it came down to him, like him and Snacks in that 1v1. The amount of clutches that went back and forth between them. Simple eventually won out in a couple of them, but Snacks still looked pretty good in those. But yeah, I think Cobble's going to be absolutely phenomenal between these two.
Yeah, we keep referring to this tweet. I know some new people have joined us. We can bring it up. This is exchange that was between Simple and Pasha at the start of the day. In fact, I say start of the day, it was actually very close to game time. Saying that 7 a.m. Jesus, they were up early, getting ready to practice. But you can see Pasha just respond, you will faster destroy your team than us. Well, NaVi, they have conceded the first map over on Train. And actually, we can bring up Simple's stats as well. It does sound like he's done a spectacular job, not only bringing NaVi victory, but also riding high on the scoreboard as well. I think we took a look at that. He was well over the 20 mark. You can see.
Oh. KD's not.
That
exactly
would have been from, because we had to change some stuff around. So yeah, they're not hugely accurate, but that's all right. We just going to say he had a fantastic game because he did.
I can tell you exactly how he did. Can I?
You trusting HLTV?
I don't know why I tried that.
Yeah.
No, I tried.
No, silly. That's what you get.
I will be credited for trying. You know, sometimes that's all that matters is you tried. And of course, we're going to be seeing VP try to claw things back on that second map. To Cobblestone we venture, and a map that I'm sure anybody that thinks Virtus Pro and thinks Cobblestone will have well, have not forgotten what we got to see from them at the major, as well as NaVi, of course, not forgetting 2 of their 3 wins.
Crazy on it. Yeah.
This is going to be good, right? The scene is set. Both teams have done damage on Cobblestone. Just a couple of words, Lauren, of why we should be enjoying.
Quick reminder, it wasn't even the likes of Simple who went off in that map during the major. It was Edward, it was Flamey, those sort of guys. So this is the combined force of NaVi on this map. So if these guys turn up, we could see something actually phenomenal on this one.
Well, NaVi took Train. A lot of people anticipating that to be where VP did the damage. And now we venture to Cobblestone, where NaVi are going to look to replicate some of the success they found over in Atlanta. We'll be back after the break to guide you through the action.
challenge. One quick kill and a nade. All of FaZe's...
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh? Ugh.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
It's time for our second map here, and our second day, Virtus Pro have to bounce back now after conceding the loss over on Trainer Map. Anticipating big stuff from the polls, but it did seem like NaVi and Simple in particular did exactly what was necessary. Now it's Cobblestone, and I'm joined by Chad Birchall and Lauren Pansy-Scott to analyze a little bit more about where this one is going. Cobble. We ended our conversation with Lauren setting the scene oh so beautifully by stating that this is a map that NaVi have done damage on, and not necessarily the usual candidates. You started listing names that we don't necessarily expect to be seeing, bringing in the influential rounds and, of course, picking up the frags as well. You listed Edward at the top of your list.
And, yeah, Edward had a stellar performance during the games, at least, specifically at the Major.
Sure.
And let's bear in mind, they played it twice and only lost 9 rounds in total. One was to NaVi, one was to Mousesports. Combined, they've lost rounds. 9 was it. Like, they were very, very dominant.
Yeah.
NaVi, you could argue, didn't have a phenomenal performance throughout the Major, neither did Mousesports. I guess that's where a lot of people kind of looked at the group stage and went, is it really as impressive as it looks on paper? But NaVi were always quite known for some of their Cobble plays. You know, that T-side that everyone used to quite enjoy. There was a lot of things to look at on that. But for me, yeah, Edward and Flamey were the two. Flamey being the rock. It's something that you always went to initially when talking about him, and it came very, very true. And I'd say as well, Simple being that little bit of flair on top of it really combined very, very well on this one.
I remember when we were talking about Navi's Cobble at the start of their stint with Simple, and you were very critical of them forcing Simple to play positions you didn't like. I remember you were saying that Guardian was getting lost, Simple was on plat when he shouldn't be, and there was a lot of conflict. And now they seem to have really rounded it out and polished all those.
The issue was their CT side. There were 3 big issues at that point. They had Guardian at the A-bomb site, being the solo player.
That's right.
They had Seized playing now the drop rotator, and he looked lost because it was a very new position for him. And they had Simple, the guy playing towards B with the AWP. Now, Simple, you don't want to really get him standing still too much, and B, you have to like wait and hold lines. The swap they made was with Simple and Guardian. They've swapped the bomb sites, and now Simple has more freedom. He can do what he wants. You know, it's a much better position for him, and they've had a lot of success. With what Lauren was talking about, they played their CT side both times, I believe, at the Major, and it was very, very strong. You know, we haven't seen a lot of their T side, so this has shown that they've fixed up what some people consider the weaker side on Cobble.
Well, I mean, we saw a spectacular CT side from Virtus Pro as well over at the Major. Quarterfinal versus North. I'm sure this will be ringing some bells for you guys, whereby they went down 12-3, moving into the defensive side of Cobble, arguably the harder side, and proceeded to win that game 16-13. Like, I mean, that's just a statement in itself that we've got 2 teams that have done big things on Cobblestone over in Atlanta at that Major.
And that was Pasha as well, a name that you don't often... I know it sounds weird to say that, but again, he's starting to come back towards, you know, very much a forefront here. We didn't see exactly a massive display in the last game just now, but he really went off there, and everyone kind of started to turn their attention going, is Pasha coming back to form? Is this the Pasha we want to see? And again, I hope that this kind of comes into what this match could be here, because it could be very one-sided. NaVi could turn up and Simple goes off. He pretty much just 4 1s on their CT side. Simple can literally solo out A all on his lonesome. Occasionally gets help from someone if he really needs it. And then if Virtus Pro crumble, it's still online VP at the end of the day. I don't know where to put them sometimes. You look at them offline, it's a completely different picture still, or at least so far. I want to see a little bit more from them now.
Okay, I mean, Astralis broke their semi-final curse. Maybe VP can break their online curse coming into 2017. It's the year of curse breaking, or perhaps some curses will be formed. We'll find out how this does go down. I need names, though. So far, so good for one of you. You had the split desk. Lauren, what are you thinking this time?
NaVi.
You are painting the picture for NaVi. She's going to swap sides. Are you doing the same, Chad?
I'm still going to go with NaVi, yeah.
Oh,
stick with him.
Has he got a team shirt under there?
I should do. Hook me up.
Yeah, I just tried to look under your shirt. Fantastic stuff. Okay, it is. You'll be interested to know that is just skin under there. We are going to go ahead and head over to your casters. Talking of skin, we've got a skin head for you. It's none other than Henry G and Spot, his co-caster at Sado.
And speaking of curses, Alex, I'm sure we'll get a few of those with you hosting. We came very close yesterday, and I'm predicting we'll get one before you are done.
What are you alluding to?
Cursing?
Oh,
language.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Okay. I was like, what's going on there?
All right, hang on. I
wasn't at the desk when you did that. I don't remember everything you talked about.
Yeah, you don't pay attention. I get it.
I just remembered what you meant.
It's fine. We get on fine without you as part of our broadcast. We'll continue that way, apparently. Virtus Pro NaVi, we go to Cobblestone. They painted it well by saying the 12-3 comeback north. Majesk, 29 kills against VP in the first half while he was playing on CT, and then they come out short.
Yeah, the T side for VP looked phenomenal there. They never give up, so resilient. But you have to say, Chad pointed out quite nicely as well, NaVi had massive problems at CT side when this lineup was first formed. They seem like they've rectified a lot of that now, and we'll see whether they continue that form. They pick up the first map, and it was Simple saying he's going to destroy them tonight. He just sent out another tweet as well saying he's going to continue the reckoning as we go into Cobble here as well. It will be NaVi, and they've got a Superman purchase in the form of Edward. He's got a Tech 9 and body armor, and 3 sets of armor accompanying him, and it's going to be Seized, who's the player who dropped over the Tech 9. He's got a smoke as well. Most teams go for the A split here, smoke towards that connector, focus on the drop-down zone, and we'll see whether that comes into fruition as Seized looks to be lining up that smoke, but Snax, he's aggressive towards middle, and he takes on that first player, throws a cat among the pigeons there.
What an amazing opening shot as always. Back away ever so slightly. Seized just trying to find Snax. The problem is that bomb, as you mentioned, Snax having that down, that's so much to work with. It pulls all the plans of NaVi away. They've got to go back over toward it. And VP's actually going to play an interesting mind tactic on this. They're going to back off that bomb just enough to lure them into Taz, who picks up another kill. They can get it, but this is giving them information. Neo pops out. They allow them to walk up mid. Snax backs away to bait them toward their teammates. Tech 9, Edward, you've got to hit a kill with it, and you will. Calm down, Matt. As Simple hits Pasha, it opens things back up, but he's now left alone to race toward the bomb as well. They know that's still down toward mid, and Simple's got to beat them toward it. He's got Snax in his sights, but he's got that Glock down to 4 bullets left already. That's it. As he fires away 20 to get him in that position. He's gone back for more. That time he'll hit Snax. Knows where the second is on Bialy, who has to be very careful. Head still showing, but he'll get the headshot and turn over the top of the rock very close as he hits 54 HP.
That's just the classic example of the CT showing aggression there at the start of the round. Snax especially towards middle, shutting down any tactic that NaVi had in mind. He goes, pushes through the mid doors. It's an audacious play, definitely high risk / high reward, but it pulls off as he manages to get that first kill. Like I said, sees having that smoke towards connector. He throws it, and just as he actually lets go of the smoke, that's when the push comes in. They have to stop the tactic in its tracks, and it will be VP picking things up. Comes down to a 1v1, but still, interesting enough, Virtus Pro not picking up a single rifle here in the second round. They've got an array of SMGs, a P90 and Taz, very good with that weapon, 3 UMPs, and Pasha with the MP9. There is going to be a force buy in return from NaVi. Tech 9s, P250s, a couple of smokes as well. But we'll see what they bring to the table here. For now, there will be one player towards the A side of the map. That's Guardian holding towards top and middle, and his teammates will be looking towards A. I think this will be similar to what we were anticipating the pistol. That's smoke towards the connector area, and then maybe going towards drop down. There's the smoke towards connector, and they will indeed go for the edge spread at this point.
Ooh, lovely shot in return. Flamito into Bialy, works well for pistols. It Snax to hold off the connector. Simple's got the shot on him, 3 HP, in a 3 versus 3. Watch that flame. One careless step, and the big toe would burn him alive. As Guardian tries to find exactly where the player out toward A has burrowed himself into. Taz evading him at this point in time. Taz normally the one to hold off the backside of window as well, so keep that in mind when guns come out. We've seen Snax go there to start it, similar to how we saw Pasha playing B on the pistol round on their CT side of train. So there's dynamics in the works for VP, as they have the man advantage with Taz on a P90. Guardian doing what he can on a P250. P2000, PP Bison. Para, as it used to be known. Do you remember the Para, like the Negev?
Yes, it used to be called the Para. We didn't have 2 of those in other iterations. We have 2 options of machine guns now.
I think I've got all the P guns. Doesn't matter, VP. There's a P. He's going to take down Seized. They'll follow it up as Taz gets Guardian. If I've missed any of the guns that start with P, tweet me.
Good to know. Pause comes in, though. A chance to catch our breath. This will be a technical pause. We did have a couple of those on train as well. Like I said, it is an online game, so a little bit of issues here. And will be another eco for NaVi at this point. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of VP. An interesting buy. No rifles at all in that second round, especially when you know the force buy is very likely to come in. So we'll see what happens here. Going forward, it is going to be that redundant buy. And MP9, UMP, and P90.
For the record, MP9 does not count because it doesn't start with P. And if anyone says pump shotgun, that's not what it's called.
Who would say
you're both shotgun? Wrong. Whoever's going to tweet me those names.
Nova, yeah. No, definitely not a pump shotgun, although I guess you know exactly what they mean when they say it. Anyway, no bomb planted at all yet for NaVi, so they will be eco this round. Should be a 3-0. I said that with bated breath. You never really know as CS goes. Some crazy things have happened with Glocks in the past. We've seen it a few times recently. But at this point, Virtus Pro, Bialy and Snax trying to invest into this round. They've got $4,200, and yeah, it's going to be Snax. We have the M4 there. The first rifle's been purchased. But at this point, Taz, P90 definitely viable going forward. Same story for the UMPs as well. It's that MP9 on Pasha. He'll try and get as many frags as he can. He'll probably be quite aggressive this round. He's not too scared to lose it. If he gets 1 kill and dies, that's absolutely fine, as long as they secure the round at this point.
Well, the play it thus far from NaVi is conservative because round 3, no bomb plants. They'll hold out with just the pistols, no armor. Taz again with a P90. That's going to work his way down in toward the danger room. Backs away as he clears his initial peek toward bottom of mid. Doesn't want to leave himself isolated either so that the gun gets stolen away from him as Flamey. He starts to look up toward long as well with the P250. Siege is out drop quite quickly on this. If they don't realize, okay, they've got it, they've spotted it. I was gonna say, if they don't realize it, he could catch off the M4 in the hands of Snacks, but they've heard him go down, so Snacks turns around aptly. They do catch Taz in the end. It will give them the MP9 to work with. Flamey's the one to hold it, but he's very low on HP as Edward picks up their only kill. After the subsequent first on Taz as he was isolated, Edward good shot on the Deagle, I will say, but again, it's gonna be Virtus Pro picking up the round. That time they lose 3 though, so decent force of reinvestment. And Pasha was not able to grab another gun out of that. They were too far removed from his position, so he stays with the MP9. Question is, does he stay with the MP9?
All things considered, that was a reasonably good round for NaVi. Only had Glocks and PT50s, managing to pick up 3 kills. But all for naught, really. You can see Virtus Pro still have a plethora of cash as we go into round number 4 here, the first real gun round. Pasha, the only player with an AWP. Guardian unable to bring that weapon to the first gun round here. So they will be with the 5 AK-47s. Looking like they'll be focusing towards drop down once again. Always a controversial point of the map. Very difficult to hold this one off. It's going to be Bialy, though. He's only got the MP9 to hold his position, so let's see what he can do here as the flashbangs come in.
NaVi gets the first shot from Flamey on the way down drop, but Neo holds fast inside of the E-box room. Unfortunately for him, he's overwhelmed. There was far too many, and Edward gets the kill back. Look at Pasha. Snapping to the right, back to the left, catches off Edward, and it's just Seized that's left to best him, but unfortunately for Seized, he's facing unfavorable odds. 50-50, you might call it, 1 versus 2. Problem is it's less than that when you consider trades. Is Seized, waiting for it, has the first shot line up but can't land it. Snacks will prevail at 4-0 for Virtus Pro, as again their CT side. They mentioned it in the comeback situation. Well, they get to start there this time, so it's looking formidable once more.
It was Bialy holding that drop down area with the MP9. Can't find a kill, but Neo, strong as ever, finds 2 kills, pulls his incendiary out, but just slows him down long enough there, gets good information, as you pointed out. Pasha doing some stellar work there with the AWP, flicking around that B-bomb site, finds a couple of frags, shuts down NaVi, and it will be 4-0 at this point. It will be now a partial investment from NaVi. They're going to be a maximum loss bonus to go into the next round, and maybe just a little B-rush here, some misthrown flashbangs, but that's not going to scare them off as they rush in towards the B side.
Neo does get one in return with his UMP. Neo waits for another to wrap around. Smoke on the left side allows him to transfer onto the statue with bomb, but it won't allow the plant because Neo's in prime position to shut it down. Flamey Tech-9. Could you say Flamey's flaming with the Tech-9? Because he gets 2 kills with it. I'd say he's a little bit close to on fire, but it's going to be Edward that wraps back around to find Snacks. And again, he obliterates his opponent. 1 versus 1, though. The rounds are coming close, which is going to keep the economy quite honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent reinvestment for Virtus Pro, but still they get the 5-0 on the CT half here. They're looking strong. Comes down to another 1v1. Edward certainly had the chance there. A window of opportunity towards connector, but Snacks pulls out the M4, takes his head off. And we get to round number 6. No AWP once again. So Guardian still yet to frag in this first half. He's on 0-5 right now. Hasn't brought out that AWP, so struggling slightly, but still very early days. As we get into this one, no AWP available for Virtus Pro for the reasons we just pointed out. Lots of close rounds being exchanged. So 5 rifles for Virtus Pro, and they are lacking a little bit here. They do favor towards this A area. Snacks especially, always very aggressive towards long A. Does take a little bit of a challenge there, but Edward just hiding as he takes his position around the corner. So just holding up now for any CT aggression will be the terrorist. As you can see, the boost comes in. Bialy, he's so good in this tree position. We've seen it time and time again. He locks down, gets multiple frags in this position. Pasha normally baiting him in as well. As you can see, that's perfect. Pasha shows his presence. He's going for 1 kill. He'll drop down, allow Bialy to go to the spray down after he's taken the attention away.
Flamey with... Was it a Molotov throw? I think it was just a nade. It was. Trail to no end. As they try and distill Neo from position on the defensive side of the drop room. It's Bialy that's close by, so they have changed it up slightly because Taz, unlike Cologne, Midsummer, and previous Pro League endeavors, Season 4 in particular, is not playing toward that window room and connector. He's playing A, complementing Snacks' position, so they've got something up their sleeve, perhaps, in terms of strategy and teamwork. Pasha gets on top of the box as well. There's smoke down. He can't find the angle, and Simple slips in undetected. So a risky play from Pasha to try and get an advantage with the smoke down. Doesn't work out. It costs him in the end, but they recover well as Bialy gets 1 more from tree before going down. Bomb. It's dropped inside of the site, and Guardian obliterated by Snacks means a long way remove is seized, but his timing's right to come out from drop. They don't expect him to be there, and another 1v1 that's won by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's so frustrating for NaVi at this point. They're getting equal exchanges throughout, but they just can't find this round. This time it's Virtus Pro to find round number 6.
This is reminiscent now of New York, when this map was extremely one-sided for Virtus Pro, but it was all clutches. It was all close rounds that left it very exciting, and NaVi were always on the losing side of that. They're same position here.
Well, they're on the cusp of breaking Virtus Pro. They know it. That maximum loss bonus. They're finding frags as well, so they can buy AK-47s. Problem is no utility to go with it. But this could be the round. You can see UMP and Bialy. And back towards B we go. They are finding the exchanges there and the frags required, so why not keep going with it. Pasha aggressive once again, seeing if a player jumps through the smoke, and it could happen. They're in front of him, and he gets that first kill, takes down Simple. Oh, gets 2 as well. This is another round going in favor of VP.
Cheeky. Not bad from Pasha. It's got the silencer as well. No Tracers giving up. Molotov on the inside of the smokes. No one to push through. As NaVi will back away. Pop flash down over top of drop.
Yes, the problem with this round as well, before those close rounds, they were finding frags. Obviously get $300 per kill with the AKs there, but they're not getting that this round. They pretty much have to eco go into the next round. A partial buy, of course, is obviously an option, but they want to get guard on that AWP. He hasn't had it once yet. I'm not sure he's posted a frag yet. Okay, he's got 2 now, so got into the game at least, but we need him to pick up the AWP, open up the map for them, slow things down a little bit, because right now they keep force buying and they're just getting very unlucky at the very last hurdle here in these clutches. So if they get a couple of frags here, that would certainly help us keep applying the pressure to the economy of VP. But Snacks, there it is. That's the first frag, and they got to capitalize here and see if they can get towards the A-bomb side.
Taz as well playing top of the A platform, is spotting over the hut. He's got the shot on seized. Bomb dropped as a result. Guardian now in a 1 versus 4, the most one-sided round we've had in a while, but let's not get ahead of ourselves because Guardian's got 1. Nearly a chance on a slow-crawling Bialy, but look at the X-ray behind the corpse. Either way, he was going down.
7-0, and like I said, that's pretty much the end of the buys for NaVi. Shut down by Pasha once again, aggressive on that upper platform. He hasn't got the orb, so using the smoke to get himself in advantageous positions. And without the Molotov to flush him out of that tight corner, that's when he can really shine. He gets 2 more frags there, and NaVi were not expecting that position. And as predicted, a little partial buy coming in. They get a $3,400 into the next round, so that's fine. So a smoke execution, a wall of smokes, we normally call it towards B, is looking very likely at this point. You're trying to segregate and cut the bomb site in half and apply pressure to the CTs. If you can get the bomb down, fantastic. A real chance to win the round here. But that's the first objective. Get the smokes down, then the bomb, then we'll see what kind of options are available.
Smokes down, full wall, gonna be inside of the B site. Neo has an advantage in it because he has got a gap to get toward Chicken Coop, and that's gonna be bought time by Pasha, because as Neo transitions, he keeps them occupied, and Pasha's able to, or excuse me, Neo's able to pop out there for and take down Edward. He's followed that up with an additional kill onto Guardian, but bye-bye Neo in the end. It's Simple with 1 kill and then a nade to the face, and M4 picked up, and a desperate Jarima trying to get the first round for NaVi, and I say desperate because it's now 8-0, and he was in a 1 versus 3.
Well, we can get a Guardian AWP, but still, it's going to be a rough buy for him, $5,400. It's enough to get the weapon out, but not much to go with it. We can see, I would have said tactical pause at this point would be quite viable for themselves. There's the orb, only gets the body armor. That might not sound like a big deal, but against these M4s on the CD side, that means 1-shot potential there. Makes them almost like AKs at that stage. So he needs to be very careful. But finally, we do have that sniper rifle. It's what NaVi rely on to open up the map. Let's see what they can do here for the first time as we go to round number 9. It's kind of a strange fact there going forward. He gets the AWP. Let's see if he can have some impact now.
Guardian waiting out toward long, but it's Pasha again that seems to prevail toward that B position on the platform more aggressively. He's known to always try and peek it from stairwell, but today he's getting inside of that arch, and it's working out as Bialy holds off window. No seized, he's gotten down inside of the archway, and they had a setup where Pasha and Neo could watch the E-box side. So Bialy covers it. Now Taz will rotate in early to get it toward the window, and as he does so, 4 players favor the B side, perhaps on information that they think they're above drop. It's actually NaVi with 3 out toward A long, setting for execution, but they've been slow about doing so, and that allows a rotation back over to the A side for Bialy, who goes onto the platform. In fact, he's going to play barrels so he can bait them in. Snacks, aggressive, will spot it, but Guardian, better shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure Snacks had to be that aggressive at that point. That's such a 50-50 play. He gets 1 kill, secures the round. If he dies, he's actually given them a chance to win this round now. They will be going for it. 40 seconds remaining, dropping the utility towards Connector and the balcony area as well. This frag decides the round. If Guardian can find it, it's going to be Edward. Now there's a real chance to actually pick up round number 9 here.
Pasha's going to try and push out to catch them off at APC, but inside of the smoke, Edward gets vision from high, and Bialy's gone early. He had to give himself up, but it's going to work out, though, because Guardian can't get the offset in time, and he hits headshots on the last 2.
Like I said, Snacks opening up the window of opportunity there, but Bialy lurking at the back of the bomb site. He goes down to 32 HP at the beginning stages of the round after you find that first frag, and he just wants to make sure he denies the bomb at that point. Gets 2 frags, and like you said, the AWP shot misses. He takes that opportunity to finish it off and gets 4 frags in the round, so very, very well done from Bialy. 9-0 now, a forced by in sorts from NaVi at this point. They've got 3 AKs out, 3 players, make it 4 now, fully invested into this round. It's going to be Siege just for that Tech 9, and he'll have a little bit more money, but it's Guardian once again, who doesn't have the AWP. This is a really difficult round for them. They won't be able to buy next round. 3,400 on top of this. This is getting a little bit desperate. They want to take a breather, tactical timeout, and Snacks once again looking for this first frag, sneaks through the middle doors.
Snacks behind the smoke, but it's found by Edward though. So down he goes, and Virtus Pro, losing early, will pull back again in the hands of Bialy. Bomb dropped again for Taz at bottom of middle. And Virtus Pro could sweep this half if there's no change from NaVi. Keep in mind as well from NaVi's side, they're a T-sided team on this map. They're not commonly getting more than 5 to 6 rounds, 6 at best. On their CT side, this could be just a burnout. As Neo does sweep back to find Edward, I think that almost confirms it. 2 versus 1 NaVi. Best chance for them to win around, and Neo knows bomb's down, waits for the pop flash. 50 seconds, but he's trying to figure out information early. Simple's got to be rotating back from connector. He's aware of it, but how does he try and play this? He considers that long's a possibility. Bomb's going to get scooped up in the meantime, and Neo, he's now lost the slight advantage that he had, but looks away as Simple nearly gets caught off by it. Neo can't line it up, and Simple will get the shot. 9-1 Virtus Pro. They finally could see it around that it's a reset for NaVi with 1 alive.
You can see how close these rounds have been, Matt. It's 9-1. They've won 9 rounds in a row, but it looks like they might actually have to eco here. Here's the replay from Bialy's POV at the back of that bomb site. Fantastic work from him, and that's the shot. Guardian misses the AWP shot there. He capitalizes, but this is testament. We were talking about it before. NaVi have been so unlucky, and so many of these 1v1s. They finally get around it, and look at the buy for Virtus Pro. 2 M4s and 3 pistols. So a chance for NaVi to really get back into this game now. This round heavily goes in their favor. They need to make sure they pick this one up, and this half is still recoverable.
Seems like we've had 9-6 halves for both of our games going on in the first maps. Now Sports, oh, look at this aggression from Snacks. It's Snacks again out toward the long corner. He's so good in that position. Tagged up as Taz behind the bales, but it still works out. As the shot was intended to take Snacks alone, he realized Taz was there, did Edward, but unfortunately couldn't prevail. And bomb over toward B means Bialy has been boosted at drop. With one of the M4s, Taz on the AK picked up now. And you're dead right about the money. It leaves them low, but this is a great start for Virtus Pro. So I was going to point out the similarities between our 2 games. It was 9-6 each half for Nip Mouse Sports in this match in the first one. Good play from Bialy, traded out, but look at Neo getting flamey. It's still an advantage for VP. It's 9-1 here. It's 8-1 on that side of it now, and again for Mouse Sports. So Nip's having a real shocker of a start to the season. As Simple, though, has bomb. He'll get toward the B site.
They really are, aren't they? Well, regardless, Simple now have a chance to win this. No kits available for VP, but they have got the man advantage. Simple now, the world is his oyster. He can set up whatever he likes, and he's won the previous clutch before. Can he do it again and deliver the 9-2? A much-needed round here for NaVi. This will be a full reset if he does not pick this up.
Waiting is Simple, hoping that they'll arrive in the position that he wants them to come from, and it does, but doesn't expect both to be there, and Neo pulls it back. Another very close situation, and VP escape getting ecoed, and we could have left with a 9-6 half if that was something that happened, if NaVi can get momentum rolling and get ops out, but it's going to go 10-1, and now at Virtus Pro, it's going to be an eco against them. They just have to win this out, and they could sweep the rest of the half quite easily. It could go 14-1.
Snacks is such a nemesis towards that long A position. He has his timings. It's down to a T there. He only has the 5-7. He takes down Guardian. He spots a shadow there. You normally point those kind of situations out, those kind of advantageous angles. You can hold and see when T's about to walk around the corner. Problem is, Guardian goes down first. His teammate, I think, was seized, had the smoke in his hand as well. He recovers 1 frag, but Taz, they've got a nice little crossfire set up waiting for them as they run around the corner. They get those 2 frags. The 2 players with the pistols upgrade. And I think this must be a tactical pause coming in. It was a
confirmed.
harsh reset for NaVi there. They only get $1,400 into this round. They know the money's still weak for Virtus Pro, so I think they're going to force into it. At this point, I probably agree with this one. They can get UMPs out and an AK as well. They are going to be lacking utility, but it's a similar story for Virtus Pro. They only have 2 rifles themselves. So another big round, but I still favor the polls going forward.
So it's already back underway. Quick pause. As NaVi will go onto the SMGs, 2 AKs to work with, and Snacks again is going to go toward long a little bit early this time. And I think that was spotted by the 3rd player back. Partially blind was Simple, but I'm not sure how blind, whether or not they saw him. They try and go around the corner. Smoke goes out from Snacks. That isolates Edward, and the other two don't follow up. They just let Edward go down. Now they'll go through. Guardian catches Snacks trying to look for an additional smoke to deploy. And Taz, meanwhile, will burrow himself into the corner, but Seized was aware of that, wrapped around. Flamey gets Bialy, and we might just have something left in the tank from NaVi after all. As it's going to be Neo on top of Balcony as well. Tag taking down Guardian with the kill. Pasha 1 versus 4 bomb. Wide plant at barrels, and does Pasha consider saving here? Because again, there's no money on the VP side. They brought this back.
Yeah, so true. This money situation for both sides has been a bit of a nightmare. But like we said, it was an informed decision to force buy from NaVi. Once again, they know the money's going to be weak. If they can somehow win this round, going towards the A site, it's actually very effective this time. Guardian lights him up with the M4, and it will be seized with the UMP now finding a kill. Just 4 Pasha remaining. Every kill he finds is valuable for the reasons we just stated. So he takes down Guardian, and it will be him left towards drop down. He wants to be saving this M4, but now a chance for NaVi to get a couple in a row, and Seas finds the final frag, 10-2. Like I said, this game certainly still isn't over. So Matthew, can you give us a little report on the NIP game? You said it was a bit of a nightmare going on.
It's the same score essentially as over here. They're a round behind. It's 9-2.
Okay.
For Mouse Sports. My boy Lowell, I was going to pick up Speedy this week. I was going to be kind of ironic and pick up all the low-end players in terms of money that you spend in fantasy for the ESL fantasy. It's 10-2 now, so it is the same. I picked Lowell. I didn't go with Speedy. Both those guys are leading the board, so Lowell's killing it for me. Forrest, he's 2-9. That's going to hurt me.
Yeah, that'd be a bit of a nightmare at the moment. But let's get back into this one. It's a full eco for Virtus Pro. About time as well we saw a full eco in this game. It will be USPs and just 1 PT50 purchased for VP. So NaVi just want to keep all 5 players alive. You can see them sticking together. They know the money's almost non-existent. So stick together. Make sure you refrag it. Don't give anything away. Treat this like a proper gun round, which they are right now. They'll take quite a lot of damage though. Getting a bit hairy as Snacks finds a kill, but quickly rectified. The rest of the NaVi squad strike. There it is. It finishes off 10-3. 10-5 would still be okay, Matt. But like you said, NaVi famously do have troubles on their CT.
He didn't get the AK, did he?
I didn't.
Oh, maybe he did at the end. I didn't catch it. It looked like he missed it. Clicking E as the round ended.
So, 10-3, round number 14.
I have this really cool feature on YouTube though that I can rewind. I can find out.
Yeah, you can actually at any point on YouTube you can pause
Rewind.
the game and
it's like PVR.
Come back to it. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Well, then it's going to be shotguns, but don't let that discredit Virtus Pro. They are so sick of these weapons, especially Snacks towards long A position where he is right now. He is so scary. I always kind of discount him. I always say, it's not going to happen again. Surely not. But he seems to deliver every single time in this position alone. It will be simple on the other side of the map to open things up, but Snacks knows they're coming. Can't find the shot this time. He has been shut down. That should be the round at this point.
Well, should be. Strong words from Henry G as Neo starts to push up toward long B as well. And Virtus Pro, NaVi is going to get the shot back and take down Bialy. In reasonable form as of late, obviously major finalists. Well and truly in the lead here. Neo again flashed off, catches C's dropping down. He may get more as he goes for a fast peek with a flash on Guardian, but Guardian was ready for him to be in the corner and hits the shot. But looking on this form, it's encouraging. Sold out already is Katowice, and I'm sure there's lots of Polish fans in chat who will be at that event. Always awesome to see them playing well in front of their home crowd. Last year, they were on a slump as Guardian closes out against Taz in a 3 versus 1. Last year, they were on a slump in that event. And the fans took a while to get behind them, but with them coming in hot, that's awesome. That's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Well,
one of the best crowds in esports, in my opinion.
That event is always nuts, especially when Virtus Pro get on the main stage as well. The roof gets blown off, and it's a sick atmosphere. I can't wait to go back. So round number 15 comes in. It will be UMPs and a shotgun. So, like I said, NaVi, even though they are 9-1 down, that game was far from over. It looked like the VP were going to run away with it, but still, 10-5, still a winnable scoreline here. There's no reason why. NaVi can give them the same treatment in the second half as well, though, but it still looks very promising for VP. Should be 10-5 with the weaponry they have at the moment. The Snacks, once again, being a nuisance. They're caught with a nade out this time. Shut down. That was their first port of call, NaVi. They've taken him down. Now they can slow things right down. Wait for the reaction. This is it. The boost up towards drop down. But Seized, he seems to be aware of it. And Bialy won't dare stand up in that position.
Oh, flash off.
What?
But Taz, somehow, no monitor, no eyes, no problem. He gets the headshot on Edward with the Season 75. Boosted up again as Bialy, and he catches off Seized. Second time they've done that play. And it works out for VP in this, the round number 15. Double up, set up on the T side as well. How do you pull back from that situation? Well, you've got to do it with Flamey. On the AK-47, Guardian can do it on a pistol, apparently, but Flamey's still looking for kills inside of the site. Passes the one with the shotgun this time. That's a bit far away, and they've pulled this deficit back, in fact, down to a 3 versus 1 now, leaving only Bialy 18 HP. And a flash that goes deep. Could have tagged him up and taken him down to 16. He goes early, double peek, and Simple makes it 10-5. Not bad, all things considered, from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I don't think the scoreline tells the full story at the moment. There are so many close, clutch situations there. Don't take anything away from VP, of course, but Na'Vi certainly within a shot of winning a lot of those rounds. They turned things around, though, forced by an educated decision, I would say, at that point, managing to win one of those rounds of the AKs and the UMPs, pulling it back to a respectable scoreline. Still very possible, and we'll find out whether they can bring this back to a more convincing scoreline in the second half.
Well, things heated up a little bit here toward the latter stages of the first half. Na'Vi able to claw back to make it 10-5, what was 9-1 and 10-2 at a point. Perhaps a chance for them, a better chance for them than what's going on for NiP right now. 13-2, they're about to go 0-4 to start things off. It's pretty abysmal for them, and Mousesport's looking sharp, I have to say, but it's this side that we're keeping our focus on. Big teams, big plays, Bialy holding down the A site from barrels, lots of individualism, and as you say, lots of very close rounds that left things close for economy. And there we go. I like this. We talk about how there's a lack of back and forth banter at LANs now due to professionalism in boxes. We're starting to see it a little bit more in interviews, and now we got Twitter wars, and Simple's right back at it. Yeah. Time to get wrecked.
Banter was a big part of CS, especially in 1.6 and Source. Like, that was a massive part of the game. Like, and now we've got a little bit too professional. Like, there's some players that are stepping outside their comfort zone a bit and actually getting in the faces and trying to show that they're the real men and they're going to actually send out a message. It's kind of cool.
Professionalism quells personality at times. And the big thing, I think an example that I'll use is Formula 1 in the 70s and 80s. You had guys like James Hunt that were wild and loose, and there's a bunch of Danny Helm. There's a bunch of those guys that existed, and now Jacques Villeneuve might be the last of them. Amen to the Canadian. Even he was limited in what he could say with all the PR stuff going on. He seems more vocal now that he's not connected to the sport. So it's funny how none of them want to say boo anymore.
No, it's cool. I think we're slowly getting into our comfort zone in that sense. And it's actually kind of nice to have these type rivalries. Of course, at the end of the day, it's like a boxing match. You have that build-up and banter. They'll always shake hands at the end of it. But it's good to have those kind of interactions before the game and have a bit of fun.
I won't shake your hand.
We're not playing, so that wouldn't make sense. But
I'm always playing, Henry. They call me a player.
Do they? You could have fooled me. It's going to be round number 1 in the second half, and it will be Taz with the Tech 9 and Body Armor, the Superman we've been calling it, and they've got 2 smokes as well on the T side here. They're much needed pistol here from VP. Well, I should say from Na'Vi. The VP are actually fine. They don't actually need it, but of course it certainly helps. And Guardian boosted up towards a drop down here. P2000 in hand, trying to get the first shot. He might have been spotted there. Bialy jumping up, certainly has now. So he wants to fall back at this point. Still going to be challenging for now. And might have outstayed his welcome, but does significant damage towards Snacks.
Guardian's going to rotate off of the position from drop as well and get back toward the B side. They've got an inkling based on this two-man drop position that this is going to be B. They pull both players in A well and truly away from long. They still hit the shots as they try and sell it and walk in from A corner. It's a great shot from Flamey. He goes down immediately after, but it's given Simple space. He's got a headshot on Pasha, and NaVi may just pull his pistol back. We might have a game on our hands because it goes 10-6, and we've got potential to go 10-8.
Absolutely, we do. Well, there it is. Virtus.pro trying to hand towards the A bomb side, but shut down there. Some nice work with the USP towards that A side. It started off with Guardian. Boosted up towards the drop down there. A little bit of a hunting mission. Get some information. Does a bit of damage there. Manages to survive. Funnels them back towards that A side. And everyone starts landing their shots. And that's just what NaVi needed. No bomb going down. Suggests this will be a force buy from Virtus.pro, which it is indeed. Tech 9s, P250s. A couple of smokes here. Try and get the bomb down. Certainly possible to win these rounds, but a much different approach from NaVi. We didn't see a single rifle from Virtus.pro in the second round. This time NaVi, 3 M4s and a FAMAS as well, just 1 SMG, so a complete opposite approach in terms of the second round buy here from the CTs. We'll see if it works out for NaVi. It means you are limited in terms of grenades, and you can see they haven't got a defuse kit as well, but they have a lot of firepower to work with.
Bialy with the Tech 9 at the top of the drop. A little bit of pre-fire. I pre-fire like that too, except for me it's a panic. I'm the guy, Bialy's the guy that sees a tarantula on the wall and he just hits it once and it dies. I'm the guy that hits it once to kill it.
Or put the cup
hits it
over
once to knock, yeah, I hit it once to knock it off the wall, hit it once to kill it, then 3 times in a panic. That's me. It's like, drop room, click. Do what I can. Bialy's a little smarter than that.
Well, it looks like a B-sided approach coming in from VP. Like we said before, wall of smoke's quite common there. Either side of the statue on the bomb site traditionally. Could go for the A-split as well, considering they have players towards drop down, but sees Incendiary dropped at a perfect time there. Actually pushes one player back, and Neo, he's going to go down first to the hands of Edward. So this is looking really good for NaVi now. Edward's patrolling that position, and they have to use a smoke here to take his vision away, but Guardian, he finds another frag. Should be the round secured at this point.
Good shot. Simple catches one in drop, literally dropping down. It's Taz pegged before he lands. But Seized is there to clean up the rest. Bialy and Pasha to go by the wayside. It makes it 10-7 for NaVi. For Virtus.pro, but the last round for NaVi with momentum in their hands. They're going to keep the UMP out. That's dropped over from Simple onto Seized, so he doesn't have to buy much in way of upgrades, just a bit of utility. And Simple will grab a FAMAS.
It will indeed. Well,
the famous FAMAS.
It's a controversial weapon right now. It's been talked about a lot compared to the UMP, of course. It's kind
Thinking that it needs upgrades?
Well, it's just like, does it have a place really in CS anymore? It's not really required. You don't get the kill reward from it. It's a lot more expensive than the UMP, and not that much better. The only thing it has going for it has a lot more range. But if you play the UMP correctly, it can be a more viable purchase in some situations. So, get into this one, pretty of a redundant round. It means nothing really purchased by VP. Stick together, try and rush, overwhelm a CT, even get a couple of kills here and there. That's fine, but Simple, he strikes first with that aforementioned FAMAS, takes down Snacked, and not really much VP can do here. Didn't really strike together, so they have to fall back here and try and recalculate their approach to the A side.
Edward, oh, Simple. Good push down toward Danger. Edward's playing top mid, was going to support that play, but doesn't even need to go that far. Simple gets 2 for 1. Bialy will pull him back, grab the bomb, but it leaves it at 4 versus 2, and they know now they're on the A side with that bomb dropped. So do what you like with the FAMAS. Give it to Neo, why not? Because he's got 100 HP. Remember, that's 100% HP. It's not actually 100 hit points. It's a percentage. There's 400 and, what do we say, 53 hit points in Counter-Strike? As Edward gets both kills, Neo and Bialy to fall. It makes it 10-8.
I'm actually not familiar with that. 53.
There's 153 health, but it's the health bar only shows in percentage.
Really? I didn't know that.
And it shows the damage in percentage as well. So when the op does 453 damage, it's 453% damage.
Wow. Okay. Oh,
I'm making this up, Henry.
Oh, so you're literally just talking garbage?
Yes.
What the hell is he on about? It's like, is he just
You of all
blowing my
people?
mind? Well, to be fair, like I was like, that doesn't sound right, but maybe I.
That's
just didn't
why they
know.
call it 100, because it's a percentage range.
Okay.
It's the same. It's an arbitrary.
Okay.
Whether it's percentage or total, it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, let's get back into it, shall we?
As Bialy again is going to pre-fire same corner at drop, that time with a smoke thrown. He had information on why he wanted to do so. Simple flashes far, but they are up close. So aggression from Simple not paying off, as again NaVi has let the reins off of him and tried to let him go a little bit more loose cannon style this evening. A 2-point game. You can't really blame them for trying something of that nature. He does lead the way as well with 20 kills. In fact, top of the server, but it is Virtus.pro with the man advantage and still a 2-round lead.
5 on 4. Good round for VP so far. It's a little bit of a bonus situation for NaVi. They have got residual cash. Certainly could have upgraded the SMGs there, but Simple goes down first. Plenty of time remaining for the poles, so we'll be holding up, showing presence towards A. You can see that smoke goes towards Connector as well. That's designed to pull some CDs away from the B site. That's currently where the bomb will be as well. That's currently going to be in the hands of Pasha, the Guardian. He's got that orb, and that's going to be the final boss hit towards that B side. He's on the B platform, currently looking towards drop down, and nails that first shot. He's going to have some pressure there from the upper platform as he falls back.
Guardian with the op, falls back at the right time. Lovely shot on Taz, finds, oh, it looked like it was on. Somehow it doesn't hit. Pasha's going to need him in return. And the dead man walking finds a kill against the man who should have easily taken him down, as Flamey now has to prevail and pull this back. Virtus.pro, they'll take the round. He can't do it.
There it is, 11-8. Virtus.pro do pick up the first gun round after going down 3-0. The first half was one-sided affair to begin with, but NaVi brought it back to 10-5, winning a much-needed pistol here, but that gun round goes against them. Not a huge deal, like I said, bit of a bonus round there in terms of they left the SMG in there, didn't necessarily fully commit, so we do have another UMP in the hands of Siege this time, but the op's still going to be rolling with Guardian, but that's the same story now for Snacks as well. He's very deadly on this map on the T side. You see him currently scouting out towards Long A, seeing if anyone wants to get aggressive there, but not going to be happening just yet. So we'll have a look as to Simple is playing, like Chad pointed out. He's currently going to be positioned towards that A side of the map. Very aggressive, very dynamic, and that suits his playstyle down to a T. 1:25 remaining. So Virtus.pro are very good at getting control towards the A side of the map. They can push the CDs back there. Don't necessarily have to execute there. They've just got a very methodical stance of actually getting control of this mid area. That smoke segregates this mid area. Any CDs waiting inside that mid room going to be taken down with the flashbangs. They're clearing everything out. Danger, clear. They're going to have long A control now as well. Options to execute towards A, and they still have a player patrolling towards B as well. That's Bialy. So plenty of options now where they can finish up. Looking likely to be A, but obviously comes down to what they find next.
Simple and Flamey going to set for crosses at the top of the mid position. And that means Edward watches the long corner. Flamey, therefore, is the swing. To play off the information either teammate relays to them, and that's why it works so well, because down at the bottom of mid, the player can't find the kill, but the one at the top does. Somehow still Virtus.pro making a favorable situation for themselves. Oh. As you would have thought the setup favored NaVi. Nice catch, Snacks. Better catch than whatever that guy's name that caught it off the leg in the Super Bowl was. Haha, Atlanta, you lost the biggest lead in the world. Liquid could have done better. As Snacks is going to try and chase down Guardian, who's desperate to save the AWP with the bomb planted. And Pasha's gone the other way around, so either way it goes, he's going to get spotted up. And Guardian, he now knows, as Pasha spotted him, that he's there, but this holds him up to let the teammate walk in from behind. Snacks is arriving on scene. Q right now. Not quite now. And Snacks needed to kill him. I hate it when they ruin my commentary, Henry.
Yeah, that's so inconsiderate of them. Why would they do that? So Guardian does go down in the end. Yes, he had a chance to get another kill there. The Glock, not the best weapon to use in that situation, but he doesn't get punished for it. And it will be VP picking up round number 12 here, and another Rico for NaVi. So tough position to be in here. I'm not sure they're going to invest too much at all. Edward purchases the Desert Eagle there, but that's looked like all they're bringing to the party. Simple, though, of course. He brings a Deagle and head armor as well. I think he had a little bit more cash than the others. He's only going to have 1,300 left over, so 2,400 on top of that. He's going to have a pretty rough buy going forward into that next round. So he seems to do that quite a lot, though. Very confident in his own ability with the Desert Eagle. Certainly can deliver with it, but it means he'll be limited going to the next round, which is a bit of a problem for one of your star players as we go into round number 6 here. It's going to be Neo with the UMP. Snacks back on the AWP himself. Don't really need to commit here. Try and get some intel as to where any stacks may lie, but Edward takes a ton of damage at the start of the round, and they'll be probably if you finish up towards B. Smokes go in, treated like a gun round. We know how powerful the pistols can be in CSGO, and they'll be trying to get that first pick. Pasha leading the charge.
Edward in the new extended cubby, not to be spotted from the hole in the wall, and that's why it works, because Taz gets absolutely annihilated. As Bialy starts to work inside of the site, Seas will take down Neo inside of the smoke with a knife. That's lovely as well. We've seen lots of great things in this round. I like this one. This is one I want to remember. Snacks is going to try and find the shot down the lane toward the back of tree at drop. Can't find it on the second approach either, as Guardian seems to be able to dodge a wrench and a bullet as Bialy looks for an additional shot of the AK-47. No peeking from Seas. He's playing off Guardian's information. He's in red HP. They're hoping to get Bialy, the other two, Snacks as well, down to that in return with the pistols by picking them apart. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. As they limited, but look at that! Limited all you like, Snacks finds both in one shot.
A little collateral there to finish things off. It got a bit scary towards the end there.
None of those games.
No, he's certainly not. I'm sure we'll catch up from his POV momentarily. But Snacks whiffs a couple, but gets 2 for 1 in the end. So nice work from him. 13-8. Virtus Pro in touching distance now of pulling a map back after losing Train. It will be a mixed bag of buys, I should say, in terms of NaVi's approach. UMPs, they have got the orb once again, but still going to be a rough situation for them. Pasha with the orb this time. Very diverse team, of course. Boosting up towards that upper platform, just trying to boost up that little box and jump over any smoke that may be on the other side. But Guardian this time, he'll be a little bit more passive. He's holding towards the chicken coop. Flashes in, might go a little bit more aggressive, but Pasha's waiting for him, though. Needs to be very careful here.
Waiting still is Guardian for an opportunity at long. Ball, meanwhile, over toward bottom of middle. And it's Snacks that starts to approach from the long corner. They're going to double up the bottom side of mid as well and then clear out danger. All three will head out toward that long corridor for an execution potential. Smoke's likely to go to door. And then, ooh, Pasha, good hit on Guardian. I would expect that's going to pull off rotations, but one to go drop. They're going to go 2 on platform. So now the bomb's going to hold up to see what else the players at B can find.
That's why that position is so good. You're not necessarily peeking, you're waiting for a tell from the CTs, like a flashbang like that. Then you face as soon as the flashbang pops, the CT's going to be not necessarily scoped to that position, but here it is. Seas recovers it. He gets a UMP kill, takes down Pasha and gets the AWP back in his hands. The secondary AWP for NaVi, and Simple now up against the A-bomb side.
Oh, shots back in from Neo, though, and down goes Simple. It's Neo to follow up. Now they take that back. It's Bialy to follow up as Flamey gets the shot. Edward falls to Snacks. Everyone chiming in to get the team ace. Taz needs to find Seized. He's hunting, but he's gone the wrong direction. Colder. Colder. Warmer. 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 Taz can hear me. I knew he was cheating. As they try and hunt down Seized with an AWP, looking to save that, but it's going to go 14 rounds for Virtus Pro, 8 only for NaVi.
Yes, this is looking pretty rough now. In terms of loss bonus, 4th stage, that's not really enough to buy on the CT side. So, after this round, $2,900. Seas desperately needs to save this AWP. VP definitely well within their rights to hunt him down. And Neo with a stellar shot to finish things off there. 2 kills for him in total. And there's some really pinpoint accuracy coming in from VP that round. Everyone contributing, almost a team ace, as you pointed out. And now this is make or break time, really, for NaVi. Not going to take that tactical pause. Going to have to force into this round, I think. CZ's, head armor, grenades. Not an ideal situation to be in. 1 round away from match point. May I just remind you, Pro League works in a way it's not a series necessarily. Yes, they play 2 maps, but both maps contribute towards the league. You can actually tie it up and have 1-1 for the night, but it was NaVi to run away with things on Train, and now VP pulling it back on Cobble. And looking like they'll close things out convincingly as well, as Pasha once again waits towards upper platform. That smoke designed to take his vision away. He misfroze the Molotov, but you know what? That actually works out quite nicely for him. He wanted to throw that deeper, but it lands in front of his smoke. It means he can't be overwhelmed. So in a roundabout way, that's actually perfect. Or even though he did a misthrow there. That's kind of cool.
Oh, shots coming through. Edward gets Taz down as he lays right in front of him inside of that smoke, and Seized getting Bialy. Watch Seized looking for more drop because he's got an AK at his leisure, but Pasha catches off Guardian and thinks he's clever to sneak in behind. It doesn't quite work out. Neo as well pulling it back for Virtus Pro, looking for the 15th round. Discipline as well to tap away, but poor timing on the smoke. I mean, Simple will pull it back to an even situation that's winnable, 2 versus 2. But inside of the B site, bomb already planted. Simple still over on A. Smoke going to door. That's going to confirm to Seized that, yes, in fact, I've got company. Will you please come to my help? Please aid me, Simple. And Seized doesn't wait long enough for Simple. And I think he's going to have to... what's the money? Because right now, they're going to have a bonus against them, but just go for it at this point in time. They're not going to have enough money to buy it up. It's a 1 versus 2. He's got a kit. UMP's decent enough, but looks the wrong way to start it off, and it's going to be 15 rounds.
Yeah, they have enough to buy with this one with the maximum loss bonus. It's a reasonable buy, but now they need 7 rounds in a row on the CT side. And as you kind of pointed out at the beginning of this game, famously NaVi known to be weak on the city side. I think that was kind of rectified at the major. I don't think we can really say that anymore. They looked much stronger on this map overall, but still, this is going to be very difficult indeed. It's going to be Virtus Pro on this T side with 1 round to take the second map here. It will be round number 9. So Guardian back on the AWP. No kits available. They're going to have to go with something a little bit more aggressive here. Guardian boosted up. Looks like he get his first kill, but denied. And Bialy with a hell of a shot there to take him down.
Bialy tries to find more than that as well. He's been feeling out that position to drop to try and find those options and availabilities the entire match, and finally get something working. Taz as well is going to take two as he finds the boost, catches off Edward, and we may have the writing on the wall because this is a task too tall as Simple gets down toward the ramp. He's going to shrink himself into the corner perhaps and try and hold them off, trigger discipline, but he's spotted up for the bottom of middle. I would have taken the clean shot first before he turns back to try and find the other player shooting at him. It's one to go seized. Pre-fire at the window. Tags up Bialy, but that's just going to draw everyone toward him, and Bialy just waits. I think they're well aware. Sees, pulls the knife as if to say, let's have some fun. But it's all done. It's VP. They strike back 1-1. These two split for the evening.
Yeah, they're actually 9-1 up there on the first half, looking incredibly strong. It was a difficult one to tell. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't paint the full picture here. There were lots of 1v1s there. NaVi unlucky with the economy. They pulled it back to 10-5. They win the pistol in the second half, but VP looking tremendous there on the second map. Some really great individual performances, especially from Pasha and Snacks as well, who always do well on this map.
Always do indeed. We'll send it back over to the desk. We've got more games coming up for the evening. I'm sure they want to talk about this one as well. I definitely want to hear it. Alex, Chad, and Lauren.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, the series split, and almost unpredictably so. Expecting to see NaVi succeed on their map Cobble, and indeed it did seem to be vice versa. VP this time going to take this one and split the series. Another one for NaVi, so going 2-2 currently in the standings. I said that with conviction, and I'm right. Yeah, you hear the giggle of Lauren. We'll start with you. We're seeing VP pick this one up, and especially, I mean, the CT side, a side that VP have notoriously claimed to be their weakest, and they start with double digits.
Well, the thing for me as well is we finally got to see what NaVi brought on that T side. You didn't get to see much of it at the major.
True.
And it didn't look all that great, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, I say that. I think VP just looked very good. And Alex, do you know what? You look very good.
Thank you so much. The Vision Mixer is in love.
You just want that close up.
That was nice. I like that.
We enjoyed that.
Intimate.
I wish we had a zoom. There probably is a zoom function.
Oh, here we go again.
Can we give them a little bit of a nip peek then?
I'm not sure what that was about. Chad didn't like that at all. Disgusted. No. But you know what cheered you up was the CS, because that was much sexier than I.
VP looked flat to me in the first game, and in this one they slam dunked it really. Like look, NaVi were running into that B-bomb site constantly. You know, they wanted to hit that site a lot earlier. It didn't work for them. Eventually, they won around and broke the economy, and then managed to string 4 together. I think it was at the end there, which was really good. You know, it looked like they stabilized, and 5 rounds on the T half. It's not terrible, especially after being down 9-0.
I'm sorry, it's just I can hear Mitch constantly in my ear. It's making me giggle.
What's he saying?
Just wandering around the studio. It's very funny.
He's lost.
Carry on. Apologies.
We just got an update from the Mouse Sports game. It sounds like Mouse Sports just won.
That's good. Good for them.
Now, he's in the ticker beneath.
Fantasy.
Matt has lots of fantasies. We won't explore those.
Yeah, the specific maybe league that we've got going.
That
I
one,
guess.
yes.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, no. Mouse Sports versus Astralis. Okay, yeah, he is very happy with his current. I mean, it is week 1. Let's not go crazy. And you can see what is coming up next. We have, of course, North versus Fnatic. We'll be talking about that, as will Mitch, as he's currently talking to himself, walking around the studio, and Lauren, for some reason, can hear it. Wonderful.
I was going mental.
Like, why? That's not my inner voice. This is someone else's inner voice I'm hearing. We haven't done too much analysis on this one. Just want to get a couple of points, any extra points hit regarding this. VP winning Cobblestone. This is, Chad, if I asked you for like VP's kind of strength on maps, would you feel confident and kind of have the conviction to put Cobble up there in the top 3?
Definitely.
Yeah. So would you put Train, Cobble, and +1? Is that kind of where it stands at the moment? I mean, Dust 2's just been removed, right? So VP's map pool just got stronger.
Yeah, people say that, but Inferno wasn't like, it was a good map for them, but it wasn't like hugely successful.
No, it wasn't a Cobble. It wasn't a Train.
Yeah, like they're able to play it. They wouldn't ban it like with Dust 2 and stuff, but it wasn't one of their go-tos, and there were better teams than them on those maps. Whereas Cobble and Train, you could say they're probably some of the best in the world at that.
And I'm trying to think of the third. What are we saying? Like Overpass? We've seen incredible stuff from them on that. Lauren, anything else to put in the top 3?
Overpass pretty
good.
Maybe Nuke.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. I just feel they're good on most maps. That was the thing. They've always been pretty good, and they excelled at a few recently. So.
Well, we have seen good stuff from them already today on both Train and Cobble. We'll conclude things there for our first series of the night, and another one for you to get little look forward to. Yes, indeed. North and Fnatic. A little look forward. That's going on Twitter. There we go.
Thanks, guys.
I love their clips they're doing at the moment, where it's just like,
really useful
what's
content.
your prediction? NaVi. All right, we're heading in the game. And we are going to do so after the break. In fact, North versus Fnatic is going to be coming to your screens in about 5 minutes' time. We get to see new North, new look North. AZ is joining the roster. What happened to me? He is going to be joining the roster, and alongside that, we get to see new look Fnatic. The same Fnatic that lifted trophies. Old look, exactly. Chad summons it up much better. Old mate says old look. We'll find out after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! 2 headshots in a row. Fnatic's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Fnatic!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for him. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for you know, all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back in line of room. Epic spraying them down. He decimates Tempo Storm. Second fire, and they line up again. Cole, 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick on plays. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All the phases.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League, and of course, welcome back to my little corner here. We're about halfway through the night, and I just want to take a chance quickly to keep you guys up to date on the results happening on our second stream. It was NIP going up against Mouse Sports, and a very slow start to the season it has been for NIP. 8-16 was the scoreline on Dust 2, and then 10-16 was the scoreline on Train. Mouse Sports are all over them like white on rice. Not a great start for the Swedes, and I'm sure their fans will hope to see them improve going through, but Mouse Sports are looking a little sharper. Now, before we jump into our next game, of course, it is going to be North versus Fnatic. We do have a little pro tip to share with you from the map of Cobble.
Hey Future Pros, prone to getting pwned on cobblestone? A site been overthrown, you left all alone? Well, here's a flash that could get you out of the danger zone. To do this, jam yourself into this corner and crouch down. Aim at this incredibly distinct dark spot and throw the flash full strength. It's certainly a noisy flash, but the lineups are easy and consistent.
That's helped me out, Alex.
You feeling educated there?
Yeah, that's helped me.
That was fantastic. That was our observer with another brain-melting and complex pro tip. So keep your eyes on that one. It will probably take you a fair few hours. Of course, he is a trained professional, no strangers to mouse and keyboard in CS himself. But that flashbang can get you out of, what did he say? A danger zone.
Rush is making me blush.
It was good. I loved it. Yeah, of course, you'll see him navigating you through the next game, which is coming up, Fnatic versus North. New face on the desk. We have Henry Greer.
Oh, my God.
He's back, ready to go.
Yeah, about that. You're wearing my old jacket. You're wearing my old jacket, Henry, because we forgot
It's
shirts.
the itchiest jacket I've
It's
ever worn in my
horrible, isn't
life.
it?
What is this?
This is real.
I've got a rash on my neck from wearing this. This is awful. Please let me take it off.
It says it's real tweed, but I don't think tweed
Mate,
feels like that.
If tweed is made out of this should stop being produced ever. So let's end this right now.
Yes, but something that shouldn't stop being produced is fantastic Counter-Strike, and hopefully we're going to be getting it today because rosters. That's basically what we're going to be talking about here. Yes, there's maps, yes, there's strats, and, well, not necessarily for one of the two, but we are going to be talking about Fnatic and North. We start, I believe, with the most recent announcement, that is, of course, North. Just quickly, I want to touch on that one because it hasn't been necessarily mentioned enough on the stream. Mr. AZ.
Mr. AZ indeed. He's been like the mercenary for the Danish team for the last couple of years, rose to form with Dignitas. He was a star player for a long time, actually tipped to be like one of the hottest properties in CSGO at that point. He left, went over to this kind of phase project right now, and he never really came into fruition, I would say. It kind of like he had some star moments, but kind of dropped off of being that world best player. So right now, I'm kind of happy with this move. He's played with these guys before. He merked for them at WESG qualifiers.
Merked.
Is that not a good word for you?
Well, we can't use the one we use in Australia. It just always is interesting. Sorry,
Can I finish my point?
I
think you could. I think that's okay.
I had a good point there. So it was they went to WSG qualifiers, which they won. They actually took down some big names there. They had the likes of Envious, Virtus Pro. They won that event. It wasn't a major event, it was a qualifier, but still they looked like a very good unit. Obviously, Rubino being removed from this, he was Norwegian, the odd card, I would say, in that kind of lineup. And now this really makes sense for North.
Right, and while we're on the topic of Rubino, I actually was reading the statement that North put out on their website, and it does turn out, and I don't know where the discussion goes with this, but on the statement on North's website, it says that Ruben made the decision. Rubino himself, after the major, came out with a statement saying, I felt like I was dragging them down, and no matter, they said despite he remained adamant. I had the quote in front of me, but it's gone, so I'm just going to paraphrase.
Go on.
He remained adamant despite the organization and the players trying to sway him that he should leave the team. So it's not what it looked like initially, which was let's get another Dane in.
How do you feel about that, Henry?
I think it's fair enough. Like, he is one of those players quite volatile. He can be
self-critical.
Yeah, to be fair, he had those periods where he had to step out of the team because he was having like personal issues, his in-game stuff, and like he couldn't find his zone, and like it was very up and down. Sometimes very, very good, especially with pistols. He could find the big rounds in that regard, but sometimes had very quiet performances as well. And when he's the only Norwegian player as well, and you have the potential to get someone like AZ, like we said, someone who was tipped to be one of the best players in the world at one point, who has played at this team, we know he works well. It makes a lot of sense. I think think he's just looking for the greater good at that point. It's a fresh start for him to have that pressure release, not be the kind of player that stands out the most, and allow AZ to come in and make this really a dangerous team to be world contenders now with North.
Dangerous, for sure.
That's what I meant.
I like
yeah, you
that.
got
It's an interesting team when you look at the stars, though, because AZ was like quite an aggressive player. Magix is quite aggressive, and so is Config. So unless AZ is going to step into more of like a passive lurker role, which is kind of what Rubino would do on certain executes or certain strategies, it's going to be interesting to see how it all works and how MSO uses the pieces. But I think this lineup, in terms of individuals, has more star power or more individual star power than Astralis.
Big statement given their success at
across the board.
Yeah, no, for sure. Okay. I mean, they are a team to be reckoned with. There's no doubt about it. We'll see how if they can translate that into success. Henry looks like he's about to sneeze after hearing that. He's just like,
that's a big one.
You don't agree with that? Name for name. All right. So Device is the best player in Astralis.
Right.
Okay. Then you've got Kirby. Okay. Well, right now in North, you have Magix, Config, AZ, and Cajun.
Yes.
Who comes next in Astralis in that order who can match up with any of those four players?
The way I look at it right now, you look at the in-game leaders, right? Both very capable in their respective roles of in-game leaders.
Glaive is
but
better
you have
than MSL.
Glaive on paper, much better fragger than MSL ever will be. MSL can be good, but Glaive can actually be a top fragger on this team. I think that's the differentiating factor here. And I think on paper, that's why I still give it to Astralis, even though this AZ move.
Okay. I think that's a pretty good backing for at least one of the points you made there, Chad. But I mean, what the initial point was, the basis of that claim was that Magis, Config, and AZ is a very scary trio. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I can't wait to see their gameplay in action. Now, their opponents is Fnatic. And of course, this has been a whirlwind Swedish shuffle. If you haven't been keeping your eyes on the CSGO news, the story as it stands is that Godsent and Fnatic just have been an incestual mess. We have seen these two Swedish rosters and Swedish organizations just swap back and forth. First, it was Lekro and Crims, and now we've seen another swap. We are seeing none other than Crims.
Family show? Apparently not.
It's a family show. Zeus forgot about that, but it's great to see that less than 12 hours, he claims Fnatic are already messing everyone else
Messing them up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, this is funny. This was basically G2 announcing that they had a super team, the French Revolution. They were suggesting we have built ourselves a super team.
Humble, of course.
Humble as anything that is Mr. Carlos. And following that, it was Khan. After their victory, he simply sent them to the Wikipedia page for super team. And if you keep your eyes open, you'll be able to see there's a definition there for Mr. Fnatic themselves, starting February 4th, 2017, just 4 days ago. I love it. I do love how CS is moving in this banterous direction, at least between
It's
pros.
good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fun.
I'm sure Chad's a fan of this as well. We had this back in the day in Sources.
Yeah.
We used to have a bit of
Felt like
rivalries.
we had like radio silence for a bit, and now everyone's just like piping up.
No, they've realised it's part of the game. Getting inside the heads and actually making players a little bit scared and sending out a message. I think it's quite cool.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and we're going to continue to highlight them for you guys at home as well. If you spot anything, don't hesitate to throw it at us at ESLCS as well. That sounded like my voice. That was incredibly disconcerting. But still, Fnatic are back together with their squad. It's, of course, the Retro 5, right? I mean, I'll let Henry do some history lessons for everyone.
It's not the classic.
Not the super fun.
But this is the team we first saw at Frag by Masters in December 2015, right at the end there. And they went on to win a chain of like 6 events in a row. It looked fantastic. But as ever with these kind of super teams when they're first made, once they go to so many events and they win so many titles, people start to download and take real notice of how they play. And once they started getting counted and people knew how to shut them down, that's when you see they couldn't really recover. Yes, they were always a fantastic 5. They played great fundamental Counter-Strike, but they didn't have the backbone in terms of the strategy to fall back onto. They tried multiple different things, like Virgo coming in, and then Jumpy was brought in as well, but couldn't really adjust the lineup well enough to actually get them that tactical backbone they needed. And that's why it kind of fell apart. When it all finished in the end, they said there was some personal conflicts going on there. They said they weren't really friends anymore. But they're trying it again. So who knows? Chad, what are your thoughts on that, I guess?
Well, I think that, you know, this roster, like you're saying, just needs that tactical element. Apparently, Flusher, he's the one who's going to do the in-game leading again, which is a little bit weird because I don't see him. He's the cerebral player, right? We were talking about this before, but you saw better stuff when he was playing for Godsent in terms of him being able to do that because he can focus on his own game more. I don't want it to detract from him because he's one of the best players at majors. And to note with this roster, even though they won all those events you were talking about, they never won a major, which is what people like criticize them for that.
Right.
And I think as well, you were saying as personal issues, I think that the core of the team wanted to replace JW. This is rumors, of course.
Sure.
But Flusher wanted to stay with him, and then the offer to go play with Pronax and stuff came back. And, you know, they reminisced of the good old days when they won that first major, and that didn't work out so well for them.
For sure. I mean, there's no doubt that we'll have plenty more time to talk about this as the game does continue. We haven't quite touched on, of course, what's going down right now. It's Mirage. We're going to be seeing these two teams clash on Mirage. Of course, it's safe to assume very little in-depth Counter-Strike is about to be witnessed. I'm assuming with a new player joining
I think
immediately.
North have the upper hand for sure.
Yeah.
Like we said, they played with this core lineup at WSG. Mirage was a great map for them at that event.
Right.
Fnatic, of course, they're going to have a lot of stuff in the back burner. Yeah, like, but I would say they're going to be a lot weaker, like Chad has said. In-game leader to be Flusher now.
Sure.
They've always relied on this fundamental Counter-Strike working well as a Type 5. But in terms of this map in particular, it's always been a Danish home turf. I feel like they've got the upper hand going into this one.
Or they're going to be making calls like, do you remember what we did on like the Tuesday 2015?
Yeah, right.
All right, we've been told to get ready and jump into this one, so let's get our casters on the screen. It's none other than Mr. Mitch and Miss Pansy.
Thank you very much, Alex. Nailed the genders there, mate. No problem at all. Fnatic versus North,
nailed.
Lauren. This is going to be an interesting one indeed. They've already sort of summed it up a little bit. I think it's quite interesting. Something that maybe we didn't really talk about too much is that, yeah, Flush is calling. The Olafmeister now freed up a bit. I mean, he's the kind of caliber that you always said, at least, that, you know, it didn't matter if he was calling, he was still going to frag like a beast. Do you think this makes much of a difference in the grand scheme?
I think we're going to find out. That's the only way with these guys is... the proof's in the pudding as such, isn't it? And the brilliant thing to me, the one time that really caught my attention with how good Dignitas were on this map was against the classic Fnatic lineup. And of course, that was when North were in Team Dignitas, back when you still had Kiebi in there and Tensky, but still proved a little bit of a point. But we'll see what Fnatic can bring. They were never known for their incredible strategic ways. It was more the power they bring in. The power is already shining through. 2 kills this round, and the A-bomb site looking a little contested here. 2 players on site, 1 pushed towards jungle there, and actually went through towards window. It didn't work out for a lot.
Yeah. Pretty interesting round, pretty much all over the place here, but both of those last Fnatic players up on that side. Magisk tries to challenge. He spent a lot of time just sitting back, actually, towards CT. Finally comes forward, and with 8 HP, Flusher manages just to thread the needle and get across the gap. Bomb is down and ticking, and it's all up to AZ now. The newest inclusion here for North to make it happen.
The man's got star power, there's no disputing that. Let's see if he can put it off. No kit, so a huge problem there. Wants to try and isolate one of these 2 players, but they've created a nice little bit of play here. Crims, though, gets his head taken off, and now AZ's got the 10-second Flusher, you are going to peak this. Flusher, you are going to peak this. There we go. Does step around, he gets punished. But timing is going to be the factor now.
Yeah, it's going to be a big problem here to try and get that defuse. It'll be pretty close here for AZ, but he's navigated this one very, very well. And just on the nick of time, the defuse is going to come in. North are going to win that pistol round. And AZ navigated that treacherous sea very, very aptly. And the shots towards lower dark, that definitely caught Crims off guard.
Yeah, that was a nice little quick pickup, and we're going to see the UMPs coming out. This is going to be something so common now. They're a really powerful weapon, so not too surprising. But it's just, let's see how North does. Let's see how they're playing with AZ. Let's see how he fits in. And for me, it's all eyes on Fnatic, though. I want to see how they're gelling back together. You know, this lineup did certainly have a turbulent history. Individually, did they get along? Were they, you know, friends outside? Does that matter when they pick up results? That's the big thing. These guys were absolutely god tier. So you've got to see what they can bring down the line. This is very, very early on still in this formation coming back together. So you have to wait and see. But this round might be a bit of a throwaway at this point. Not getting too much given to them by North. You can see North just holding back a little bit, holding angles, making it hard work for Fnatic to get any work done with those pistols, really.
Config walks into 1 bullet there, fired off by JW. He was obviously looking for pot shots through mid. None forthcoming. 3 players up top mid here for Fnatic now, and no utility to work with here. So essentially they're going to have to grind and slow roll their way through the map. I think Crims was trying to go for a little bit of a quiet lurk there in Palace. He just made some noise to try and imply that he was leaving. So we'll come back to the story at A, but it's going to be Config there again. Another peek out of Connector, gets his 2nd for the round. First it was Olafmeister from Underpass, then JW, then the lurking Crims takes Config very low.
Yeah, and look at Flusher instantly wanting to respond. He knows the damage that came through from Palace then towards Config, so he does at least get down 1, but can they recover anything? Can they do anything with it? So far, the answer is a pretty adamant no. Flusher's still looking for chances, and they're going hunting for it now. You're going to get those UMPs hopefully trailblazing the way AZ gets reminded that it's still Flusher. It's still a pistol. Let's be a little careful here. It may not be Dennis, but let's be honest, Flusher certainly has his reputation in CZs, maybe P250s in the future, but for now, they've gone through the round. That's it. They only got a kill there. That's not the best thing they would have. It maybe a little more they'd have hoped for. Maybe they'd hoped that North wouldn't be so reserved towards mid and they'd have taken a couple more fights. It wasn't the case. But Fnatic didn't get that 3rd round buy-in, so it's not too bad at the end of the day. Rifles galore and a little bit of utility to make the play with.
Yeah. Bomb plant in the pistol, definitely setting him up for an earlier buy-in. Molotov in towards apartments here. JW's going to have to just chill and maybe make a frozen TV dinner for the moment. Dennis and Flush working. Hey, that's going to be MSL. Great flash, pushes on. MSL actually starting to make things happen for himself there and gets himself that AK to boot.
That's lovely as well. Just a little bit of presence towards BF makes it uncomfortable and kind of begs a response from Fnatic, and there's that. Flusher finding Cajun B is a really nice gift, and Flusher finds a follow-up. This man, you know, he's in-game leading, and he's still individually certainly showing signs of good performance so far. It's still very early doors, though, and Config's going to at least control where the bomb is. That's down at ramp, and now the last two players are going to be left trying to fight their way back towards that, if not try and find the last remaining 3 players for North.
It's Crimson Olafmeister, the terrible 2 left. They are separated, not able to play together over the map right now, and MSL catches Crims trying to make his way through. Olafmeister is there with the trade, something Fnatic was so good at orchestrating with this roster. It's not about deep strategy, it's about angels and trades, and that's what Fnatic did so well. But now Olafmeister doesn't have that option. He's got a 1v2, trying to split it, hedge his bets, and no. He's going to be easy there to get the refrag, and North with 3.
Not clean, but around on the board, and North being able to keep this one going so far. They'll be okay for this round. They know that Fnatic aren't going to be able to get much, so you can maybe imagine those UMPs coming back out to play. Oh, actually, no, an MP9 for MSL. Maybe just fancy wants to run around a little bit. Obviously, you can just kind of run around the place. Hell of a lot of bullets in that thing. Jump around. Nice little Call of Duty gun.
Yeah, I mean, given that it's unlike a Fnatic really buy much armor, I guess it's okay to sort of dispense with UMPs in this round, save a little bit of money, even though, you know, facilitate aggression in towards apartments, which MSL is playing. But Config just going to knock him down straight through mid. It's JW and Olafmeister try and find something and get sent packing with Null. The Deagle? No, MSL. That's that push we were talking about. The MP9 lets him move just a little bit faster and get up in the face of the Fnatic lineup.
Yeah, Flusher, what can you do here? You've got MSL hunting, and that's the one play you can really expend. Here he's only got the SMG, and that's fine. He's done perfectly well there. 2 kills for himself. Money in the bank, and that's going to make it nice and robust. Up to 9k here, so that could be an AWP dropped out over to Cajun B. There's the rifle back. That's the perfect way you wanted that to play out there. So now Cajun B can take over where I think it was Config kind of playing by window. Not sure, but Cajun B's got the spawn for it, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes it out that way. No AWP on the T side yet either. This time, though, they've got way more to play with in the forms of mollies. They've got, you know, a couple more smokes in there, so hopefully they can build something into this, because so far they haven't been given much play, but still, the last round was close.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be an A set piece at the moment. If Fnatic expend any smokes in towards mid-window or connector now, they won't have enough, obviously, to try and make a set play. And it doesn't seem to be the plan at this stage. Again, staked out in mid seems to be the default approach for Fnatic thus far, lacking an AWP and anything really deep in terms of that utility. Pretty easy in mid-window here at the moment.
Yeah, Cajun B's playing short on a bit of an off angle. I guess if you go towards, you know, Delpan or anywhere towards that side of the box, that's where it's going to happen. Really nice angle. Going to find Crims. Can back away from it. You can see JW instantly wants to respond, try and find the frag back on it, but you've still got MSL watching the push out on B, but we'll see what the angles are like. That's the Pronax flash, isn't it, really? You're waiting with this in the air for any signal, or just that feel, that gut feeling, and there it is, and it doesn't work out, but he gets the shot anyway. Nicely played out from MSL, and actually individually so far holding his own, even though JW's been certainly testing the waters.
Yeah, MSL has that unenviable job of having to be sort of, you know, that floating B play, kind of like a Zipnix as well in the same way. You know, play towards truck and try and deal with that, you know, that inevitable 1v1 you often have, even if it's a loose player on the T side pushing B. He does have Cajun B back at the side for support. And MSL has backed away here, but Flusher, 4 points of health. Now he and Dennis will need to work together here. The Molotov won't stymie the speed of Fnatic too much, as it was thrown a little bit prematurely. Flusher needs to let this molly go and get back and stay alive here. Dennis has a smoke and a flash to work with as well. Now, Cajun B's moved over towards Kitchen, so MSL now has 2 angles being followed, and that's it. Cajun B gets on towards Flusher pretty comfortably. Only 4 points of health. 1 bullet is definitely going to be enough to get the job done, and now Dennis has to brawl his way through, but it's not going to be enough. MSL, yet again, 2 kills for him there. It's not often we say this about MSL. It's not often he's at the top of the scoreboard. It's early days yet, but he's definitely been getting the key contributions at that B site.
Or he's denied refrags coming in from JW. He's kept him under wraps. So if JW does get the kill eventually, then sure. Then we start things getting picked up a little bit, maybe starting to push people out from being comfortable on short. Things can really change up then, but there's no AWP yet out for JW, so he's not going to have a chance on that one. He's not exactly a slouch with a rifle, though, so that's no real issue, but Fnatic definitely tendering towards an A hit far more than previous, but Flash not ideal for Manchester, but still in a good spot if he'd made it out, but no, Olaf wants to punish that sort of, I guess, bravery, and now Convic's to fall soon as well. This is going well for Fnatic, a fast hit, and depending on those individuals to shine, and Dennis is at the forefront. 2 for him. The follow-up from Flusher secures the site with the bomb planted. MSL nowhere to be found. Flusher to close, and Fnatic looking very strong now.
Fnatic love nothing more just to pull that thread out of the woolen sweater and watch it all fall apart there. It was from 1 kill, and they managed to exercise their dominance over on that A site. pushing forward and exploiting the fact that Magisk was a little bit aggressive towards them. Now they get themselves an AWP the first time in the game, and JW might be able to add to that single lonely frag. Plenty of utility, everything that Fnatic need, and a couple Famishes on the side of North here. Not the healthiest budget.
KGB is not fancying that mid fight. They've kind of absconded away from mid. There's Config playing connector, and that's about it. AZ a little bit passive on towards short. No one's really wanting to take the fight with JW. You can't really blame them directly. Flash from Palace, keeping them eyes trained towards A as 3 players still mounting a bit of an assault here through mid.
AZ on short. Smoke pop just in front of him. That's going to allow JW to peek in towards the connector, but KGB responds, catches him out there. That was all the way over towards CT. Across the map, frags, whittling the numbers down. Fnatic now working with 4, and it's going to be Flusher to find Magisk there. That was a close push over towards Palace, so he and Dennis, who's been lurking over towards T-Ramp now. Oh, Olafmeister. And when we check that one, and Config's able to spring forth and get him from behind. It's still a 3v4 situation now, and Fnatic are losing out in the numbers game. MSL, another patient frag from him. He pushed in towards Courtyard. And now Dennis to respond. KGB needs to flick downward. That's not easy. Straight down on the Y-axis, and he doesn't connect. Now 2v2, bomb being planted.
The timing on both of those playing out was just brilliant. I don't know if they planned it, just kind of did it from intuition, but playing out on different angles like that forced KGB to be incredibly uncomfortable. But Dennis now tries to lock down CT, but MSL has a little bit of a toy with it now. Going to instinctively turn the flash, and MSL will still pick him up. So now it's Flusher in the 1v2. The man's known to be able to keep these situations under control. Molly goes down towards the back. North clearing the site out as best they can, giving them the opportunities, but MSL!
What is happening?
Out of anyone on that North lineup, he is not the player you look at to provide these sort of kills, but he's come up and he's turned up today. 3 for him this round, bomb defused, round secured. After that looked really dangerous with Dennis.
I think it was probably Pronax actually back in the original Fnatic lineup. There was a particular game where he was top fragging, and this is by the by. But he himself said, look, if I'm top fragging, then there's probably some problems here. That's not the intent. But this is, I guess, a contrast because North are playing well, and MSL's getting involved in a lot of the play here. Probably purely incidental, just a bit of a, a factoid for you guys to take on board there. But he is able to have an impact across the map. The late rotation from B in sort of retake scenarios is where he's making his impact felt.
First time JW's doing this, though. That's a bit of a difference, and Crim's already picking up the pace towards mid. A bit of a trade-out, though, 1-for-1 thus far. Olaf down and KGB down, but where's the next follow-up? There it is. AZ finds Crims in towards mid, and that's going to tilt this way back into the favor of North now. Look at where the last remaining players from Fnatic are. Magisk did have the drop on ramp, but Dennis checks it. This kind of close play from Magisk really isn't paying off for him. He's having a bit of a tough time dealing with Dennis working through there, and JW just too slow. And MSL will deny a bit of a foray towards B, as now Flusher has the bomb towards mid. And he's all they've got left.
Down teammate in front of Flusher now as he would just pick up the flash that was dropped. He's got 2 to work with here, and that might help him with short, but he doesn't really check it properly. It's going to be MSL. Greets him yet again. 2 kills for MSL in the round. And look, if you're that solo player over at B playing apartments, if you win the 1v1 there to stop the B push from that angle, you've already done your job. MSL performing above and beyond the Call of Duty here. 7-1 for North.
And of course, keep in mind, Fnatic are still relatively new as this roster, coming back together. The thing that kept them so far ahead of the curve, as they said themselves, was the fact they had that communication down. They had that kind of instinctive play to each other. They knew how to really complement and supplement each other's play. Yeah. It's been a while since they've had this roster, so it will take time to fall back into it. But North giving us a good display so far, looking like AZ is falling into the lineup well so far. Not yet been fully tested. 7-1 is a good scoreline though, but Flusher is still deadly.
Yeah, we've got AZ playing in tandem with the mid player on short there as well, so nothing, I guess crazy for him to sort of wrap his head around to begin with. We'll maybe see more of it on the T side, how they want to use AZ there. But already, first kill, Config. And they go down, it's the trade. As Flusher managed to pick him up. Patience from MSL, it's going to have to be there. This time Magisk not pushing too deep. He's going to sit there and cut out and trust that KGB will have Overwatch over towards the T-ramp. Flusher now looking for an opportunity. Mid, he's pushed all the way down here. Although AZ wasn't waiting in this position, he's actually pulled way back around towards mid here, as you can see. So now North switching into a bit more of a defensive focus. Going to give some real estate up to Fnatic, and they're just going to go for retakes or collapse if need be. And Fnatic are formulating a plan here to make something happen at the B site.
We'll see how this one goes. MSL so far has not been moved. He's not fallen foul to anything, but this time he will be outdone. 3 players coming his way is going to be tough to deal with. AZ's not far off. We already saw him passive, but the player on short was quick there, and the adjustments not come through. So Fnatic, even though they had no armor, only upgraded pistols, they've got a plant and a 3v2. This can go in their way now, but if KGB gets a quick frag, maybe there's still odds on for North to be able to come through this situation.
Cajun be completely unflapped by that particular flash. Now Magic's trying to work in from short. Now Cajun probably has to make a peek fairly soon as well. It's kind of hard to get the shots behind that bench. Now trying to pick with the USP there, actually gets the job done. Now back to the AWP. Fancy a little bit of up close and personal combat there. And now Magis gets himself onto the side. He's healthy enough. He gets the head. Crims goes down. Dennis falls as well. And North managed to bring it back here with 2 players. And the kid, of course, is on Cajun B. He'll do the honors now for the defuse. And North go 8-1 up.
That did get pretty close, though. You thought that if maybe someone was in the right place at the right time, that could have happened, but it wasn't to be, and the retake did come through in the end for North. Well done to them, and keeping hold of the AWPs, keeping the money pretty decent there. You can see Cajun B sitting on 5k still, so he's a nice little spot. But Fnatic on the other side still have the AWP back on JW. Haven't seen him really pulling much into this game just yet. But it's, you know, first half, maybe there's still time for things here, and now we're going to see a bit of CT-sided aggression. It felt like a long time in the making, but it seems the Fnatic are aware of this now, but they can't do much about it. AZ and Config ripping them to shreds. Fnatic lose 3, and it might be another round they lose as well.
This is something the FaZe used to be very good at doing as well, by the by. Just throw in an aggressive CT-sided round up mid, just take Fnatic by surprise, and it's working at charm. Cajun B catches Crims. He tries to make his move in towards mid, and now Dennis, so many guns, but only 1 pair of hands. At least he has the bomb to work with now, but it's going to be a long walk to try and get himself out of this particular bind. Config over towards ladder room there, fairly low, but if Dennis moves up too close to Delphine, we'll have the shot. 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining now. Config actually abandons his post there. He might have had the angle, but Dennis was looking for it too. So perhaps, you know, a bit of self-preservation kicking in now as Config can just set up a crossfire for Cajun B.
The timing.
Dennis gets absolutely nothing for this. And you know he's looking very patient as well. Trained on towards short. Config will make sound if he drops in the mid window here.
No one is watching Connector at the moment. So Dennis can walk up short in theory and just take a fight on MSL, but Config should be quick to it. But we'll see. This could come down to a lot of timing here. And he's going to spot out Dennis.
He's seen it. It's
going to come up on radar, and MSL's got to see it as well. Config's quickly going around from short. And if it wasn't going to be MSL, there were other players ready to shut that down before it spiraled away from them or allowed Dennis too much play. But the money's been pushed down again. Fnatic really struggling to get off the ground going here.
Definitely not what I guess people would have been hoping, or maybe even expecting to a lesser degree from Fnatic coming in, you know, with this reunion of sorts. I mean, this is not a team that, you know, ever, you know, spent reams of paper on developing complex strategies. Pansy, it was all about the communication like you brought out earlier on, but it has been some time. And yeah, they all speak the same language, but again, CS is a language unto itself, and might just need to refamiliarize themselves with it now. Looks like B might be the order of the day, or at least the moment here for Fnatic. Again, Tech 9s, Deagles, a little bit of utility on Crims, but not a heck of a lot.
Yeah, let's see if MSL's ready this time. He has risen to the occasion time and time again. He did get outdone a couple of rounds ago, but 3 players facing isn't easy. But the flash in does not work close, but the deeper one does. It's good for him. Tags on the follow-up, but now Cajun B needs to come into the action. Doesn't get the shot on JW towards the plant, and now the bomb's going to go down. And Fnatic are going to have a site to work with. Armor as well this time. So JW's got armor, he's got the M4, and the retake begins.
Oh, lovely hold of that corner there for Olofmeister, forcing AZ to go for the wide peak. Then he just comes in with that Tech 9, of course, the dastardly weapon that it is. Cajun responds, though, now pushing down forward, looking for another target to present, trying to, I guess, raise a rabble with that USP. And Config now with the off angle just gets the refrag there as well. But it's going to be JW to peek out there. He's second in those last few moments. 2 for the round for him, and Fnatic do bring it back. So once they access the site, once they get more than, you know, 1 player there, it's been working out. Multiple players peeking in towards the challenge in apartments. Get rid of MSL, okay, accept the trade. Once you have access to that site, they look like they can lock it down pretty comfortably.
Yeah, no doubting now. That showed some just firepower coming in through JW and Olof. Pretty much those two as a collective did pretty well for themselves. Now they've got an AWP as well, so JW might fancy a bit more of a challenge here. Conflict's going to be taking up the post again towards mid, but Cajun B this time decides he wants to go for a palace peak. And I like that. I like showing a little bit of intuition, a little bit of kind of taking matters into your own hands, trying to find a way back into the game, whether you want to just take map control, and they've done it on B as well. 2 players pushing up towards B apps. Put AZ up there, and they can just kind of bait him in as such. They can do a smoke towards it, and people wouldn't expect players to be in front of that.
Yeah. And this now means that Config goes for a more passive hold through mid here because he doesn't really have anyone to cover him. So he was holding a very fine angle towards short from mid window, and that does give Fnatic mid control, but they're not really using it. Now at least Crims has got himself on towards short and ladder room, and they're moving around towards A.
And I like this. It gives MSL such a lean point. He can just lean on AZ to lock down B alone. Pretty much he's the early warning system to anyone coming towards B. That MSL can pull himself over towards kind of middle a little bit. It depends how AZ feels about this. If Crims tries to give something over towards it, they might start believing it. But the bomb's over by A, so that's why you've got Config, Magisk, and Cage and B all eyes still trained towards this. A little bit of a worry towards Connector as Config puts down another smoke to ensure its safety. But Cage and B now is going to be challenged. And does he see it? I think he might have seen a glimpse then, and a glimpse is enough. JW will fall, and the follow-up, Cage and B pinning Olofmeister to the wall, but he can't find Dennis. He tries as much as he might, but there's still 3 players standing in front of Dennis. But maybe that's not a problem. Apparently not at this point.
No, Dennis is healthy, 72 points of health, a flash and a smoke to work with. This is going to give him a nice wide peek, or at least let him get out wide. But no, he's going to go straight through the smoke here. Oh, North were confused for a moment, but MSL does bring them deliverance. 3 kills for him in this round. The in-game leader from North, leading from the front this time around. It's only been 12 rounds. He's 17-5.
I just like that from North. It just shows, I like the way they played that round, just pushing people up towards B. It's something that SK did quite some time ago, just pushing players up towards B, 2 of them pushing up, leaving one ahead of a smoke as such. So it was like an early warning system. They hear steps coming. If they hear anything coming their way, they can rotate.
Does that weaken you elsewhere while you're trying to put 2 players in towards B?
Maybe if they're doing fast hits, but Fnatic haven't been. They haven't been just plowing through towards the site, but Dennis somehow is doing this sort of damage. Finding Magisk is a bit of a hit, and now here comes the wave to fall off the back of it. Fnatic are going to flood this site. Dennis again finds Cage and B. This man's doing some damage individually, but whether that transfers to a round, we're about to find out.
Well, Config smoking his way now, but he knows that the site is beset by Fnatic players, so he wants to try and find a route in. But Dennis, again, looking to be nasty with that scout. MSL to late rotate towards CT. He's found Flusher. Bomb is down now. Flashed over the top for Config. And AZ's going to help him push this one down. The smoke's going to dissipate. Give a little bit more sight to where the bomb is. But Olaf, he's sitting back.
North still have 3 smokes. They should be able to shut off ramp, but Dennis is still finding shots before then. This is so dangerous. Crims can play into it now, and he has. It's a 1v1. Config touches the bomb, but Crims will take the fight regardless. And that is beautiful from Fnatic, forcing the issue, but it's Dennis at the forefront with that scout. That was just obscene in that round.
Yeah, and the positioning was brilliant as well. 2 Fnatic players were heavily flashed as they pushed ahead on towards the site. Dennis stayed back in towards T-ramp. He wasn't affected by that flash. He managed to get the kill of the player up on top of the stairs there. That was very, very crucial. Otherwise, it could have been an easy spray down there for North. 2-player advantage going over towards the Danes. They could have closed the round out from there. Now, this is a bit interesting. North, not a lot to work with here. It's only going to be UMP for Magisk and pistols for all and sundry. And they've gone the wrong side, no doubt about it. Now, MSL, get yourself out of this one, mate. Got yourself a 5-7, and he's not going to last very long. Can't hold up in the heat. Fnatic will pressure this B side and get the bomb down.
Yeah, I want to see just Flusher just try and plow through some of that UMP, just build up those funds, really try and secure a nice bang for himself in the last couple of rounds. But North are taking a long walk.
Yeah.
You might as well keep this, to be fair.
One more round left in the half. Come back into it with a UMP, something to work with. Don't lose guns, don't lose money. I have armor to take into the next one here as well. 11-4 will be pretty nice for North here as well, especially after the start that they managed to put on. And Fnatic only now starting to find the answers. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late in the day on this T-side half to really start racking up rounds. Need to turn their eyes to the next half. Flash, just going and checking to see if anyone's sitting back as a vanguard over at A. A couple easy picks would go a long way for them, but they'll take the round in itself. 10-4, North do lead by a considerable margin here. Fnatic have a chance to bring it back 10-5 at the half and give a semi-respectable T-side total.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad for them at all. You can't, after the start they had, getting 5 rounds at this point, perfectly fine. That's what you need. And they know you've got to know they're coming up against a North now that has really limited money. They've gone full force in on whatever they can get. Of course, it is the final round, but it's still not great. 2 scouts, UMPs, a deagle. It can work together, but Fnatic shouldn't lose out to this. Engagement be taking a lot of damage and gets really no info in mid either.
Sometimes you've got to take risks like that. We've seen plenty of interesting Molotov plays there, but KGB was unable to see the wood for the trees now. There's 3 smokes down in mid, and that's allowed Fnatic to gain a lot of progress here. I've actually got players pushing towards apartments as well. This is going to draw MSL forward. It's reasonable to expect that a Fnatic player is infiltrated in towards ladder room, but it's not the case. So MSL now may be in danger. He's drawn himself that far. There's 2 players pushing towards short for Fnatic here. They need to check ladder room. MSL will be waiting with JW. Doesn't check it. MSL pushes forward the 180 from JW. The head goes flying from MSL, but AZ in MSL's place over at B. Nice little peek up there with the 5-7.
Oh, and I was about to say he has the bomb, but it doesn't matter. He gets naded out, and now he's down to this 2v2. But oh my word, Config, that's the shot you needed. Flusher falls, and now he wants his Crim Scalp to add to the collection thus far, and he gets another shot at it, but he can't get the job done. Now, Crims has to try and navigate around this. Where is Magisk? What's Config up to? And
oh my.
What? That was through the wall. He's tagged him so heavily, and I don't know if Config knows this now, but Crims is sweating bullets, and Magisk will put him out of his misery. And what a way to close out a pretty dominant first half for North. Starting off this matchup, they looked incredibly strong. Fnatic had a little bit of a resurge there towards the end, but still only 4 rounds.
Yeah, a bit of a Dignitas throwback there as well from Config to finish things off. Whatever the aggressor, that player, it's 11-4 at the half for North now. We can go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we return, we will see the conclusion of Mirage, our first map in this best-of-2 series between Fnatic and North. We'll see you in a sec. Off the back of a deep dive over at the E-League Major here, North are showing no signs of slowing down here, going up against Fnatic, the newly oldly reformed roster that it is. And we haven't really seen, I guess, look, first match, fair enough, but we haven't really seen what we used to see from Fnatic here as well. It's something a little bit different, and maybe that's okay, Lauren. It's 2017. It's time for a bit of a new starter. Maybe Fnatic can find a new formula as well with this old, not by age, but of course, this older lineup of players.
Yeah, it's very much up in the air, and you can't give them too much jip yet. It takes time to settle back in with players, new or old. People have learned new habits, new ways of playing, so it'll take a little bit of time, but there are a lineup that you can't ignore. It's as simple as that. It's always been the way of Fnatic, and everyone knows that T-sides, especially Danish T-sides, do like those A hits, and they're generally well orchestrated. And Dennis, the danger man on pistols for Fnatic, is down, and that for North is a lovely addition.
Definitely bolstering the morale as they move forward there. Don't know how MSL found JW there. The smoke was there, but Flusher threw them smoke himself. You're not allowed to do that. You can't see through it, mate. Nonetheless, found the frags and now getting pushed back. Config gets aggressive towards them, as we know he likes to do, but Olofmeister trades that one out immediately. 2v2.
Look at Magisk as well. He's going all the way around. That plant is for short, and he can play it from connector however he pleases. He even has the P250, but he might not have to. AZ is putting up an outstanding fight already, buying time, and Grims knows the game plan from North, but that just might not matter at this point. He does have a kit, so there's still danger on board, but no bullets means no kill, and AZ reminds him of that.
And some fancy footwork there from AZ as well. Strafe wasn't even necessary. Crims didn't have the bullets to get the job done, but that's huge. That's a big start for North now. Winning the pistol out, second half, already a big lead for them here. It won't take long to have Fnatic straight back to Compton.
God. And I've always liked, whether it be under Dignitas, whether it be in North now, pistol rounds they bring on Mirage were always really enjoyable. They used to have the, there was like 2 or 3 nades actually towards CT on this. Smokes galore, even on the first pistol. They also really do quite interesting things. And that time, again, no real stranger to it. So always enjoyable. But Fnatic, even though Flusher does Flusher things through smokes, it doesn't really make any difference here. But trying on a bit of a fact-finding mission for JW, but merely finds, well, a bullet to somewhat of the torso. So Fnatic do have weapons to work with. You do have Flusher on the CZ, so we know what he can do with that thing. But it's looking for options here. It's looking for opportunities, whereas North just have to try and play this as cleanly as possible.
And towards underpass here for AZ and Magisk, and at the same time, MSL and Cajun are going to go towards top mid here. Good amount of crossfire. Config being that lone lurk over at A. Dennis and Crims are playing quite close here. Almost expecting a T-ramp push, so it's not going to be coming at this stage now, and North are actually going to be able to get out on towards the A side pretty comfortably here. Crims drops down early on. Config decides to pull the trigger from Palace. Now Dennis, lower dark, can't channel. MSL finds him. Magisk finds JW straight after. That was over towards Connector, and as quick as you like, Fnatic are out of this round.
And really nice approach from North, just playing as a collective, keeping this round as clean as possible. This could be a team ace as well if Cajun B gets it, but the point being that they took their route carefully. They didn't play into those closer angles. Config getting those kills through, you know, towards Palace, getting the first through there, and then follow up on towards Dennis coming in from, I think it was MSL, if I'm not mistaken, was great. It just keeps it clean. I was a little worried that they may not have checked for Dennis at that point. They'd maybe got away with just sitting underneath on the balcony just by Palace, but he didn't. They checked on it, they done the job, and North keep this incredibly clean for themselves. They don't even need to buy much into this round. They can just kind of resupplement whatever they had to utilize in that one, and then just come right back in, because they know the Fnatic have nothing to really work with.
And it just gives them resilience in case Fnatic do get towards a point where they can buy and they do win around here or there. It won't be enough for Fnatic to build momentum off that one round, because North can build some bank. Straight up mid, Cajun Beast says no thank you, Crims. I'm not buying any of what you're selling. And JW now has to reconsider the wisdom of the push. No, Cajun B deals with him exactly as his counterpart prior. And that will definitely slow the Swedes down.
So those goldfishes, you know, they just go around in the little bowls constantly, just keep going into the same thing. Well, Dennis might have a little go. He's still in mid, so that'd be quite fun if he does. But at this point, North have just hit the brakes. They're like, well, Fnatic have to make something happen. They'll probably try and make a play somewhere. And they've waited out, and KGB obviously reaps the rewards of it, and he does find Dennis in the end as well. Flusher, though, does at least hold off Magisk, and that's probably about as much as you can expect as the slow walk towards B begins.
And North here continuing to pressure B as well. It's not something Fnatic are going to expect here. They probably think, okay, well, they know Flusher at least is at B. Reasonable to split, send Flusher over towards A. Leave Olofmeister to sort of flank around here. Now, he's looking for a gun, or someone hiding in the corner here. Maybe Cajun B still goblining around the place, but won't be fighting. Now, Olofmeister only has a USP, no armor to speak of here. So this is definitely the weaker of, I guess, the two in terms of arsenal for Fnatic to send into this fight. Flusher now is going to know the bomb goes down. He's going to work his way in towards Kitchen, but North have so much time to establish incredibly strong positions. Cajun B, again, he's a turret. People just walk into his crosshairs. He doesn't have to go looking for the kills. They come to him.
Really nice positioning from Cajun B throughout that one. Just kind of read it pretty well, put himself in the good spots. And now look at that money as well. Up to 7K on 2 after the reinvestments. They've still got a couple of UMPs here, but when you're on 14-4, you can do this, because even if you lose this round, you've still got so many to play off. And Fnatic, if they lose anyone here, you know, another couple of rounds, the game's over. You know, it's on to pretty much map 2 or game 2, however you want to call it. And now North can switch up the pace. They haven't had to give away too much here at this point. They've been leading in this one. They haven't had to really respond to anything Fnatic's put out. Now we might see a bit of a difference. Let's see what Fnatic can do. They've got the rifles at least, but such a limitation in every other aspect. No kits to be seen either, which is another big problem. So again, North have the upper hand. Well, let's see how they utilize it.
Again, looks like they're going to pinch 2 players out of underpass as they did 2 rounds ago. Managed to get very clean control of mid as a response, or as a result. Olaf and B won't see anything now with the clouds obscuring view. And what is on the other side is North are gearing up for battle. The North is coming. There's smoke over on towards B here. Flusher looking more towards short as Cajun B's trying to just take a bit of attention away. Now he'll know. Flash comes in. Magisk and Config already hit the side. Smoke goes down. Olaf does meet the first player pretty comfortably there. Headshot with the UMP is going to be enough to get the job done. There's only Config to find a frag so far, and Olaf is all over it. Nice hold there. 3 kills for Olaf, 1 for Flusher, working his magic there from short, and now Cajun B's in a 1v4.
All right, Cajun, good luck. Olofmeister's just set the bar pretty high. You've got to go and beat that somehow, and I don't see it working out, especially with that start. But great stuff from Olofmeister. Just kind of cool, calm, and collected. while all that mayhem was around him. He found the right positions to be in. He waited long enough as well. People were already out on the site. He let, I think it was Flusher take first contact there pretty much and just let him run with it, and then just came in at the perfect time, caught them off guard, came out from, it was just by the truck, but no one really checked on it. So perfectly done from him. Brilliant individual play, and that's kept them in this one.
And that's the nature of that truck spot as well, Lauren. If you want to check it, you need to literally be on top of it. That's the problem. Can't always look for a cage and be great way to open the round up. Quick pick on towards Crims to start things off. Flash doesn't quite go where it was intended, but still, man advantage here for North.
Yeah, a bit of a panic flash in case there was someone trying to chase him after that shot because of the deep molly. He couldn't back away, so looked a little panicked, but it's fine. It's done what he wanted to. He's got that first pick towards A, and it was a committed shot as well, going all the way up the ramp. But now, Fnatic have 4 players. You're on the CT side, and it's not fun.
Cajun now as well. Moving to his position from a couple rounds ago, where he just managed to catch all of Fnatic walking into his net. Fnatic have tried a little bit of late round mid-aggression if they're seeing that North aren't using it. Obviously a great way to flank around on towards any B pushes. Config again, not showing himself at Palace.
Flusher is so screwed.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier on as well. 2 Fnatic players pushing this. It's a double pick here, so Matt, yeah. There it is, okay. I was going to say, that could have been ugly.
Yeah.
They've got 2 players in underpass for that as well, so pretty hard to survive that.
Such a nice pinch. You put pressure on Connector, you get someone like JW looking towards Connector, you push out Palace, and that's Config getting the frag. But Dennis is still in an interesting spot. Surely someone's going to keep... they're playing for sure anyway, but still, it's an angle that you don't maybe expect. Yeah, they really don't expect it, but I don't know how much this is going to make any odds. He's got 3 more players to deal with. He's got no kit on him either, and these guys still have smokes, still have volleys, and sadly he doesn't have his head anymore. Yeah, look, from my perspective there, he already lost his teammate there from over towards jungle, so very, very hard for too much to be done there for Dennis. This was Olaf obviously earlier on here, so push on towards the side there. One player has to accept or trust his teammate to check truck, and then the other has to push on towards the site. You can't just sort of wait and stack up. And if Olaf Master beats a truck player, it's going to take maybe 1 to 2 seconds before the site T player to realize that his teammate's gone down and respond. And North quickening the pace. Look at straight out mid, straight face, no messing around, not pulling any punches here. They're going to actually quicken up, if anything, really bring the game to Fnatic. Just remind them, guys, you've got 5 rounds, we've got 15. We're on the verge of picking this one up, and they certainly feel the pinch now. As Dennis tries to read the game plan, he's already pushing towards Palace over towards A, and you're seeing Olafmeister on B doing something similar. But on B, it's Magis to come out on top. Config's just stayed alive. Dennis didn't get the info he wanted, and now you can see Fnatic really being strained throughout the map.
And that's one way to safeguard truck. Quick volley thrown down there. Magis taking his time, though. He's not pushing off the back of the utility he's used, hoping to draw some players across. Crims was angling towards B, but then thought better of it now and is staying in towards mid. North of 1 minute and 5. A lot of time to work with here. Magis goes in towards underpass. So they're still using that double angle there. Dennis looking for Config. We'll find him there. That was the FAMAS push, and that's going to give his position away, though, and give North some time to get in. They don't really know where Crims is, but the flash is going to give it away, and MSL's going to come straight through. Dennis would have had to stand and deliver, but a little bit too much. And now Flusher, of course, with a CZ and Flusher, you never know what might happen. He's going to even be able to trade himself up to a UMP, but the bomb is down, and there's 3 players to deal with here for North. There's 1 in connector, 1 in T-ramp, and 1 close towards that A-site. Flusher, long-range stuff on the UMP. Took a while for Magis to realize he was there, but once he did, his shot rang true, and a very anemic performance from Fnatic on that particular map. And my fantasy team is completely screwed. Olafmeister, you've let me down. Lauren, not much to say there, really. Fnatic just haven't shown us much this game.
Yeah, it's still early for Fnatic. It's still very early in the season. It's very early for them as a lineup. So we're going to have to wait and see what they can bring into the next map.
All right, and before we get there is what we're going to pass over towards the desk to put this game under the microscope.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Lauren. Yes, is this what we expected? I think is the first question I'm going to be throwing over to Henry and Chad. Sure. Seeing Fnatic, of course, making 2 player changes, jumping into their first real official environment. Of course, we heard Zeus they were already fornicating with other teams, apparently, to summarize his tweet.
Good.
However, we are seeing this kind of fall flat versus North with that easy at the helm.
It's kind of as I left it before we kind of finished the analyst section up. You could feel like North were going to be a lot more comfortable coming into this one. It's a lineup they've played with before at big events as well. AZ coming into this, he fits in very nicely indeed. He saw him taking over Rubino's spot, but pretty comfortable throughout, and just business as usual for them on the CT side of Mirage. On the other side, though, Fnatic, pretty much a similar story to what the demise of this team led to. They looked like they were relying very heavily on individual plays, winning a lot of ecos, not really bringing too much in terms of a tactical game there, and that's going to lose you big games like this against teams like North, who are just going to lock you down, be dynamic, shut things down in terms of setting things up towards middle, aggressive everywhere. And one thing as well I wanted to point out, MSL with a big game. I called him out for not being as good as Glaive, and he actually had a very good performance.
He must have heard you. He was very aggressive there toward the B apartments. Caught out JW that one round, pushed for information, killed someone from underpass. He did good work, you know, and he's making a lot of frags that you wouldn't normally expect him to. So good form for him, maybe more confident in the team. That's good to see.
I do want to rehash something you just hinted at there, Henry, regarding Fnatic actually winning more rounds on Force or Eco rounds than they were with weapons. Now, what does that mean from the player's perspective of you first, Chad? When that's happening, I mean, that doesn't make any sense, like in a logical way, right? You have less equipment, less means to succeed, and yet you find more of it.
You are playing CSGO though.
Okay, so on the T side they won 4 rounds, 2 of which were mixed buys.
Right.
So they have lower money, obviously, and they're buying weaker utility and weaker weaponry. You aren't as scared when you have stuff like that. You know, you're willing to take more risks. You're willing to run through smokes or maybe jump and try and do something a bit silly, and it tends to pay off because, it is CSGO. And when you play the game like that, you can catch the CTs off guard because you're not playing conventional. You know, when they have the rifles and they're doing the normal things, they're just going to be... There's only so many decisions you can make with a rifle. When you have like a Tech 9 or something, you can basically play all the play styles, right? You know, and we saw that the rounds that they won, they came down. They were still pretty close rounds. You know, there was a round where MSL had a smoke. He could have smoked the bomb. I think in most situations when you're retaking a site and you don't know where the T's are, smoke the bomb to draw them out. He didn't do that. They managed to lose. They lost that one. It's just a different mentality when you have lower weaponry.
Yeah, and it somehow leads to success. I mean, this isn't always the case, but it does seem that Fnatic and XXX both fell into that category where it somehow works.
Yeah, I don't know. This is really early days for Fnatic. We have to remember that. We can't expect too much. The lineup's just been announced. They've probably had a little bit of practice time here. We have to remember CSGO is such a difficult game right now in terms of the map pool. 7 maps coming in. Obviously, Inferno's being chucked into the mix next week as well. They've got to focus on what they're going to be trying to play. It's really difficult to actually, even though this has been a team that's been together before, just coming back in, the meta's shifted since 6 months ago. The game's been played differently. They have to readdress everything. Right now, I think they must be going with the fundamentals once again. Flusher in game leading, to be trying to go back to the basics. And a team like North, very methodical, very good at working map control, and actually MSL as well. I'm actually a big fan of his. The way he approaches CT halves especially, I think he's got a very good observational eye of how he actually approaches each round and what the other team will be thinking he's going to be presenting, and he changes things up quite nicely.
I mean, there's no doubt that currently if you did have like a kind of a visualization of the in-game leadership and it's a game of chess, MSL is wiping the floor with Flusher. There's no doubt about it. There's a whole lot more to work with there.
I think with the meta shift that Henry's talking about, before you used to just do default strategies, right? And you'd be able to send all your pieces across the board and do what they needed to do on the T side and get map territory. And then after a certain period of time, start working together. Now what you're seeing is teams doing a lot more pack rolling stuff. You know, you're doing a lot of 3-2s or 4-1 stuff, where you're taking a lot of, like, taking one part of the map with your majority of your numbers, because CTs now, when you do a default, if you as CTs know that that's the strat they go to, you just kind of mob them, take out the members there, and then the rest of their round is kind of screwed, right? So you're playing a lot more, like Virtus Pro are an example who like to do like a 4-1 on A on Cobble. You know, they like to walk 4 in an area where you wouldn't normally expect 4 people to be needed. And once they make that frag, the world's their oyster.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constantly evolving meta. That's the beauty of the game that we love. Indeed, Counter-Strike will be played after our break. In fact, before we take it, Overpass is coming up next, and we had a tweet from JW. Now, this is a quick insight into how he's feeling. He says, it felt nothing went our way, and everything went theirs. They play better. We won't happen 2 maps in a row. See you on Olof Pass. GG.
More banter. It's good.
Yeah, I like that. This is great. I love these little highlights. You get to see an insight into those players. He said it's not going to happen again. Chad says it will. You only find out if you come and join us after the break. We'll take a quick one. When we come back, we'll see if Olof Pass goes the way of Olof Meister and his bunch of merry men, or if we'll see more success from the Danes. Join us then.
kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh? Ugh.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
It has been a rather rough ride for new roster Fnatic. I say new roster, I should highlight new look Fnatic as 2 new names, or
old new look.
Old new names.
I already made that one.
Isn't this getting this is getting a bit silly now? But basically, the Swedish shuffle has completely reverted, and Fnatic are back amongst with their regular 5. I say regular 5, of course. The only deviation you may be expecting is Pronex for that of Dennis.
Well,
Swedes are confusing. Swedes are confusing.
Okay.
Yes, but what we're saying here is that we are getting to see JW battling back alongside his brethren, as well as Mr. Flusher joining in.
Flusher. It's actually meant to be Flusher.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
How on earth are you sourcing this information? Did you speak to the guy?
When we were in Vox, we boot camp with Fnatic.
And it was like, it's Flusher.
Yeah, but he doesn't care that it's Flusher now, but in Sweden, it's meant to be Flusher.
That's like the people that tweet me saying, I can't believe you're calling him Zipnix, it's Zipex. And I spoke to him himself, he was like, I really don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really don't really give a
Should we do some analysis?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the problem is it's overpass. And the reason, Henry, that the conversation hasn't immediately dived into analysis is I imagine it's going to be a rather lacking affair. We can highlight North to no end. So let's start the North story of overpass.
Sure.
It feels
it's
like
actually
nothing else.
It's an interesting one, Matt. No.
He's not going to be happy with that one.
It's happened again. I did this last time. It's an interesting story, chat.
Yeah, no, we've got this.
So it's normally, I used to call this map like it was the bread and butter of MSL, the way he strategizes, and it actually works out very nicely in terms of the way it should be played. You actually have to gain map control. It's what the Danes are so good at, right? You get towards long, the bathrooms, and towards the connector area, pushing the cities back. That's what I thought he was so good at on that T side. But we saw at the major against Virtus Pro, they actually had a bit of a crumble overall. They actually said that they really didn't show up in the first map. They looked really lackluster, and I remember casting, I was like, well, this is not the MSL I'm getting a bit distracted. It's not the MSL we're used to seeing on the T side of this map. So it's interesting to see it. Normally, I would say this is a fantastic map for them. In this particular setting, I think they're going to run away with it, especially as on the T side. But what do you make of this before I actually fall apart?
A concerning factor for me was, there was a bit of a stomp there, but Magix didn't have a very good game. You know, he wasn't getting that many frags. But we're going to the casters map.
Well, yeah, so just predictions. One word.
North.
North.
Neither of you are going south. With that said, we certainly will on our broadcast because I've got to hand it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Lauren.
Speak the devil's name and he doth appear. And of course, a very diverse skill set there from our friend Matt. But yes, Fnatic and North, map 2 coming through. Okay, we can call it Olive Pass as much as we like, but it's important to highlight that the last time we saw North on this particular map, it was against Virtus Pro at E-League. Not their best outing.
No, was it 4 rounds, I think? Something along those lines? Yeah, 4 rounds. Really not a good display from them. But, you know, that they did have a little bit of an underwhelming performance throughout that one. I think everyone was aware of that. And we're hoping that they've found new composure. I think that's the only way to put it. And for Fnatic, again, it's, you know, just keep waiting to see when it eventually all slots into the right place.
Okay.
It may be now, it may be never, who knows. We hope that we see the improvement coming up.
You know, it honestly feels like when we first saw the previous iteration of Fnatic, right? So obviously the not so full strength Fnatic roster, okay, with your twists and the like in that roster, you know, we sort of like, well, we don't really know. Yes, theoretically this lineup could do well. The problem is we have to throw everything we used to know about Fnatic out the window because the game has changed as well. The way people are playing it have since they were the roster that they are. But it's going to be North on the T side here as we jump into the pistol, and already Dennis going for an early pick down monster.
So yeah, MSL just smoked out the site pretty much to allow them to play through to get the clean bomb plump, but what you don't account for is JW landing shots like that back to back. 2 kills there has secured this favorably towards Fnatic for now, and they are making it hard work to dominate this site. Conflict's landed a nice shot, but the nice one was still with Olaf and Dennis to close down. Someone you can certainly depend on in these rounds, but JW made that incredibly hard work for North.
They're taking the wind out of their sails entirely as they try to make their way over towards that B side. And a better start from Fnatic here as well. This was definitely not their forte. If you look back to the previous map, pistol rounds was where, well, it all went wrong for Fnatic. Now, it's going to be 3 UMPs, a famous board up here for Fnatic, and a veritable amount of utility here as well. Opting obviously not to go for anything crazy buy-wise, make sure they have plenty to work with. On this CT side to begin, 3 players over towards a toilet block to start with, but it's going to be North Daisy training it straight down in towards underpass.
You just want those Tech 9s to get the closest angles you can, and you can kind of come up this way, go through towards toilets. You can keep these kind of close angles all the way through towards the site. So that's what they're kind of hoping for, and a well-timed flash perfectly catches Dennis out, and the swarm begins. The Zerg rush appears in front of him, and look at Config just absolutely runs him over. Now Olaf has to respect this. Got to back away a little bit here because the train's not stopping.
Yeah, that's right. And Fnatic trying to respond to this as quickly as they possibly can. They're trying to get back towards this side. They're trying to give a little bit of room to North. But North continue to take more and more away from Fnatic. Real estate, kills, whatever you want, they've got it. Now it's going to be Crims in a 1v4 to try and save this one. But the bomb will be down momentarily, care of Magisk. And as the smoke clears, Crims will see just the extent of his folly now, trying to challenge out these 4 players from North.
Yeah, and Crims is a great player, do not get me wrong, but this one might be a little too far, and I think he's aware of it. There's already a player watching this, and there he is. It's Config, and he'll find it second, but prior to that, the whole kind of piece that started this off was great. It just caught Dennis out. The one kind of falter or flaw in the way they're approaching is if someone's playing that Guardian stairs spot in toilets, if someone was kind of facing that as they came through underpass, perfect timing on the flash comes out.
Yeah.
Done. He is completely blind. He gets caught by it, and they just push the hell up. No brakes on the mind.
Fnatic was satisfied with 1 player towards long, 1 player in the toilet blocks to start with, and it wasn't sufficient as North were able to avoid actually making any sight contact with Fnatic before they were, well, pretty much on top of them now. So 1 apiece. And great recovery from North here as well. They've managed to get themselves some guns from that previous round here to UMP's Afamis. Magiski's bought himself up an AK, so this is a good arsenal to work with.
It does worry me how alone some of these players are, though, for the T side, because MSL, he's just trucking on through. He's having a great time. Dennis is like, where are you going? The rest of the team's over by B, so basically MSL is selling this huge presence that actually isn't there, and he's pulled 2 players over. He's got 2 players on his side, but the rest of Fnatic are in underpass. They're looking for other ways to get back in towards B that has been completely evacuated.
Yeah.
And look at this from MSL. He's just, is this the game where you just hold W as long as you can and see how far you can get?
He's made a lot of sound, though, so he definitely gave his position away to Crims, who was stalking him, but it doesn't matter because his side is under control of North right now. Olafmeister was sort of caught between a rock and a hard place. At that point, you can only really run away towards underpass to avoid North just collapsing on you. 4v3. Dennis, oh, that's not a great start. Gets as soon as he makes the peak, KGB going to finish the job. At least Crims is there for the refrag, but it doesn't help in the numbers game. North still with the man advantage. They got the bomb down. Magisk is sitting right back towards that T-spawn where JW is now as well. He should be able to catch him as he comes through.
We'll see if JW checks for it, or if he even goes that far. He might just wait behind the stack and just listen out to see if anyone comes past. Don't know if they're going to exit that far. Magisk might need to be careful. They actually might do this. So he's got a bit of a chance here. I'm imagining they're going to check it. No, they're okay. They don't even need to go that far. So JW's going to have to take the fight to them. Timing is of the essence and AZ. Waits so patiently. And now, you know, it swings and roundabouts. North have huge amounts of money now to play with. They know that Fnatic have pretty much Soddle. Crims did get the UMP at least with the armor still to support it. But so little to be done with this.
It's what happens when you win an anti-eco with so many men alive, right? That previous round, North bought a Tech 9 and an AK. That was it. So great opportunities for them to buffer their economy, which is so important right now at such an early stage, and on the T side here of Overpass as well. Yeah, that didn't connect, and that would have stopped JW.
But that's a problem. That might fall into Fnatic's mindset that, okay, they mess up that molly, we can still push this. Because if you see it coming in, you might, you might just write it off. If they know that maybe they're not landing this every single time, we can maybe exploit that. If we get towards short, if we get towards water side of things, then we can actually make a play happen. But North are being very, very patient. Look at this approach. Incredibly passive, staying as a collective, not sure what they're coming up against. So they're just going to take their time and clear it out well. So you've got the flash towards long. KGB is going to just kind of tank it for a little while the rest of the team take the fights, and Fnatic get pushed back again.
Plenty of shots in towards KGB, though one even hit him in the dome, so a little bit lower than he'd otherwise like to be, but he is the most underarmed player on the side of North. Again, shots are coming through. Fnatic keeping a respectful distance from North now. It's Flusher making a peek from the armored truck well back on A side.
Timing is important here, and I'm wondering how they're going to utilize this. Olaf's gone on the long flank, and now everyone else is over by A. North are making no secrets about this by this point. They have no one holding that B play. They've got no one in underpass, so you know that the opponents are surely going to have some idea as to where you're going, and they've not checked every corner. Dennis has been able to get away with murder. You've got Olafmeister on long, and now this is a problem. It's going to cost them a little bit of time. They're down to 30 seconds here, Midge. This could get worrying, and JW fancies to go at it. And not going to be the case.
Yeah, with the bomb going loose, that was a bomb planter down. At least finally now it's been put to rest and ticking along here. But Fnatic had the great opportunity to mess things up, and Olaf comes in for one and gets a good amount of damage on towards the second, and that's Flusher to get the job done. Now the 2v2, but Magisk is there, and it's a hail of AK bullets, a salvo to take Olafmeister down. And Flusher to smoke towards the bomb. He can hope to bait some attention here. Stands up on top of the stack. Magisk reciprocates just out of view. This is ticking way too fast, and Flusher doesn't have a kit, but a kill before the round ends wouldn't be too bad. Magisk not going to take any chances. Doesn't know if he had a kit or not, so had to challenge. And that's going to be Fnatic at least able to cut North down to one player before the round is out. But look at the bank on the Danish side.
Yeah, they are good for cash. You're going to see that orb straight in the hands of cajunb. No surprises there. JW, not exactly able the option either. Didn't have all the cash for it, so going to have to stick on the M4 for now. Not going to see that battle go down. Obviously, a couple of other players well and truly able to AWP for Fnatic at this point, but at the end of the day, you want JW on it. And let's see how Fnatic approach it now. They've got weaponry beside them. And we've got Dennis going straight towards underpass. You've got Flusher to support him from toilet, so he knows he can at least back away for now. But now he's going to be isolated. If Flusher falls back, he'll be very much alone. But still, at the moment, North, again, not taking any risks. No gambles here, really. You've got Config holding the push out by Monster. Over on that side of things, you've got cajunb and AZ. On the other side, again, waiting to see if Fnatic have any tricks up their sleeves, trying to turn the tables, trying to turn the odds, because they know maybe we can't sustain, you know, longevity-wise, but we can catch them off guard. Yeah,
and maybe also hoping that Fnatic get a little bit, I guess, flamboyant now as well. Maybe expecting, okay, you know, we know how they like to play. You know, that aggression, players like JW will always go for these audacious peaks. So we sit back, we give them a lot of space towards playground. Obviously, this boost here is allow Flusher to see straight into both angles, of course, coming out of underpass and into toilet block. Sees MSL come across. It's not enough to get the shot. And MSL, tough one to challenge there. He can't see much of Flusher's dome, and now he's forced to back away anyway by the Molotov.
But you can see the bombs already heading over towards B. Spotting out those two players on the boost might have been a signifier they wanted to see. I don't know what they're reading into this just yet. And there's time of plenty. They've got so much utility still on board, and they don't yet have a pick. So maybe just trying to find something out here. JW better be ready for what's coming his way if they do commit towards this.
MSL was trying to keep people from Fnatic towards the middle of the map. It hasn't really worked out, though. There's 3 players in attendance here at the B site for Fnatic. And JW unperturbed so far by the flames in front of him. Nade, the timing was good, but Crims is even better. Gets a quick double, and now Config, hardly any health left, and it's an easy job for JW to pick up, and now Magisk has to just walk, stand and deliver, but it's all but over there. Crims, very nicely done. The timing was definitely on his side, but Fnatic had 3 players over at B. They had the men to work with.
Yeah, from start to finish, it looked as though Fnatic had a really nice read. The boost then gave them the information. Magisk not able to go any further. Kind of just tugged in after that molly. No one played up. I think they only left... I think it was only Flusher really was left towards
and
upper.
MSL stayed mid after the Molotov to try and keep them there or to try and bring some people back away from B, but it wasn't going to happen. Fnatic were adamant.
Yeah, North running out of a couple of options at that point, kind of just forced to try and make something happen. And JW this time playing again through towards water, just going to try and make a play happen through short. Why not try and get an early position? Maybe watch some of the angles. He's got the smoke there for a couple more seconds, but by the time that dissipates, you've got someone like Config kind of waiting in the wings to go. You can see the battle's about to go down, and AZ's getting so much room to work with. MSL took this route before.
Insane.
And now Magisk just gets the drop on JW. That's a shame. Maybe hoping there was to be a bit of a better angle they held between the two of them with Crims, but it's not to be the case. Now AZ can secure this site. The problem being, it was Flusher, but he predicted him, but I don't think the prediction's enough at this point. There's 4 players for North, but where does MSL take them toward?
And that's a lot of information that AZ managed to gain there as well. A lighter presence, very much a deeper hole for Fnatic over on the A site, less players perhaps at B, and now that's what North perhaps want to even test. Olaf drops down in towards Pit. Not sure if he's going to receive a push from Monster yet or not. And North are taking their time on this one. They're bringing the bomb. MSL's joining the rest of the team. And a Molotov thrown by Fnatic will have no effect at this stage, as North are more than happy to spend a few seconds to set up.
Yeah, time's going to be a problem, though. You've got 40 seconds. Any kind of hiccup in that hit that you're about to plan is going to pretty much thwart the whole thing. And it's Monster that's going to be the main point of this position. And now Olaf is going to take the peak, but it's cajunb who waits, and he gets the shot first. Now, Crims has to respect this, has to back away and hope that Flusher can help him out here. And Flusher is en route. With the bomb going down, there's limited options, and Crims takes the fight that he can't win.
Smoke as well makes it very hard for Flusher to do anything about this. North had 2 smokes and a flash, and they've used almost all of those very effectively. Cajun still has a smoke, but he won't need to use it here. And look, pushing out a Monster, both angles were covered there by North. They had the players to give them the most robust approach. If there was a player holding close right, like JW was earlier on, he would have been down. It was actually a player left this time. Again, all covered. There was no utility from Fnatic. They couldn't get the timing cadence from North on that push to really do anything about it.
Yeah, so far as well, Magisk is having a great game. His ADR's pretty high as well. He's going to be hitting up there pretty heavy, so above a kill around at this point, kind of a kill and a half, if you want to look at it that way. So he's certainly doing well for himself. We'll see if that keeps up at this point. Again, this round should be a nice bit of farming for them. Where's this play? Where's that going to go from config?
He gets the molly this time around. No early push for JW. Flusher going deep. Now, this is kind of what North were waiting for in the prior round, or 2 rounds ago when they were sat just like this inside playground. Flusher has heard nothing, though, and there's no real reason for him to suspect anyone close. It's not uncommon to have an AWP player in playground for a while as well. Flusher is the only player at A, or over on the upper levels here, for Fnatic right now.
Yeah, if you go towards water at this point, there's a lot of eyes on you. You've got JW, Olaf, and Krim. So North do like to fall back to B. We've seen that actually quite regularly, and now they're going to be encouraged, if anything, to do so. AZ falls, and that might quicken the pace that they're going to try and hit this site with, but it's going to be tricky. There's no one pushing up on short, and you've got 2 players there, if not more for Fnatic, and 1 on the flank. This could be huge, and North could be in trouble. There's not much weaponry with Fnatic. That's the one thing, but they can still make a good fight of it, and Krims is going to do just that. Gets the tag on 1 as well, so follows up nicely and leaves it in this 2v2. And JW, you know you're going to do it. You know you're going to do it. It was config. He could have gone for that knife. That would have been beautiful irony.
Oh, it would have been so juicy. It's a 1v2 situation. Magisk, though, now things falling apart for North in this round. 1 player in upper, and JW just on the other side. Magisk not able to get it done. And JW, sure, doesn't collect his 1,500 from the backstab, but collects the round. I just would have been so good, though, really. Like, humble pie to the max, served up from the man himself. Not to be. We can move on. No, it's 7 rounds in, 3-4 North. Marginal lead.
Yeah, but North playing this kind of like really hyper-passive game at times and then slowly working their way in towards the side, give up so much map control as well. We were seeing, obviously, Fnatic abusing that. You saw, you know, the push around, everyone on the flank reading the gameplay very early. A preemptive smoke there towards Monster as well coming through, so now a quick hit from North going to respond in kind, I guess, to Fnatic now, so they're going to have to deal with the pressure, but they don't expect the boost. JW gets a peek above, finds config, and now the others start to fall. This is a problem. They got the bomb plant, but they can't contest this.
And Olafmeister is controlling so well from upper now, and North are out of this round, essentially. Well, they've got a Mac 10 and a Tech 9. That's about it. So, with the bomb being down, North collect themselves a little bit of a sum, bit of a consolation, as it were. But for Magisk, who's going to be go to jail and do not collect 200. Or will it be? He pushes on the other side, gets 2. Not quite the 3rd, but close. Up close, that Mac 10 definitely doing a lot of damage. And now, Cajun B, not nearly as lucky. None of his shots connecting, and that defuse will be coming through here from Fnatic. A moment, perhaps, just a glimpse, but Magisk was not able to convert.
You know, watching Olafmeister play this map is always an enjoyable one. Boost or not, it doesn't matter. He's always just so crisp on that B side. Gets a little closer before falls the scoreline. This is nice from Fnatic. Good recovery. Money's decent. Now got the double up as well. Dennis sitting on that one and JW on the other. I'm not sure if they any have better spawns than each other. So JW is going to take it over towards B. You've got Dennis going towards long. So let's see what North have in store. They have so little to play with. 1 smoke on Magisk this time. No flashes to set up the play. This might be just try and go down long because they know there's been a weakness before. They've had AZ running and you've had MSL running it. Now there's someone watching it but doesn't land the shot. So now Dennis gets, you know, a second bite of the cherry.
He doesn't hang around too long because he knows Flush is going to be here to clean up. Or will he? Cajun B just barrels straight forward and able to pick that one up relatively comfortably. Now smoke in the way for Dennis. And a boost up for Cajun B with his newly minted M4. Nothing to be found from the spam there, and Fnatic start to just group up a little bit on towards A. JW finds config here as well. North obviously very lightly armored. In fact, pretty much not at all with the exception of Magisk.
I don't think they can rotate faster than Fnatic right now, but it's still a nice idea. If they can buy a little bit of time for those 3 players who are up on A, maybe they can possibly overwhelm Krims, but Krims is good at these sort of things. He was known for kind of being able to hold solo sites, and he's very much alone here. This is certainly not a solo site, but this is the type of player you'd want in it. Let's see if he gets, I guess, overconfident, over peaks. It's about timing now and how he reads this one out. If you're Fnatic, you're starting to wonder what's going on here, and he certainly does. He takes a bit of a wide step out by Monster, and this is going to surely be a plant. Depends on the timing now. 30 seconds left. Cajun B does have the M4 still, but crossing towards the site is not going to be easy when there's still 2 orbs up for play. And it's not even the orb to follow up with the kill. It's just the Tech 9. JW's hands will do the job just fine.
Yeah, Krims was hoping there as well just to use distance to his advantage up against the pistols of North, but Cajun, of course, had that M4. Still, not going to be enough. North able to inflict a little bit of damage there, maybe leave a scratch on Fnatic, but they are in the lead now. They maintain the double AWP setup as well. North coming in with 1 here for Cajun B. And we'll see if they want to speed things up a little bit here, or do they just try and play for picks, because they have been, you know, a slow roll into a build-up, into an attempt at taking sight so far, and not always working out the way they'd like.
That's certainly not the start you'd want
That
either.
hurts.
Cajun B on 67, but this time North keeping map presence, but it still doesn't work out. Flush has found one. He's going to follow up comfortably. MSL gets punished for that. And well, at this point, North are being shredded here, and it must be frustrating as Flush is going to close down, does not back away, does not step off from peeking out towards Party, and he's certainly having one.
He shouldn't win that as well. If Flush is already backing off, he's backpedaling there as well, and then just plants his feet when he sees MSL go for it there. Realistically, MSL, you'd think, would be in a perfect position to get that refrag, but it was not to be. And MSL had an excellent first map of the night.
Just a reminder as well, Fnatic now have strung 4 rounds together. They really are getting to the swing of things here. The start off was good for North. You know, once they turned that second round, that was the interesting factor, but now it's getting a little bit tougher, and these flashes coming in, the mollies are good for North, but it doesn't matter. They're not getting the frags, they're not getting to the site. Fnatic fall back well, they read the plan well, and they hit the shots even better.
Crims and Olofmeister, the deadly duo, never really want to push into them in on any map, in any situation, and well, this situation, no exception, I suppose. And credit to Crims there as well. Molotov was thrown pretty much straight at his feet while he was at barrels and hung around at least for that first frag. Took a appreciable chunk of damage, but knew his limits and knew when to back away, and let Olofmeister do the rest.
All right, what's the game plan, MSL? How are you going to get around this one? Because it looks like they hit a bit of a wall for the last couple of them, when they've had money at least. I want to see how they get around. Now they've got money, now they've got the AWP on Cajun B. How are you going to try and get this one sorted? Dennis going for a bit of a different approach here. Last time he was playing long on the AWP as well. See if he wants to actually take the fight here. He's now in a bit of a predicament. He can't comfortably back away. They could be close. He's not too sure. He's going to have to take a bit of a gamble either way he goes about this. And he does want to take the fight, and he wins it. Great stuff for him. And now he can try and readjust. You've got JW doing the same. We talk about aggressive AWPing generally from one player, let alone 2 now.
And that's not even that aggressive by JW standards there as well. You see he's been trying to rush towards Monster, you know, or sort of in towards Canals most rounds. Sometimes North have got a Molotov there for him to catch him on his way through. This time he either waited or there wasn't one there. Either way, didn't get the kill from it. But the stacking towards long here, Fnatic trying to get a positive trade, but no. It's a 2 for 2. Flusher getting 2, but North had the players there to respond, and Cajun B will step forward and scoop the bomb up.
Now let's see how far Config can get. If he can maybe secure...
Things get a little bit more stressful for him. It's 2 AWPs for Fnatic on this, well, eventually retake attempt, and with a smoke, Cajun B able to move towards the site and plant the bomb. It's going to be JW to flank through short.
Double AWP retake, not too easy, but the lineup looked good then almost for Dennis. Oh, you do get worried when you see these players going for sorts of shots like that, but now, how do you find your way back in? You've got flashes, you've got mollies. But still, the angle works for Cajun B. The tag comes through. This is so tight. This is a ridiculous situation. Config's the most mobile of them all at this point, and Dennis slowly creeps his way in. He can't get the shot in time, and now it's JW in the 1v2. Essence is time at this point, and now JW is dancing around the center of the site, and he cannot make this happen. He's going to have to back away from this one. He knows it as well. Oh my God! Get wrecked, Cajun B. That's not fun, but it doesn't matter at this point. They've got the round, finally breaking the back of what was a string of rounds coming in for Fnatic.
Yeah, North needed that one, no doubt about it. That was disgusting from JW. Even Molotovs himself slightly as he tries to back away, but of course this is the Crims Olofmeister do-si-do maneuver. Just giving ground consecutively and allowing North to push in towards them. 7-5, a strong CT half right now for Fnatic, but North have enough money to buy up here after a successful round. However, Fnatic built a buffer. Just the one AWP coming in this time for JW.
And there's a difference. Olofmeister's over with Flusher and Dennis, so they're going to switch things up here. They've gone for 3 over by A, 2 over by B, so maybe expecting this, maybe just wanted to switch something up, and Dennis about to be fed. He only gets 1, and the trades come in. This is good for the T side. They can keep this up, but would you expect Olofmeister? He has not been here before, and they certainly don't expect it, but Cajun B adjusts so quickly. And now North are wondering, was this a stack? Is there something going on? Why were there 3 players here? Now we need to take a little bit of time, but we have an advantage.
It's just a weird timing there as well. Dennis was not in an optimal position to hold that angle, actually. He couldn't have gone neither left or right to break line of sight. To be fair, the player that he took down initially, I think it was MSL, had a nade in hand, so it kind of worked for both.
Look at Crims as well. Fnatic are in kind of interesting spots. They can still fight this. You can see the North have hit the brakes so hard, they're just stuck. They're like, okay, let's just wait and see. We've got 57 seconds. Let's see if someone tries to make a play back to us to try and even up. If you're on the team side, you want it to be a 2-on-2, but you have to work for it. So now North have to be very cautious how they take this, because there's a lot of players very, very close by. And if JW makes noise, if he scopes in or out, they're going to hear it. So he has to kind of stay in these situations. Crims is on the flank, and now he's heard. Nothing's gone past him, and JW's going to start getting an idea here.
JW's attention is going to be drawn towards the A side here, and Config is behind him inside toilets. Now, Config probably won't know he's there, because I really doubt we'll see Config go towards the outside, and he's not.
Yeah.
So JW won't be flanked by Config immediately here. So he might have the advantage. First shot comes in. Config now needs to turn and address this one. The second was close, but it wasn't going to be there. Now JW, endangered species, who's trying to hang on for Crims, but Crims is a long way from getting towards his B side now and being very leisurely about it at that. Going to be a bomb plant here, and Crims now with the
time
M4.
on that was down to the wire then. That was really close on the plant. And I think Crims was waiting on that in case maybe
Hoping.
that didn't come through. But it is there. He's got a flash and a nade to play this retake with. Let's look at those after plant positions as well from the T side. Magic is still pretty close to site. And then Config going walkabouts. He's going to go all the way around, I can imagine. He's got the molly as well. And now he's found the first. Crims knows where he is. The nade's probably going to be a bit of a surprise for Magic. Not one that he'd want, but it doesn't matter. It does not connect as cleanly as Crims would have prayed for. Magic's closed down, and North have a nice kind of come back into this map. It started to look a little bit good there for Fnatic for some time, string together those rounds, but a good turn of events for North.
You also identified that North really put on the brakes about midway through that last round, and that bomb plant came very late. I actually don't mind to see this from North. I think it's better than them playing really slow and then just going hell for leather. At least it's in response to some kind of stimulus instead of let's just play slow until we have a reason otherwise. So other way around seems to work better. North start fast and then have to modulate towards a slower speed of play if they need to. That's fine.
So let's see how this one plays out, because JW's already going looking for info. He's already down by short. He's had a walkabout by B, seen nothing. So maybe this is going to bolster the players on towards the A side. So Dennis, Olaf Meister, and Flusher to be careful. And already Flusher's kind of just backed away from long. He doesn't fancy it. And he's going to hear these steps. He's going to hear everything here. Dennis has been overwhelmed. So now he is in the last protocol. You still got Olaf Meister on the flag, but he's the only one on the site. And this is a problem. If Flusher can't slow them down, do damage, do something, which he's doing now, may I add, there could be trouble afoot. Olaf Meister's been found. The nade goes out. The Flusher, 2 big kills. And it allows time for Crims to come around and get the kill in the back, leaving Config in what is going to be an incredibly tough 1v2.
Stayed alive so long, Optimus there, Flusher, and getting 3 kills as well. It's pretty much a round win in itself. North spent so much time corralled just outside of toilets, not being allowed to enter the site purely because of the presence of one player at truck. And now Config has to get the bomb first, which is, of course, going to be studiously watched by Fnatic. 2 players to deal with, 2 angles to watch, and JW takes the first pick. No need for Crims to get involved.
Flusher then, you know, what a play. He buys the time. That's the thing that's so
exactly.
important about that. Is
15, 20 seconds was there.
And you could see them guns halting. They couldn't get past it at this point. You can't get a safe plant. You still deal with the players in the background. He gets mollied out, pushed out, still gets the nade. Config found Olaf Meister in the meantime. He was doing that in the background, but that little lineup there cost them so much time.
And because North had all made their way through from long, Flusher knew where to stand. He knew he could position himself behind the Optimus and knew that that was the only sight line they had until they crossed.
And North going back to something that worked for them before when Dennis got caught out by all those flashes, something very, very similar just came in. And North loved this quick hit. This was, just keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And I guess it's an all or nothing at this point. Flush has been forced off the position, but you still got Dennis at long, creating a nice crossfire. But nice. Flush has been overwhelmed. This is a nice hit. It's just so hard to handle with 5 players literally just running at you.
And again, and this is the kind of map where you can get very, very close to the enemy team without them getting information, right? That's what North want to do. Now, this aggression North are known for. Is it going to pay off here? Well, the Tech-9 seem to be definitely leaving their mark. But it's a 3v3. JW is so close through the smoke, and Magisk, no indication, no need to fire through it there. It was lucky. It was a wall bang or a smoke bang from JW, and he hangs around a little bit too long. Now, Fnatic only coming from one particular angle. They try and spill on towards the side as quick as they can. Crims across Optimus, and Magisk is there to receive him again. Tech-9 gets the job done. Olaf just presents his head, and Magisk is more than happy to take it off. 8-7 at the half here. Fnatic lead by 1.
Do you know what? It is way more competitive than the first map. I'll give them that. JW's words holding true for now, but whether that keeps up into the second half, we're going to find out.
Well, we'll be back in a sec, ladies and gentlemen. A quick break for the half, and then our final half of the night, our second half of this map, Fnatic versus North. North already 1 map up. Let's see how this all finishes. Well, earlier on in the night, it was JW that promised that things wouldn't be the same for Fnatic on this second map. And so far, so good. They're keeping it nice and close. It's a tight affair, Lauren. And at the half, Fnatic lead by 1 round here on Overpass.
Yeah, but we saw the composure that North can bring throughout these games. We saw what it can do. Their T side is certainly explosive, and there's no disputing that, but the CT side was well composed on Mirage. And I'm wondering if we see that kind of converging towards this map at all. But we'll find out what Fnatic can bring as well. They're certainly known for their ability, and whether you think T-side might allow them to be a little bit more individualistic, try and find more solo opportunities or not, will be pretty much seen at this point. And again, credit to AZ for slotting into this lineup just comfortably so far. We haven't seen a huge test for him yet. I think this is just an easy kind of step back into it. Obviously, the scoreline is very close, but it's not a huge expectation. It's still early season. There's still a lot of games to be played. So for North, good game so far from them. We've got to see if they can really solidify this scoreline and take it back into their favor. For Fnatic, this has still been a very good game.
And absolutely, and a good opportunity now for them to sort of do Fnatic things. And, I don't want to just throw that away as a line, but get aggressive, play on their own a little bit. But North,
ESL and Config have heard all of this. They've heard everyone's steps then. Now kind of, I guess, backed up by what was seen. But look at this. Fnatic are just running around all the map. They're just doing the train. Just go everywhere. Make them over-rotate. Make them question what's going on. You have Flusher waiting on B like, guys, I'm ready. Return to me. I'd be so confused if I was North right now. This is matchmaking.
This is what Chad said before, actually. He said it's really, really hard to analyze a Fnatic game because it doesn't actually make sense in terms of your standard CSGO principles. They just kind of run around and frag, and AZ's trying to reciprocate, but this is Fnatic we're talking about here. This is the team that sort of invented this kind of play, but it's a 2v2. Config, nice little catch to the head of Dennis. He falls. It's now Crims v Config in a 1v1, and Crims has got himself a USP and has opted to go for the other side.
Now, Config's got to make up his mind. Is Crims playing a long game here? No, I've just heard him run. Okay, off I go. Right, time to try and play this one out. Crims is going to go for the plant by Optimus. Perfectly fine. It's, I guess, a safe one. It gives him a nicer position in the after plant, possibly. And it gives him this angle to wait for. And Config won't expectably adjust well. And now Config's HP is still slightly better off here. And especially now, Crims down to 7. And an easy cleanup in the end for Config. But a pressure situation nonetheless. But Fnatic doing the train around the map.
Yeah, and getting them some decent mileage, to be fair, with that one. Config actually expected that bomb not to be planted on Optimus at all. He checked. He was actually... That's dangerous because he checks boxes so confidently that he exposed himself to Optimus. If you were going to play that sort of 50-50 and say it could be either, you wouldn't pick that way. You would never do it. Yeah. So interesting there as well, and almost cost him, but USPs can be a capricious weapon at times. And, well, it works out for North. They get themselves the pistol on this CT side to get it rolling. Double FAMAS here, and P7's in the mix, and an M4 for Config.
All right, Fnatic, how much damage are you going to do? You've got Deagles, you've got P2 Swifties. I'm not sure.
Swifty 5. Man, that's throwing about. That's childhood stuff now.
Yeah, I feel old, man. I feel old. I am old, what am I saying? The point is, though, so far not a great beginning. The SMG already in the hands of MSL, claiming one person, that being Crims. And Fnatic, you're just hoping people feed into it, hoping people walk into you, get a little bit complacent. And just try and, pretty much feed. That's it. You don't want to lose these guns at this point if you're on the CT side. You do have, 3 rifles up and a lack of UMPs.
Yeah, they're up for the MP7s and the FAMASs instead, which is a bit interesting. A lot of teams have really got on that UMP train saying, hey, yeah, we understand that obviously, sometimes at range and the spread, but the penetration can give us so much and can do a heck of a lot of damage at medium to longer range. Still, it's going to be JW. Speaking of long range.
JW, what is that?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, Cajun B, just crouch peek the Eagles, please. Do more of this. It'll make me really happy. But Manchester's holding on for now, and yeah, he's found 2 kills, which is really good. He knows where the bomb is as well now. Dennis, it's like the Jaws music, just slowly building up a long. Not going to happen, though. Always get a little worried when it's Dennis with a pistol, no matter what it is.
I wonder if it gets to him as well. He knows that everyone expects him to perform on pistols and, the pressure. I don't know. Still. Quite a name to live up to. When people call you Pistol God every time you got one in your hand, you're like, well, better keep the fans happy. Not this time, at least.
So if Nico can do it.
Oh, God. That was nuts. Remember that one on Mirage last season?
Oh, absolutely disgraceful. Point being, though, North are stuck on the SMGs. So what are you going to do with them, boys? You've got AZ and MSL sticking on the old SMGs and maybe just going to go running about. Let's have a little look. AZ's already taken himself down towards shore. That's gone well. As JW's found him in an instant, having none of that. And it's a very... stark buy, I guess, for Fnatic. They don't have a great deal to fall back on. No smokes and 1 flash. That's it. So they are looking for these fights.
Yeah, the return on investment for the MP7 buys sort of remains to be seen here. Matchday, though, gets a peek on towards JW now. Cajun doesn't have to reveal himself for Fnatic to know he's there, because you can't boost without another player. So Cajun knows he's going to be in immediate danger now. Left and right, he's looking. Unfortunately, checks the wrong direction, and Flusher is able to hit him in the blind spot. However, Config uses distance to his advantage, gets back behind the bin now, a couple peeks, just to buy some time. Do what Crims did earlier on. He gets to the side with only 3 points of health, and that was well played by Config. Good composure, and that's going to give North another round.
That was really nice from Config. Just didn't get flustered, didn't get worried, and he won out the Angels pretty much. Not always an easy task against someone like Fnatic, even though, yeah, they've been apart, but they've all still been playing. It's not like this is a roster that's come back together from, you know, just coming out of retirement or players being pulled here and there. No. These guys have been playing in other teams, so they're still individually just as powerful, just kind of filling in the slots together as a team. Now, MSL back on the SMG, it's unique to see. I'm not too against it. I prefer it being in a UMP, because you know that Fnatic could go for the force up. And we'll see how well it goes out. And they've got utility, and oh my god, this position actually works. There we go, Olafmeister. That's not how you want to die.
Nice little bit of change in the pocket for MSL there, and he escapes with his own life. Cajun B was always going to be there for the backup as well, especially if someone's going to try and press him from Fountain or from Birthday or Party, whatever. Cajun B now. Couple taps across. Now, Dennis, he's only got the Digger to work with, but we do need to respect that.
I doubt the SMG, and it just starts dominating. Good. Really glad to see that. Cajun B, again, getting deagled. He's going to be a little bit hesitant in the future, but he does get found in the end by Magisk. And now they can upgrade to 4 rifles, so that's fine. And then, I don't know if is anyone going to drop out Cajun B for the AWAP? Yeah, we're going to get that out to play. All right.
And Fnatic,
he's got a spawn too.
Yeah. 2 consecutive rounds, Fnatic bought up armor there with not much to work with, but pissed. Hello there.
Config sticking on it.
Okay.
Right.
Is that from spawn?
No, Config had a really nice spawn that you could go for the Phantom Peak.
Quick B spawn?
Because look at what they're doing. Config is soloing B, and then we've got 4 players just like lining across towards the A push.
No early monster peak, though. He actually opts to Molotov that one instead. Magisk holding a closer angle than you'd normally expect, and Olafmeister wasn't ready for it. Dennis does see this happening. He sees the North players push across. They didn't expect to be another player in playground, but he's only able to get 1 kill with the Deagle.
Yeah, and that Deagle certainly isn't a toy, even if it is in playground. Flusher gonna find Magisk, and now 1v3. He's gonna have to go big or just get found by Cajun B. And the more likely option happens. As a little nap.
Looks quite ergonomically friendly, actually.
Very serene, having a nice time there, but all in all, I actually like that from North, just really switching up the pace. A little bit dangerous. You never know what you're coming up against, you know, if there's something close by, if they've just gone for a bit of a stack or something, it doesn't really matter. I kind of like the little bit of a switch of pace. And now Cajun B's back on the AWP, so we've just seen another kind of side of North there, just something else they've got up their sleeve they want to bring out, but now JW's got an AWP on the other side. So he can challenge, he can take fights where he wants. And he's going to take a gamble towards underpass, but actually no one currently is.
Oh, that's Crims. Great foresight to check for the boost there. You pretty much have to do it nowadays. Yeah,
it's like every time someone plays with Dupree against them, I just pray that no one goes up there, even just peeking it. The guy always re-aims it.
He's ready for it this time around as well, was Crims. The op's not to really capitalise on that positioning there as well. Knew there was at least, again, another player on that site. Can't fan and boost yourself. They reverted that jump change where you could jump up on top of boxes and boost. That was a fun week. Especially inside Longhouse on Dust 2. Now things will slow down a bit. So North run into a roadblock. They lose config early, and they really just taking their time here, waiting for Fnatic to make their move. No early aggression. Didn't really see much CT aggression in this round. The prior one was a much better display from North with that long push. It's been a lot slower. Flusher very low after that exchange. So is Ace.
Slowly getting worked down here. What?
He fell down. Yeah, he dropped off the balcony at low health.
It happens if you don't do it in the right way. You can take damage. Now the problem is that MSL is left really alone, horrifically alone, and they almost lined up for him. I almost believe something could happen there, but Molly goes out towards site. That does buy a little bit of time, but it's only going to encourage the push. But Cajun B waits, and he does find Olafmeister, but the bomb goes down in a different spot. Now they've got to know where that is, but can they play the retake off here? You've got Magisk as well, but this is getting to the point where timing is going to be of the essence, and they don't have much time left.
Yeah, and if you're North, how do you provoke someone from Fnatic trying to get a frag? Like, how do you draw them out of hiding? It's impossible to do. KGB was hoping for something, but Crim's got a wall bang on him there. It's very, very difficult to play from that position in North. You've got good vantage points, but you need to be the ones to make the move. And Fnatic knew exactly how to play that one there as well. So comfortably going to be able to buy themselves up fairly well. North had a buffer to work with, so no harm, no foul in the grand scheme of things. It'll occasionally be to buy up an AWP again. JW, okay, just checking. He has an AWP himself. Both sides of the map. 3 rounds in it.
Still close here. All right, Fnatic, where's the next step in the plan? Dennis is going to take what looks like a quick fight on long. Yeah, he is. He is so deadly when he gets confident, this guy. You always just start to believe that he's actually going to do these sort of things, but the bomb is pretty far back. Just being picked up by Flusher now. So it looks like a bit of a posture towards the A side at the moment. 3 players towards Longwell. I guess Dennis in between by party. You've got JW and Flusher working through underpass. And then there's about 3 players in the way to the site. You've got MSL, you've got Magisk and Cajun B. Now, timing is not good for Magisk there. He gets stepped down. He wanted to take the fight. You could see him kind of looking towards trying to find it, but it just doesn't work for him. In the end, Crims is there quicker, and now MSL wants to respond, but now he's got players to worry about on his right. Oh, he gives away the position as well. He's shot, but he does still find Flusher. That's good work. It allows Cajun B to be a little bit more secure in his position. Has to back away now, though.
MSL could have done so much there if he hadn't fired. I thought he would give more ground here, given that Fnatic are at long. Okay, fair enough with the smoke. Now we can reposition, because where he was standing at Optimus gives him no angles whatsoever, but he doesn't move still. Gets himself now AZ into that spot. Cajun backing away. Oh, that's dangerous play. Olafmeister saw just the pixel was enough for him to get the shot.
But will they check on AZ? I don't know if it's a position he's going to check on.
It's a weird spot to stand, actually.
Yeah, he does eventually check it. It would have shown up on radar anyway, but nicely done to keep that one in mind. But now Crims is the only man standing. Now with 19 HP, he doesn't have much room to make mistakes. He has no form of smoke, molly, flash, nothing
margin
to try and create that 1v1. Now he's picked up a molly. That's great. Now he can lock off one of these positions. Look at the time though left. 8 seconds. He's going to have to go for the plant here, surely. He does go for it, but he knows where to focus now. Assuming that they're both going from the same place now. 19 HP, Crims. What can you do? Absolutely nothing.
Not bad from Crims, though. That Molotov was thrown in the perfect location. Without that, he wouldn't really have had much time to plant the bomb. AZ had to back away, go back around towards the bin and peek from there. So that's fine, and that obviously caused both North players to actually have to peek from the same spot, ultimately, which is a very good thing for a T after that bomb plant's down. However, not enough. 4 rounds in at North, get one back. They were starting to lose a bit of money here. Fnatic frustrated. A good first half from them, but only 1 round for this half? Call that a capitulation if they don't recover.
You've got to feel that some of these rounds have still been pretty close. Fnatic are bringing a good game, and considering North are I say a full team, of course AZ is now in the roster. It does seem a little bit more shaky, but still they have got way more of a ground back towards, and a bit of aggression now could really switch things up here. Config being in that spot is so uncomfortable. Crims is going to have to check on it. I think he does. Really nice mind game from Crims there, knowing maybe that molly, maybe heard the damage coming in, maybe understood position, and wow, AZ just gets absolutely dominated by JW.
Yeah, absolutely no ground to be gained for him there. And this is a B site completely open. Now, Cajun and Magisk in a position where they don't have the money to spend. They really don't. After this, it'll be on a hard save. And if they can at least keep the AWP in their hands, that would be good. Dennis kind of knows this. He knows that they've been really taking chunks out of North's economy round by round. And this would be a good time to really put it to bed. On towards long, there will be Cajun be waiting for him. Oh dear. Pig doesn't connect. Maybe the nerves, but the AWP is going to be picked up happily, gleefully, in fact, by Dennis. But then back towards Magisk. They're to put it to the ground. JW wants a 2. He's not going to get it. Fnatic really want themselves that AWP, but Magisk is absolutely adamant in keeping it for himself.
This point looks like, Fnatic are clutching at straws, but they have got 3 men now. Ready, willing to try and take this fight. And oh my god, Magisk, if you do this, I'd have been so thoroughly impressed if he'd pulled that off. But they do throw 3 players at him to recover that 1 AWP.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of money spent. Look at Fnatic's economical situation here. I mean, Dennis, what does he go for? Maybe not even an AK in this case if he wants decent utility. He can get it.
Not a bad plan. You don't want to allow too much confidence to fall with the Fnatic boys. You want to start them to get their minds whirring up, and you highlighted it, and it's certainly stayed true. The point being that North have so little money now. They're down to almost double eco territory at this point. So it's going to be a rough ride going forward. Maybe just to soften the blow, talk it through, keep in mind what's been coming their way, try and understand what Fnatic are going to bring. We'll find out in a second what they do actually run with. But at this point, it does seem as though Fnatic have spread the wealth pretty well. It's a technical pause apparently.
Yeah, we get those every now and then, Lauren. Online CS and all that.
Yeah, my mouse stopped working. The amount of times I've heard like headsets don't work or mice don't work, it's just.
So like you have a headset issue with the same
TeamSpeak
headset you've been using for how many? Yeah, that's a favorite one.
That's my favorite.
Oh dear. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, this is the last game of the night. If you didn't actually notice, the first map on the other stream actually that featured, I believe, was it FaZe and Heroic went to overtime, and ultimately it was FaZe that took that map, even with obviously Jacob coming in as a stand-in. It's not a substitution necessarily. It's not him joining the roster necessarily, but they did manage to get that first map out pretty comfortably there as well. So they're continuing still on train for the second map. We'll try and keep you updated with that as we go. It's 6-3 currently in favor of FaZe. Or at least according to HLTV.
And apparently Rain's playing well, so that's good for Alex. I think he's in his fantasy team.
Man, Olaf's in my fantasy team. You know what? I really could have thought this through a little bit better. You know, I literally went as far as he's not calling anymore.
He's unleashed.
Leave him free again to do, Olaf things and actually sort of maybe just play a bit more individually. But again, that still requires this Fnatic lineup to be well oiled. And well, so far, I wouldn't quite call it that.
Rush. What do you? Is this Rush observing?
It's knife time. Checking it out.
It is
yeah,
Rush. Okay, find me a nice pair of gloves. Yeah. Do you like them?
Not really, no.
The default. Thank you.
Gloves.
Really?
I don't know. Like some of the gloves even have things written on that I don't understand. Like that don't actually make any sense.
Is it
so.
Tor something? I can't remember what it is.
Either way, this was earlier on. This was obviously Olafmeister and Crims holding down that B side. Crims actually got a first frag initially, then backed off after getting a little bit singed over at those barrels. He hung around, went down to 36 HP. Then, after getting that kill, he backed away and let Olaf do the job. So, I mean, this is what we're looking forward to seeing. It's what we'd love a bit of Crims and Olafmeister, combining up on a site together.
You know that One Up is a famous piece of graffiti in Berlin?
Isn't it a crew? Isn't a gang? Well, not a gang, but like a crew that make artistic sprays in Berlin. Your One Up crew. Yeah.
And I think there's Portal music as well. If you go down to the White Rabbit thingy. Oh God, you can find it. Yeah. Music from Portal in the doorway. I think it's Portal. It might not play if it's not live.
Does the train run if it's not live?
I don't know, actually. These are these are things I want to know now, actually. I don't think it does.
I don't think so, no.
But still, this has still been a relatively interesting game so far. I'm not sure what to make of Fnatic. I'm wondering how long it's going to take them to get back, because I don't know if there was bad blood at the end of their roster either. People wanted to play with other people. They're looking for different lineups. And when you depend on things like communication and just kind of this natural intuition between each other, if you're not gelling as a team, can you fall back to that? That's what I'm kind of curious about, because it's that awkward thing where you go on that break, right? And most people never get back together after being on a break. They have, and now they're just trying to repair the relationship.
Here's the thing, right? If you're a team that maybe doesn't have a great chemistry or a great atmosphere at the time, winning prolongs any sort of roster changes that you might have. Right? It really does. Like, you might be going to an event saying this could be our last event as a team. If you win that event, you're going to forget about that really quickly. And even if you rock up the next day, I've seen it in teams, I've been in teams and I've seen that situation as well. Even sometimes even the day after, it's back to business. But that win is what keeps you going. And so these issues for Fnatic, if they did exist or however severe they may have been, could have been existing for quite a lot longer than we realized, and only actually became a problem when they started to lose games and lose tournaments. I mean, remember the big BM timeout of Astralis versus Fnatic there. I think it was in Columbus, was it, between that? Either way, we'll reminisce a little bit later on, but we are going to throw it back to the desk, if I'm not mistaken, just to have a little bit of a chat.
Are they ready?
Are they ready, boys? Are you ready, boys? Yeah, let's send it over the desk.
Cheers, dude. Henry's just getting close.
How you doing, all right?
Nice work. He likes to watch the games naked, in case anyone was wondering what was happening there. He cannot absorb the CS unless completely nude. Right, so we have to quickly just go ahead and analyze where we got to so far. North 3 rounds away from completing the set and getting that 2-0 on the board to jump on in.
To be made.
There's something really important to me that I have to talk about.
Okay.
For me...
Come on, Alex.
I'm so sorry. What's the point you want to make, mate?
UMPs. All right, now, the harp at the moment is the harp at the moment is they're very powerful. We'll talk about this later. Don't worry about it. Let's just go back into the game.
Okay, so it sounds like
come on, Chad,
that was
like
so
that.
passive aggressive.
Yeah, come on.
God damn.
I thought I had time. This is a long point.
Alex.
Henry.
Back to you.
Thank you. All right, so it sounds like Chad is going to be passive-aggressive for now, but the point about UMPs will remain. We'll let the casters explore that a little further. North close to closing this one out, but JW's tweet does still stand. In case you forgot, he went out to say, we felt like we were never in it, and they got all the luck they needed. Now, it looks like he's turning a little bit around. They've got themselves double digits, something they were unable to do on Mirage. Let's see if they can complete the set on Overpass, or if Fnatic are going to bounce back. Over to your casters, though. It's Pansy and Uber. It sounds like things are getting back underway over there.
It's still pause for us, Alex.
Yeah, but the look on Chad's face, though, when he realizes that in the time that Alex took to make that extended segue back to us, he could have explained his point quite comfortably.
You don't know. That could have been a 10-minute bit of filler there from Chad.
It's Chad.
You reckon he just delivers real quick?
He says he's like one of these guys getting kicked off the roster. You know, he's straight to the point. I like that. Not too much flowery language. Something I aspire to and never quite managed to reach. But we're back in the game anyway. 13-10. North lead by the 3 rounds. And I do hope we get back to Chad's little analogy about UMPs later on.
Oh, we've got Magisk on one right now, so we'll see how well it goes for him. He can be living proof of the entirety of Chad's point if it works out or not, all right? That's how this game works, if you don't realize. You can just tell him he's incredibly wrong if it doesn't. I kid. 13-10, though, and now North's money is in the gutter for now, at least. Only the UMP, a couple of upgraded pistols. Beyond that, on the other side, pretty decent buy, though. No SMGs to try and farm up some cash for them. They're just going in with the rifles and the open JW.
MSL just a peek above the stairs, and Olafmeister is felled in one blow. And even Magisk was there as well to follow up. Crims falls down. MSL gets himself a little bit of an upgrade there. Magisk goes over towards the AK. Huge start to the round for North. They have already taken the wheels off the Fnatic cart, so to speak. And with 3 players left now, Fnatic need to, I guess, recalibrate and make a push to a different site even.
I can hear Alex so clearly right now.
That's okay. His voice does carry. He's got quite a timbre.
That's true. However, the one interesting factor as well, they've just thrown away the AK over the top towards long, so there's nothing left for North to pick up if anything else gets missing here, so that's pretty interesting. And just well kept, I guess, by Dennis there, who did that, and actually picks up the frag too. This is now interesting.
Oh
JW, no! This is not how it happens! Cajun B, you know you are not pleased with what happened with the knife. Why do you not live by your own standards? And now Config does have a chance. Oh my word, all right, bombs down, he knows where Dennis is. This could be big for Config here. He's got 3 bullets remaining in the clip, and now he's got to utilize them. He spotted the head, he takes it, and now 1v1 up against Flusher. Gets the reload, but can he read the position?
Flusher didn't choose to push that there at all. You notice that there may have been a chance if he'd known a little bit more, had a bit more information, he could have pushed through the smoke with the AK and felled him, but wasn't to be. Bomb's still ticking along though now, and Config does need to remediate this particular issue, so go for the defuse, hope for a peek, but that flick is hard to hit with the deagle. Now, with the AWP, it's just a grain up version of that pistol. Config still looking for it. That was going to be his best chance, and he misses out now. Having to satisfy himself with maybe even the kill, but he won't have that either. And Fnatic take that round back into their favor. Looks like we've lost a couple players here, so inevitably we're going to have a pause.
Hey, well, look, maybe Chad can discuss UMPs at this point. That's the next big thing. Ah, they're back in. That's all right. It should just catch up and continue.
He's going to get more and more upset the more of like a glimpse of his opportunity you give him and then snuff it out.
Well, it's even better if at the end of the show there's no time for him to do it and they just close out really quickly. That would be absolutely phenomenal. But apparently it does get on pause pretty quickly, so the player's already back in the server. But again, that got so close with Config then.
Yeah, it's a struggle. Obviously, as well, in the case of Config, when he's going for the defuse and holding it down, you're defusing, you need to flick upward there as well, single shot.
Yeah.
Much harder to do there now. Of course, anything semi-automatic or fully automatic in that case. So you just don't really have the best arsenal for that retake situation. You have a Deagle and you have an AWP, the 2 weapons you probably don't want there.
And I'm hesitant to believe the scoreboard right now, but I'll have a peek at it at least. It does seem as though Magisk is having a great game. If that is true, it does seem as though he's playing very, very well. 28 kills so far.
I feel like the scoreboard bug we had has been alleviated. I think that's been sorted out.
But it does seem as though he's having a good game. Even if it's not exactly accurate, he has individually been playing very,
anecdotally.
Very well. Yes, but at this round, I doubt he's going to have much of an opportunity. He only has the CZ, no armor. This time, North have to be a little bit more reserved. Will they purchase? Fnatic are just going to go waltzing in towards B. Just take the straight fights, put your utility down, and get in there and do the damage. There it is. Magisk will get picked up. Config, though, with a nice USPS shot, but it's all for nothing. It's it's going to be a really clean round for Fnatic after this.
Yep, Nade does get home, and AZ going to be catching that one and saving it for the rest of his team. And good intuition for Fnatic about the game flow there as well. They sort of knew what they were going to be pushing into, even at this stage of the game. Even after a couple of pauses, they knew approximately what economic state North were going to be in there, and that's why that they can be so confident waltzing forward and getting aggressive. Now North, though, can buy it. Rifles for all. A little bit of utility, in fact, a decent amount here for Stall. 5 smokes at that.
No kits on North either. They could have afforded one on Cajun B, but chooses not to.
Well, all the extra utility on config as well. I mean,
yeah.
Molly.
And look at the aggression, though. They want to get map control. They want some of the real estate that Fnatic have been dominating so far, and JW's not been completely deterred from playing through underpass. He's going to have some support, if anything, now that Dennis has come down, and Krim. So this could get a bit tough now for MSL. Flashes in, but now where's the support? There's the trade. It wasn't instant, but it was there close enough. Krims finds him, and now again, 4v4, but we know that can always favor the T side at this point.
I don't know what Olofmeister's seen here, because this is a very curious stack from North into sort of the mid part of the round, having 3 players towards Playground. I like this from Cajun B. You don't expect to see plays here, and Krims wasn't ready for it. Fortunately, his reflexes prevailed. He's left on 3 points of health, and now North are 1 less player to work with. A minute remains.
What do North have to just hold them off? I guess just further forward positioning than you'd maybe expect. Players still kind of close up on long a little bit. Magic's playing towards the edge of toilets, but the bomb's not committed either way at this point. Fnatic can still pull it either side, but it does seem as though they are looking towards B. They've got the mollies, they can clear out places, either be it short if you want to allow someone with a quick hit up there if they want to. I doubt that's it. Maybe go towards barrels. That'd be maybe a better idea if you want to just make sure you can enter in cleanly through Monster. We'll see what they go for here, as they still do have those smokes and a couple of flashes that they can try and make something happen here cleanly for themselves. And at the moment, Magisk has actually read this well. He's put himself towards B here. Then he got into that early exchange and still came out on top, and that's where the molly goes in towards the barrels. Config's going to be pinned to the wall, but will they expect Magic so quickly here?
Krim's very, very low, so he was going to fall apart quickly. There's so many angles to be watching, but AZ was also there. He chimes in, finds Olofmeister now as he tries to join. Well, he tried to join Magisk at the site, but he fell. Dennis low, and that's good for AZ now, but he doesn't quite know where he is. Some shots come through past the smoke now. He does. Bomb. Early days for the bomb, and AZ gets the wall bang down. The defusers are going to come through, and North get themselves back in pole position. AZ seems to be happy with that one as well. The newest inclusion for the Danish team, coming up with 3 and a defuse for this round.
Got to be frustrating for Dennis there, but at the end of the day, well played from AZ and Magisk as well, both being around the right place at the right time. Magisk, if only be able to get a little bit more, but the timing with him and AZ was really, really good then. 14-12 North, just about staving off the Wolves. It felt like Fnatic were really starting to take this game into their direction and start to run with it, but I wonder if this can be kind of elongated for North. That's the problem for my eyes, is that they were struggling to contain Fnatic,
yeah.
And there's still money with Fnatic, so I don't know if this is going to be an instant change here just yet.
And this is not exactly necessarily, you know, them passing their health check with flying colours here. JW, a little bit confused as to what was going on, but MSL was assailing him through the smoke. Couldn't have seen the traces, and now AZ finds Olofmeister. This is looking nasty for Fnatic. Krims is already very advanced towards B there, towards Canals. Flusher and Dennis have made 0 inroads on the upper side of the map, and that means Krims just needs to join them, and they need to hope that they can put their nose to the grindstone and make an opening here in North's defense.
Yeah, this is rough now, though. North's early aggression hadn't paid off that well in what seemed like forever. They'd be getting map control, definitely, but it didn't seem as though they were getting that cleaner kills from it and be able to back away and reset the complete fight. If anything, this round's gone better than the last few, so as you said, Fnatic have really got to dig deep in. Would you expect AZ in this spot? It looks like Krims is kind of considering it, but again, it's just taking time now. AZ can be the first port of call. Try and hold off that push-up.
The smoke dropped short enough that they could actually get into the toilet blocks without being discovered. That wallbang was nasty on towards AZ there. He gets low, but he gets a spray down, sees the bomb goes loose as well. That's going to be the cat out of the bag. Dennis springs forward, knows he needs to save this situation, but now he's up against 4. In the meantime, it was Krims trying to work through long, and Magis just cut him down to size. He'll do the same to Dennis as well. 2 for him, 2 for AZ, 1 for MSL, and 1 round away from victory for North.
And there goes Fnatic's money. Look at it. It's just, again, right into the garbage.
Dog pile.
Yeah. Oh, a dumpster baby of a buy here. Olofmeister onto the UMP. We've got at least a rifle coming out for Dennis. 2 Tech 9s to CZ with JW. Yeah, it's not pretty to work with, but you know they've been able to kind of have these scrappy rounds before. But it feels like North have maybe just stabilized a little. Maybe got that confidence in them to go for something here. But Match is just going to have to back away. Not sure what he's coming up against for these mollies. beautifully placed from North, really hindering any quick approach towards that B side.
Yeah, 2 mollies as well. So Crim's, you know, despite getting past the first and rushing through it, wouldn't have had early access to short to entrench himself close to North. Now he needs to sort of sit halfway between, which sucks for him now, especially that he's only got a Tech 9 and a third of his health remaining.
You could see maybe Fnatic would set up trying to get that B hit going early. You had JW watching towards here. You had Dennis holding back in case anyone tries to rotate. We saw early aggression from North, so maybe a nice bit of positioning trying to respond to that. If they showed presence at B, you'd hope that North would take those rotates, but it's not to be the case. North are not allowing this. They're playing very, very patient, playing very reserved.
Constantly re-smoking short. That's the third re-smoke to short we've seen this round.
Fnatic, you're getting frustrated at this point. You do still have your smokes to fall back on, though. That's the main thing. And Dennis is always your kind of, I guess, your danger man, right? He's the one with the rifle. He's who you want to be simple in that round, the guy who can go off, even though the rest of the team aren't in an ideal position.
Continue the recting, as it were. JW with his favorite yellow jacket. Cajun beat us around a corner here as well. Beautiful flash. It's just so easy. Taking candy from my baby there as he just peeks around the corner. Config has the long angle there through Monster and it works out. And AZ able to get one. That's going to be enough and that'll get the job done. North will take both maps here against Fnatic, who started to show us a sign, a little bit of a team returning to health, Lauren, in that second map, but it's going to take a bit longer.
Yeah, there's glimmers of hope there, and I know everyone will be looking at Fnatic going, yeah, not too surprising that they've been able to do individualistic sort of things throughout this game, but to come back as a collective is going to take some work, and North, even with the addition of AZ, seem to be able to get themselves in order.
Yeah, that's right. Newest edition looking reasonably good, but Magisk there as well. Big performance from him, but I'm sure it'll be mentioned on the desk as well as plenty of points that came up through this game, so Alex and co, take it away.
Thanks you two, of course, Pansy and Uber there guiding you through the action as we got to see North strived to victory.
Oh yes.
Oh yes, it did happen. Of course, Fnatic, it was outlined that they had a lot of, I don't want to use the word excuses, but they had a lot of room for improvement. Given the roster changes, they had a bit of a period where they can grow. And so seeing them take, double digits and making North sweat just a little is probably a good step in the right direction, Henry.
It is better. It was definitely a more convincing map for them. I had a bit more confidence in them actually winning that one. Came down some tight clutches in the end there. But to be fair, North, they looked a little bit more rattled than I expected. Like I said, in the build-up, I expect them to be really methodical and kind of slow pace and have a lot of control on the T side. They actually looked a little bit lost in the gun rounds. I have to say that the defaults weren't working, the executions weren't really on point. That is to be expected with the addition of AZ coming in. Yes, he's played with them before, but he's not going to have the same tactical depth when they had Rubino. You could see towards the end of their T half as well, almost calling the kind of Hail Mary plays, right? It's like, okay, you know what? This isn't working. 5 long. Let's just take the duels, see if we can get exchange frags. It was a really scrappy T half for them. They managed to get the 7 rounds. Comes down to a Tech 9 force buy to win the 7th round at the end. But come back strong in the second half. And Chad, I believe you have some nice specifics for us that you're going to break down and elaborate on those points.
Well, we're talking about all these new roster changes, right? Everyone's in honeymoon periods and stuff. Well, I think everyone needs to go to marriage counseling because I have an issue here. On the second round, and we got a little clip that I want to bring up here.
Oh,
on the second round, I'm seeing this from so many teams. You're seeing 4 UMPs. Look at this. On the second round, the arch nemesis of UMPs is Tech 9s, especially on a map like this. You need to put in a lot of work. You have to make sure that you are buying the right weaponry and playing the right positions. You can't just go, well, the ump is the super weapon. Let's just get that. Because when the terrorists get up in your face, they have those Tech 9s. They're going to chase you down. It's an even duel at that point in time, and I've seen so many teams, it's failing for them, a little bit more structure on these anti-ecos, please.
It's absolutely true. It's something I've been commenting a lot on my casting as well. I feel like the classic, like the 2 rifles and 3 SMGs, like you feel like that's a strong rifle. You can have the anchors on either side. The UMPs can work as a tighter fragging unit. I feel like 4 UMPs, yes, it's a very viable weapon right now, but it's still a high risk, especially against the Tech 9. I still completely agree with Chad. We're both very vanilla CS players, I guess, in our own right. But it certainly says something that I find too much is 4 SMGs, and that's going to be some downfalls there.
So it's more 4 SMGs than it is 4 UMPs specifically.
So this is the clip as well. AZ was actually very quiet on this one, like we said. Understandably, one of the first showings for this team, but he actually stepped up tremendously here. This is one of the pivotal rounds that I would say actually won North the game in the end. It crippled the economy of Fnatic. It was a big 2 versus 1. He gets information with the final player as well, takes down Dennis, and that kind of actually gets North over the finish line. Yes, it's not match point or anything like that, but breaks the money and makes them look like they gave a lot more confidence and they had finished things off from that point.
We use the buzzwords all the time, but that's a prime example of impact frags, right? That clutch impact frags late in the game, getting them across the line. Really important play by AZ there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is some criticism to be held towards North as well for that game going as close, right? I mean, these guys were a team to be reckoned with, a team to be feared coming into the major. Everyone expected big things, and of course that's going to be the primary basis for a lot of our discussions early here in the Pro League. It was latest viewing of these teams. North, do you think they disappointed? And do you think they're gonna, or do you think they kind of got what they asked for?
I think it's a fair enough performance, all things considered. AZ joined today. Let's remember that.
No,
right?
I meant just at the major kind of.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
I think
they were obviously they got to the semi-final, right? Like that's a pretty. If you look at the beginning,
they look so torn up.
If you look at the beginning of like when Dignitas kind of transitioned and like the kind of lineup changes they had, have always just been the farming team for Astralis. Basically, no one expected them to be making a semi-final, right? And I think it's like in terms of the trajectory, it's just been going up steadily, and it looks like they'll be getting better and better. I think with the addition of AZ, I think that they can be world contenders now.
And their standings have gone up as well. I mean, we can bring them up. They've gone to go 2 to start off the Pro League. They're going to be happy with that one. Yes, indeed, Mirage and Overpass. They find success versus the Swedish battalion that is none other than Fnatic. And NaVi VP splitting series. Train going the way of NaVi and Cobble going the way of VP. If you weren't watching the secondary stream, you want to see which VOD you want to go check out, it looks like FaZe pulled a monstrous comeback. I know if you had an IP on your fantasy, like every single one.
Forest, my boys.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, their most recent results, I saw a recent post, I saw an image just showing how poorly they have done it. It doesn't look like they've got a win on the board in a while.
Can I just point something out right now? Look at the caliber of Counter-Strike we have going into this year. Virtus Pro, Astralis, NaVi, North, now the new G2 and Fnatic super teams. That is high caliber Counter-Strike coming at us. That's some nutty teams.
Some nutty teams both in Europe and maybe, just maybe, in North America as well. Because coming up later on this night, it's none other than Renegades, the Thunder from Down Under, going up against the OGs.
Going to see them in Vegas, boys. The Thunder from Down Under.
Third time saying that?
Yeah, let's go for that. We took it in turns. That was lovely. Yeah, and we get to see the Selfless Pride clash with the guys who have no logic, or at least counter logic, and they play games as well. Over on the secondary stream, you get Rush going up against Misfits, and we get to see Immortals fresh off of their demoralizing defeat versus, of course, SK, other Brazilian side. They're going to be jumping versus Luminosity themselves. And coming up tomorrow, we have our final day of our first week here for the 5th season of the ESL Pro League. And we get to see more from Virtus Pro. Now, this could be great. The Polish clash.
This is always a great game, Alex. We saw this actually recently at WESG, and Kingwin came out on top and actually looked like a much better team in that matchup particular. That's actually going to be a really sick game, so do not miss that one, I think.
You don't want to miss that one at all. So there you go. Pop it in your diaries. You'll be seeing our faces and, of course, the guys you did just have you guiding you through the games all coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place, this channel.
No jackets, though.
None of these. Should we actually burn these, Henry? I think we should.
After this, we're gonna destroy them.
Lovely.
You up for that? Chad, do you want to be
part
of that?
I wear jackets, so.
Yeah, you're just far too cool for that. You are going to Vegas, though, and that is coming up.
Well, yeah. You guys didn't get my Thunder from Down Under reference. There's a show, Australian strippers in Vegas called Thunder from Down Under. That was the reference.
There's
male strippers, so.
Right.
Well, we need to process all of this information.
Good show, is it, Chad?
Then when you said third time, I thought you meant I'd seen it for the third time. And this is where I just went over the head of everyone.
Australian male strippers aside, we're going to leave it here. This has been an absolute pleasure to guide you through. Welcome to Counter-Strike and welcome to the Pro League. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place for more of the same. Thank you for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Superman shots in the room. Fnatic's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Fnatic!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
With the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.